Oh, okay. So I'm audible there. Okay, perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this inquiry. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. With me on the panel on my right-hand side is Commissioner Nobahlubi Kwinana, and on my left-hand side is the Provincial Manager in the Northern Cape office, Mr. Uzair Adams. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just quickly going to explain the background and the purpose of this inquiry. Um, just put on the reading glasses. Um, Again, thank you and welcome to all, uh, and welcome to the first day of the South African Human Rights Commission Provincial Inquiry into the state of service delivery within local municipalities across the Northern Cape province. The inquiry will be taking place over two legs. The first leg commences from today, the 7th of October, until Thursday, the 9th of October, and the second leg will be from Tuesday, the 21st of October, to Thursday, the 23rd of October. That week will be held in Uppington. Now, during the 3 days of the first leg of the inquiry, we shall be receiving submissions from several stakeholders, both state and non-state actors, to enable the Commission at the end of the process to make findings, recommendations, and directives aimed at addressing the identified service delivery challenges at local government level in the Northern Cape province. Now, let me briefly sketch what has triggered the Commission to convene this inquiry and what it is proposed to achieve. Ladies and gentlemen, local government is an essential sphere of government that is charged with ensuring access to basic services such as water, sanitation, refuse removal, and electricity to communities. The delivery of these services invariably means the advancement of and realization of human rights as captured in the Bill of Rights, over which the Commission is mandated to play an oversight function. By delivering basic services, local government is expected to ensure the well-being of communities and enable people to live a dignified life. At the recent local government Indaba, and I assume some of the municipal both municipal managers in attendance also attended the local government Indaba, the centrality and importance of local government in service delivery was reiterated with unanimous support for local government to be made fit for purpose, since it is at the coalface of service delivery and an important enabler of, among others, economic growth, ensuring equality and redressing poverty. May I just request that we switch off our cell phones, please? This is an inquiry, ladies and gentlemen of the Human Rights Commission. We have statutory functions, statutory responsibilities, and I see people have been sitting playing with their cell phones. It's not going to be nice later on if you disrespect the Commission so early in the morning. So please respect the Commission, turn off your cell phones, and be respectful. Now, despite central and fundamental role played by the local sphere of government in actualizing the progressive realization of socio-economic rights, this sphere is beset by some measure of dysfunctionality in its state of affairs. According to the State of Local Government report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, out of 257 municipalities, 33 municipalities have been identified as distressed, with the Northern Cape Province having 9 municipalities classified as distressed. Very concerning. We will be dealing with 9 municipalities that have been classified as distressed. Testament to the fact that challenges exist within the local sphere of the local government sphere, particularly in the Northern Cape Province. The Commission has over the years received and investigated service delivery complaints against various local municipalities in the Northern Cape Province. The issues raised in the various complaints include, but are not limited to, failure by municipalities to meet their constitutional obligations with regards to the provision of potable water and sanitation services, access to adequate housing, sewage spillages, sewage treatment challenges, the non-collection of refuse, and potholes in roads. Currently, the Commission has 35 active complaints against local municipalities in the Northern Cape. And according to the MFMA 23-24 report of the Auditor General, there has been some regression in audit outcomes in the Northern Cape Province, with only 2 out of 31 municipalities in this province attaining a clean audit finding in 23-24 financial year. The Auditor General has called for accountability and the instilling of consequence management so as to shift from a culture characterized by unaccountability, weak and poor oversight, to a culture characterized by strong consequence management to root out incompetence and malfeasance. In the same report, the Auditor General lamented how municipalities in the Northern Cape appear to pay insufficient attention to the repair and maintenance of infrastructure, with only 2% of the value of assets being set aside for the repair and maintenance of the said assets, which is far below the 8% norm set by National Treasury. The Auditor General, for example, cited how the lack of preventative maintenance over many years has led to significant water and electricity distribution losses at most municipalities. For instance, in this very same municipalities we are hosting this inquiry from the Solplaatjie local municipality. The Auditor General indicated that Solplaatjie incurred losses of 277 million rand. The municipality has lost approximately 2/3, that's 66%, of all the water it treated, and almost a quarter of all electricity it purchased, which is significantly more than the National Treasury norm of 7 to 10%. Now, the purpose of the inquiry, ladies and gentlemen, is as follows. Guided by its constitutional mandate in terms of Section 184 of the Constitution to monitor and assess the observance of human rights in South Africa with a view to taking steps to secure appropriate redress where human rights have been violated, as well as its statutory mandate of conducting investigation in terms of Section 15 of the Human Rights Commission Act, the Commission has decided to convene this inquiry to address the challenges I've outlined earlier. The inquiry broadly seeks to investigate the state of service delivery within local municipalities across the Northern Cape Province. And specifically, the inquiry will assess the state of service delivery within local government in the Northern Cape at a systemic level, investigate the drivers or causes of the deteriorating state of service delivery from a multi-stakeholder perspective, investigate the contribution of the various municipal and provincial actors to the current state of service delivery across local municipalities in the Northern Cape, investigate the role of the provincial government to intervene in the affairs of local municipalities in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution. If there were interventions in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, to determine if it proved to be effective. Explore what can be done to arrest the deterioration state of service delivery within local municipalities and improve service delivery outcomes. Explore the role of oversight institutions in bringing about the desired changes. Adequacy of short, medium and long-term plans to address challenges experienced by communities relating to the above, and then make findings, recommendations and directives aimed at addressing service delivery challenges in the municipalities. Now, I've already introduced the panel to yourselves. Again, for the latecomers, my name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. And the other panel members, the panel member on my right-hand side is Commissioner Nomatlubi Kwinana, very experienced person when it comes to inquiries. And on my left-hand side, Mr. Uzair Adams, the provincial manager in the Northern Cape Province. You must be familiar with Mr. Adams. Now, the procedure for the inquiry, ladies and gentlemen, is the process is inquisitorial in nature as opposed to being accusatorial. So we will not sit here and accuse you of all kinds of things. It's inquisitorial. We're going to ask municipal managers, tell us what are the challenges that you are facing in your municipality. Be honest with the Commission. Tell us what those challenges are. And all the respondents or interested parties will present their oral evidence under oath or affirmation. Each respondent or interested party appearing before the inquiry panel will have an opportunity to briefly make its oral submission to the panel in terms of the issues, questions set out in the notice to appear. Thereafter, the panel will pose questions. Although the parties that is responses, although the parties may be legally represented, it is the parties themselves who will make oral submissions. Now that I've briefly set out the purpose and procedure of the inquiry, we will now proceed with the program. Now let me just indicate to all the municipal managers in attendance, we had a similar inquiry in the Free State Province in March last year, and the inquiry has received a lot of support. Well, firstly, a lot of media coverage, but also a lot of support from provincial government departments, provincial political office bearers, also national office bearers. In fact, the Deputy President recently responded to questions in the National Council of Provinces on the Free State Service Delivery Inquiry Report. Undertakings were made by the Deputy President in the NCOP, and the NCOP also took it's a house. The NCOP is a House of Parliament. Parliament has taken a decision to make the recommendations and the findings of the Human Rights Commission a decision of Parliament. So I'm requesting, and please concentrate when I speak, sir. This is a formal inquiry of the Human Rights Commission. Please listen when I speak and when I address you. The recommendations that will flow from this inquiry is being taken seriously by government, by provincial and national government. So I'm expecting of all participants to provide us with accurate information, to cooperate with the Commission, and then even the processes that will follow to also cooperate with those processes. All right. In terms of the program, I was advised that SAHRC have not yet arrived. They are on their way. Are they here? All right. All right. So what is going to happen now is I'm going to request the evidence leader, who is Mr. Anthony Weingart, sitting there, smartly dressed in his blue suit, to briefly brief the panel just on the challenges that the Northern Cape office has identified with regards to service delivery challenges in this municipality, with specific reference to some of the complaints that you have received. Immediately thereafter, we will be swearing in the municipal manager to make a short presentation to address us on the challenges that you are experiencing in your municipality. Financial challenges, capacity challenges, political challenges, whatever those challenges might be, and then the panel members will then put specific questions to you. I also want to know what the audit opinion was in your municipality. How is your municipality classified? Are you one of those distressed municipalities in the Northern Cape? Has there been interventions by provincial government in your municipality? Address us on all those issues so that we understand what the challenges are. Mr. Weingart, yes. Yeah. Yeah, that is why the evidence leader is going to address us on that. All right, I'll give you an opportunity, to address us. That was not the appropriate time. Remember, I will give you an opportunity to address us. You will not just address me. All right. Mr. Weingart, please address the panel.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Anthony Weingart with the South African Human Rights Commission. So yes, the local municipality of Sianguma consists of the towns of Douglas, Griquastad, Campbell, and then the smaller settlement of Smitsdrift and other smaller areas. So the major complaints that we received from that area relates to the conditions, living conditions within informal settlements, where people complained of the lack of sufficient quantity of potable water, proper sanitation facilities, the quality of access to those areas, and also the refuse removal, rubbish dumps within those areas, and that's mainly within the Douglas area. We've also received complaints of the pollution of the Orange River and the Vaal River as a result of poor infrastructure within the wastewater treatment plants. There we received a complaint from Garib Watch. They have a annual survey of the Orange River where it originates within the Northern Cape all the way to the mouth in Alexander Bay. That is, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Weingaard. That was concise, short and concise. Thank you for the background information. I'm going to request Commissioner Quinana then just to swear in the municipal manager. I'm not sure if any of your staff members will also be giving evidence to the panel. Do you want any of them to be sworn in, MM? Which both of them? All right. Commissioner Quinana.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not getting feedback like you, so I'm not even sure it works. Good morning. Let me start with you, MMC. May I have you stand, please? Please state your full names for the record. Your age? Is it the oath or the affirmation? Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath? Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience? Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. May I have the next person? Your full names, please. Please use the mic.
William Finis,
Your age?
38.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
It's an oath.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed
No
oath?
objection.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
That's correct.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Please pass over the mic to the next person. Your full names, please.
Jonathan Liabua Marwani,
Your age?
51, turning 52 tomorrow.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Oath?
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
Not at all.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Quinana. All right, MM, as indicated earlier, I'm going to request you just to address the panel on the challenges that you are currently experiencing at your municipality. If I may request that you just give us some background information with regards to your audit opinion. What has the audit opinion been, let's say, for the last 5 years or so? Has there been an improvement? Then also address us on the, well, how is your municipality classified? Are you one of the 9 distressed municipalities in the province? Then if you can then also address us on the challenges that your municipality is facing at the moment, and we will then put questions. You have, I see on the program, you have 30 minutes to address us, but I would prefer if we would like to stick to the program, so if you could keep it as short as possible. Thank you.
We have prepared a presentation, but because we didn't have the specific guidance that we are now having on the issues that we need to cover, I will deviate from this, which encompasses all that we can talk to. My colleagues will assist me. On my left is Advocate William Finis, and on my right, Mr. Jonathan Marwana. They will assist once I'm done. We'll try to be less than 30 minutes.
Let me just indicate, apologies, MM, let me just indicate we have received your presentation.
Yes.
And it will form part of it will form part of the record. So thank you for submitting a presentation on the questions that we have asked. So that will form part of the record. But I want to deviate a little bit. I also need information on the questions that I've put to you.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. I will start with the population of our municipality. During the last census, we were registered as 53,000, but prior to that, the census before the last, the municipality had a population of about 37,000. So there's been a tremendous growth in the population, but in terms of our status and our allocations and what have you, in terms of government departments, we are still regarded as the municipality with 37,000 people. I will start with the issue of the audits. You asked about the audits for the past 5 years. It has been a mixed bag in the last 5 years. Primarily, our municipality has been receiving qualified audits in the main in the past 5 years. We haven't received a disclaimer or anything like that. And last year, we also received a qualified audit. So we are not sure the process is on for this financial year, but we are of the view that situation is turning around. And we are hopeful that things will improve. We may still have a qualified audit, but with fewer findings. And hopefully in the coming period, the situation will be much better. The areas that I would like to talk to, for example, it's the financial viability of the municipality. Like the other 116 municipalities in the country, we are also having an unfunded budget. That is primarily because of the low collection rate that the municipality has had over time, and the losses that we are experiencing, especially in terms of water losses and in terms of electricity losses. The infrastructure is old in the municipality. We haven't had an injection of infrastructure in the municipality in a long while. But recently we are improving in that front. For example, we are in the process now of installing smart meters, smart electricity meters, and smart water meters will be installed as soon as we have concluded the process of the tendering process. But as we are speaking to you now, the collection rate has improved. It used to be around 40% last year. We are now sitting at around 67%. So that is pleasing, and that is also coupled with the employment of qualified personnel to do the work. I know the buzzword is that municipalities use consultants to do their annual financial statements. For the first time this year, Sianguma doesn't do that. We do our own AFS internally. We have built-in capacity within the municipality. And also in terms of filling up critical positions, there is no critical position that is not filled in our municipality. So we've got all the positions, for example, your supply chain, your CFO, your directors of technical services, and all of that. So basically, we can say we are maxed out in terms of our senior management positions. Of course, it's difficult to attract all the expertise that we may require, technical expertise that is, because of the remoteness of the town or the municipality, and also the grading, because remember in local government, it's unlike in provincial and national government, whether you are a director in in Ofimvaba or a director in Pretoria, you are at the same level. In local government, if you are a director in Sianguma, your rate is not the same as a director in Kimberley. So that is, hopefully that will be addressed as the time goes on. In terms of technical, that was around financial management, but I would like to dwell a little bit on the financial side. The other impediment that we have, which is quite unique and in my view bizarre, that we as the municipality, we buy electricity from Eskom at a rate higher than the one that we sell electricity to the community. So that always gives a problem, because we are also one of the municipalities that have been given this write-off by National Treasury. Last month we were informed that we were given 78, we owed Eskom about 237 million rand because of our performance and staying on course in terms of our repayment of the debt to Eskom. We were given 78 million rand write-off, which is quite a benefit to the municipality. We hope we will stick to that. But the impediment obviously is this matter of, because whatever cent we collect from selling electricity, we pay to Eskom. So there is no money that we use as a municipality from the revenue that we derive from Eskom, albeit the losses that we also experience. We are in the process of discussing with Eskom, and also with the relevant authorities. NERSA, we are in the process of discussing with them, because one of the major disadvantages of our municipality is that in 2012, we did not apply for an increase in the tariff. I'm sure we all remember that those years the tariffs were very high from Eskom side. But Sianguma did not get an increase that year because it did not apply. So that has had a snowball effect over the years. So we have lost quite a bit as a result of that. We are in the process of trying to claw back on that. So, and then the other problem is the collection rate, because we have quite a lot of households that are indigent in the municipality. As a result, the collection rate is very low. And there is also a lot of slippage or theft of electricity and water in the municipality. So this is what we are trying to correct and to fix with the rolling out of the smart meters that we have installed. And we are genuinely seeing the improvement in that score. Then I will deal with the issue of infrastructure. We have a huge backlog of infrastructure. That's what I call sometimes that we do not have the necessary capacity, not just in Sianguma. I can juxtapose this with the entire country. Let me use an example of housing. We have been given in the last financial year allocation by COGSTA, which is the Provincial Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlement Department, allocation to build 150 houses in one of our townships, which is Braypal in Douglas. But Sianguma had 150 last year. We don't know this financial year if we are going to get something. We will continue trying to push. But we have a backlog in Sianguma of 4,545 houses. Now, as a mathematician, when I calculate this, how long will it take to clear the backlog if there was no additional house or beneficiary that is registering on top of that? It will take us 30 years to clear that backlog. So that means we need to do something extraordinary to get rid of that. But perhaps we are better off than places like Gauteng, for example. I heard the MEC for Finance reporting in March during his budget speech that they have built in Gauteng 11,000 houses in the last financial year. And he said the backlog is 1.1 million. So if they maintain that 11,000, they will clear the backlog in 100 years. So we are sitting in a very, very serious predicament. We also have a backlog in terms of our water reticulation line. We need about 44 kilometers of water line that we must install. One of the problems that was raised by Mr. Weinhardt is the issue of the pollution of the Vaal River and the pollution, the contribution we make in the pollution of the Orange River. We all know that the Vaal River is very, very dirty, not made dirty by Sianguma, but made dirty by the worst polluters in Gauteng, like Emfuleni and those areas in the Vaal, and it comes into the mines and all of that. But we are also, for example, we have a new plant, courtesy of the Department of Water and Sanitation. But that plant is struggling to process water, to purify water from the Vaal. The water from the Orange River is much better. But we are also constrained there because we share the water via the canal. Sometimes the canal gets dry. We currently have a need, a requirement. We've raised this with the Minister of Water and Sanitation in order to make water available, because we have what we call water shedding in our municipality, especially in the dry seasons. There are times when water is switched off just to ensure that our reservoirs fill up. So that is quite a big challenge, but we know the solution. The solution is not to rely on the canal, it's to go straight to the Vaal River. We need about 17 kilometers of water line, of pipeline to get to the Vaal River, the Orange River, to extract water directly from the Orange River. But we don't have those funds currently. It's something that is in the pipeline. The Minister of Water and Sanitation is aware, the department is aware that this is one of the projects that we would like to undertake. It will reduce the load that we have as a municipality in terms of availability of water, as well as the quality of water that we provide to our communities. As a result, we have this intermittent supply of water because of the scarcity, because once and sometimes we have the Orange River being cleaned and all of that, we close that canal and we rely only on the Vaal River, which is quite dirty and it needs a lot of inputs, cleaning material to ensure that the water is cleaned. So we are having quite a challenge with respect to water provision and infrastructure, but also not just that. We have a lot. I almost work like 18 hours a day getting calls to approve this or that breakage or repair that has arisen every night. The water lines, because the infrastructure is old. We need to replace that infrastructure. We need about, as I said, about 44 kilometers of this line must be replaced. But we only have now, we are going to now repair about 14 kilometers. That's the allocation we've had. But we will still remain with another 30 kilometers that would need to be repaired. So that's the main issue around water and sanitation. And then we have the mushrooming of informal settlements. We have about 13 informal settlements in our small municipality. And once people build up there, I'm sure we all know, we are all state bureaucrats, and yeah, I would say that we all know the needs of the community, and also we know the program of government, that government is not into rolling out pit toilets or rolling out bucket toilets and stuff like that. So it's difficult to provide for the community. We are trying right now. We had a visit by the Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as the Water Research Council. They are working, they will be working with us to try and come with other innovative ways to provide sanitation for the informal settlements, barring rolling out of the bucket system, because government has a program to eradicate the bucket system. So we are sitting with that problem. We have supplied a proposal to national government, the Department of Water and Sanitation, for funding. We need about 245 million rand to fund our infrastructure to clear the backlog in the informal and the formal settlements of the sanitation infrastructure, to improve the sanitation infrastructure. So, but then we are still waiting for response and feedback on that, and we are working hard to ensure that we make some headway. And then the issue of, I think I've touched on the technical expertise. We are having, it's difficult to attract people, like you attract an electrician, a simple job like an electrician, to get to work in, we didn't have an electrician, a qualified electrician in the town of Douglas for 18 months. Now we have one, not because of lack of trying, because we just couldn't get someone who would accept the salary of a category 2 municipality and live wherever he was or she was as an electrician and come and work in our municipality. So we are having challenges there, especially around technically qualified people, like your fitters, your mechanics, your diesel mechanics. We rely on people that have been trained by those technicians in other jurisdictions. As I can say without any fear of contradiction, we have no one qualified as a diesel mechanic or as a fitter. You know, you need such people, but at least we have electricians now. We are trying to get those individuals, but to get out of the, you know, the system in local government is not very flexible. To get out of the system, if it says as an electrician you must be a T10, you can't make him T12 or T14, which is the grading levels in the municipality. So we are trying to get that sorted. So that's the only area where we are lagging behind. For example, qualified plumbers, we have, I would call them handymen, people who are doing the work. We don't have anyone qualified via trade test as a plumber to do our plumbing. We rely on those that have been trained by the previous technicians. So that's where we have the biggest challenge in terms of that. Other than that, we are fine with staffing and all of that. And then coming to the issue of the political setup in the municipality, we have a hung municipality. There is no party that has a majority in the municipality. The party that has more seats currently is the ANC with 5 seats. And the DA has 4 seats now. And then you have the other smaller parties sharing the other. We have 13. Of course, we have a vacancy that will be filled on the 26th of November, which was occupied by the ANC. If the ANC retains that, it will maintain its 6 seats. But the other parties together, they have 7 seats. So the mayor currently is ANC, the speaker is ANC. It's very volatile. There's always appetite to topple the current leadership. We've had the change of guard. The mayor that is there now is not the mayor that was there in 2021 when elections were conducted. He came in as a result of a vote of no confidence in the previous mayor. And we don't know, we can only surmise that if elections go the other way in November, we may have a repeat of that. So we have quite an unstable political environment because as technocrats of the municipality, we are expected to cooperate and work with all the leaders.
Let's
And-
move towards closure.
Yes, I am. Am I running out of time, Chair? Oh, sorry. Yes, I think perhaps the last thing that I would like to say is that we need all the support that we can get, especially the technical expertise in the technical field. We have a serious deficiency there. We will appreciate assistance if we can. But in terms of service delivery to the community, I think the municipality is doing its best. The complaints that have emanated, especially from the informal settlements, they are, because as you say, they are informal settlements, they were never planned to be there. We are trying, even in those conditions, to provide them with the limited services. But as I've demonstrated with respect to housing, with respect to water and sanitation, we cannot satisfy the current needs. If we were to satisfy the current needs, for example, for housing, we will need 1.2 billion rand allocation to clear the backlog. But we don't have that. The last 5 minutes, I will give my colleagues if there has anything they would like to add. If I've-
I think they will respond to the questions,
Oh,
MM.
okay.
I think because we're going to ask a few questions. Thank you.
Thank
you. And let me indicate that we appreciate the information that you've provided. It's clear that you know and understand your municipality. Thank you for providing us with that concise summary of the challenges. For how long have you been the MM at your municipality?
This is my second year.
Second year. And what have you what did you do before you became the MM?
Well, if you know NEDLAC, I used to be the executive director of NEDLAC.
NEDLAC.
Yes.
For how many years?
For 4 years.
4 years. And before that?
Before that,
Mike, please. Use your mic.
oh, the mic. Oh. Oh, okay. No, before that, I've been the acting municipal manager in other places, like in Mahareng as well as in Pokwane, in this locality. But before that, perhaps, Chair, I was a trade unionist. I've been a trade unionist for the longest time. But I've been to many places. I've been a mine executive. I've been working here in Kimberley as an executive director of a mining company here. Maybe you will understand this. I'm a trained fitter and tenor, a qualified fitter and tenor. And I also have a BCom degree in law.
Okay.
I have an honors degree in public administration from Stellenbosch. I also have a master's in business administration from
All right.
Wits
No,
University.
that's fine. Thank you for the
Thank you.
information. All right, MM, before we get to the challenges, is there an echo somewhere? Before we get to the challenges, and I request the panelists also to put questions to you. You're a water services authority, am I correct?
Yes, Chair, we are a water
All
service authority.
Now, earlier this year, was it this year, Pismo? Earlier this year, in May, the Commission, under my chairpersonship, convened a meeting with all water services authorities in the Northern Cape. Your water services authority decided not to attend without apology. Why? What is the reason for not attending a meeting chaired by a commissioner of the Human Rights Commission to discuss very important issues similar to the challenges that you are facing. It was an initiative of the Human Rights Commission to assist municipalities in addressing the challenges. Your Water Services Authority decided to undermine the Commission. What would be the reasons for undermining the Commission?
Well, Chair, my apologies. I would apologize on behalf of our institution. I don't think it was an intended action by the municipality to undermine the authority of the Commission. We respect the Commission, just like we are here now. We only received this invitation last week, Thursday. Of course, it was sent to some wrong address on the 18th of September. I don't know what transpired with respect to that invitation. I'm hearing about it for the first time now. But if we knew that there was going to be such an engagement or such an invitation, we would have sent our technical director to attend to that meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chair, but MM, you must understand, if I want to meet with a municipal manager, I don't want to meet with a technical director. If I'm requesting for MMs to attend my meetings, I'm serious about the attendance of municipal managers. Now, I can tell you now, and unfortunately she's not here because I would ask her to also come and testify. My PA contacted each and every Water Services Authority telephonically, reminding them to attend the meeting. Your Water Services Authority deliberately ignored the invitation. It deliberately ignored the invitation. And I see that in a very, very serious light. And this province, just like the Northwest province, is a culprit when it comes to attending activities of the Human Rights Commission. And I'm referring to municipalities in particular, water service authorities in particular, undermining the work of a constitutional body. And I cannot and will not accept the excuse or the explanation that you respect the Commission, because you've shown to us that you don't respect the Commission. When we convene meetings, when you receive phone calls, the email addresses that you are referring to, what is your email address, for example?
My email address is
mm-hmm. So you're not using Gmail like other municipalities?
Well, I use it sometimes. And then the other one is MMPA, which goes directly to my PA. Whoever sent the last correspondence, send it to MMNA, which got lost. We only became aware when your office phoned on Thursday last week, phoned my PA, and then she gave them the correct address and they sent the documentation on Thursday last week.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to request the panelists to put some questions to you. I have quite a few questions, but I will come in after Commissioner Quinana and the PM. Commissioner, are you ready to put some questions to the municipality, or who's there? All right. PM, or should I go?
Thank you, colleagues. I've got two questions for now. You mentioned you are experiencing water and electricity losses. Can you take us through what that looks like, please? Do you have any kind of figures and indication?
With water, we are sitting at about 57% water loss, and electricity is around 37%.
Do you know what that is due to?
It's mainly with water, as I explained, it's due to the failing infrastructure. The infrastructure is old, it's the leaks, uncontrolled leaks, but also downright theft of water. There are many places where water is provided and there are no meters there. We are in the process of fixing that. People that are using water without paying for it. So that water is actually calculated from the supplier to the municipality, but we don't get the equivalent amount of revenue because of those challenges here.
Tell me, do you have any kind of infrastructure improvement plan in place?
Yes, we do have the municipal infrastructure improvement plan, yeah, we do.
And are you tracking progress with the implementation of that plan?
We are in the progress, or progressing well in terms of implementation. We are currently busy with the water reticulation for our Campbell area. I think the chair mentioned the areas, or Mr. Venhard mentioned the areas the towns that we service. We are busy with that. Soon we will also be busy with a big project for sanitation for the same town, which is Campbell, which didn't have that facility. So we are in the process. As I indicated that, for example, we are trying to get funding. We've submitted a proposal to DWS for 243 million rand to sort out our sanitation problem. So we know what we need and we have a plan, but the only problem is sufficient or adequate financing for that plan.
Thank you. Last question. Is there a risk register in place?
Yes, we do have a risk register, and we have a risk management officer that we have in place, quite an energetic young man. He's doing a good job. We never had such a position in the past, but now we have someone dedicated to that and working very closely with Provincial Treasury in terms of risk management and directly with the office of the municipal manager.
Okay, that sounds positive. My last question for now, Chairperson. You indicated that you're buying electricity from Eskom at a rate higher than that what you are selling it to consumers. What does that rate look like, please?
The last part, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
What does the rate look like? So at what rate are you buying from Eskom and at what rate are you selling to consumers?
Well, I can't remember now, but just prior to July, we were buying from Eskom at about 3 rand 10 cents and selling at 2 rand on average, 2 rand 89 cents per unit. So losing all the way. So you just increase that by 11.75% now. That's where we are.
You done? All right. Your water service plans, are they in place? Your water service development plan, do they need to be reviewed? Are those plans in place?
Yes, we have the plans in place. We have the plans in place, and we are in the process of reviewing those. We
Okay.
do have them in place.
All right. Can you provide those plans to us before the end of the week, by Friday?
Yes, we can.
You can send those plans directly to the provincial manager.
Okay.
Right. You indicated earlier that your municipality is, or you have implemented water shedding at your municipality. When there are periods where your community does not have access to water, which obviously is a constitutional right in terms of Section 27, how do you address it? How do you ensure that the community has access to water at all times?
Well, because it's not for long periods of time, it would be like 5 hours in the evening, perhaps So people know well in advance that there will be that shortage, and they make provision. We all do. We make provision for the 5 hours that water will not be there whilst we're filling up the reservoirs. So there is no specific intervention then. But if it will be a longer period, we supply water through our water tankers.
Okay, and those water tankers, do you own the water tankers? Do you outsource?
We own the water
You
tankers.
own the water tankers.
Yes.
And you provide the water, and you retrieve the fresh water, the clean water from your own sources, from
Yes.
the
Yes, we-
water purification works,
Yes, we do.
and you then provide it to the communities.
Exactly.
All right. Now, there was a complaint about the pollution. Is the municipality releasing sewage into the Orange River?
No, we don't release raw sewage into the Orange River. No.
Okay, so it directly flows to your wastewater treatment works.
Exactly. Yes.
No sewage is released into the Orange River.
No sewage is released into the Orange River, Chairperson.
But why
I
would there
have-
then be a complaint?
Well, I would think perhaps when there has been breakdown in our facilities, I'm sure if the chair understands the municipalities around here, you would know in Warrington there was a problem like that just recently in the past 2 years. I was acting MM there 10 years ago in 2015. And in my report, I reported that because of the capacity of the wastewater treatment works, the sewage was just too much coming in and then flowing into the Vaal River. We do not have a situation like that. It may happen maybe occasionally when there is a blockage or there is major repairs that need to be made. There may be instances like that, but it will not be something that is continual. It's something that is controlled very much. Yeah.
But it has happened. You are saying it has happened in the past.
Yes,
There has been
once.
instances.
Yes, there has been. Yes,
Instances or instance?
I'm aware of an instance, not instances. Yes,
And you know that it's a criminal offence once that happens.
I know. I'm quite
And
aware.
you know that MMs have been prosecuted in other municipalities, especially around the municipalities adjacent to the Vaal River.
Quite aware. Yes.
All right. Now, earlier when I addressed you, referred to the fact that there's a National Treasury guideline that at least 8% of your budget should be used for of the value should be used for maintenance and repairs and so on. And in this province, we have observed that there's only, well, an average of 2% that is being used for repairs and maintenance. You've also referred to the fact that you have aging infrastructure and it needs urgent repairs and maintenance and so on. How much do you spend? How much does the municipality spend on repairs and maintenance?
On repairs and maintenance, we have improved over the years. We were spending about 1%, but now I think we are now sitting at about 2.3%. The rand value, I think it's in that presentation that we send you. It's now sitting at about 3 million rand for this financial year that we just ended. Last year it was 1.3 million rand, which is quite small. So yeah, that's we are improving. We are spending, like this year, more than double what we spent last year.
Percentage-wise, what are we looking at?
Pardon?
Percentage-wise?
Percentage-wise, now we are sitting at almost 2% now.
2%.
Yes, we
So-
were less than 2%.
So
We
it's
were
still
almost
far
1%.
below,
Yeah.
far below the national norm.
Far below the national norm. Yes, we are quite aware of the 8% threshold. We are working towards that. Hence, we have increased from last year. We've allocated 1.3 million, and this year, this past financial year, we allocated 3 million rand, and in the coming period, we will increase that going forward.
Is your municipality experiencing sewage spillages in the municipality? We've seen it all over the country, especially in our township areas, in the disadvantaged areas. A lot of sewage spillages in many municipalities, the majority of municipalities, even your metros. It's just a disaster at the moment. Is your municipality also experiencing sewage spillages?
Yes, we do. We do
And
experience that.
how serious is that phenomenon in your municipality?
It is very serious. Hence,
Why?
Because of the aging infrastructure, but also the conduct of communities to put in foreign objects into. We find nappies, we find things that shouldn't be on the sewage line, in the sewage line. So it's the age of the infrastructure, but also foreign objects being flushed into the system. Yeah.
And then, if there's a blocked sewer, who's responsible for the opening of that sewer system again? Is it the municipality, or do you outsource?
We don't outsource, it's the municipality.
Municipality.
It's our internal teams, yes.
All right. What is your turnaround time for addressing sewage spillages? What is the turnaround time in the municipality? Or are you just leaving it to sort out itself?
Well, I can show you now, yesterday we had about 10 reports of sewer spillage. It's attended to within 6 hours, actually, yeah.
So if I drive to your municipality now, I will not really see sewage spillages there. Is that what you are saying? Because it's
Well,
attended to within 6 hours.
You may find it, for example, yesterday, like I say, we had 10 happening at the same time. So repair teams, we will not have 10 teams running around all over. So you'll have one team perhaps, or two teams going to that area and that area. So it may happen depending on the day that you've chosen to walk around or drive around. Yes, but we address it. We don't do like in other places where people wait until complaints are raised. As soon as we hear we read the complaint or hear about the complaint, the teams are activated and they go out and fix that.
All right. You are aware that in terms of the national norms issued by the Department of Water and Sanitation, the turnaround time, and it has been gazetted, is now 48 hours. So
Yes.
you are aware.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you've read your norms and standards because it was just released recently, but it has been gazetted. So it will be expected of all municipalities to ensure that sewage spillages are addressed within 48 hours. That is a turnaround time that has been gazetted by the Department of Water and Sanitation.
Yeah.
Commissioner Queenana?
Thank you so much. Mine is more on the capacity. So in the country, there is a cry for work. Is it similar in Northern Cape? Do you have a lot of young people that are unemployed?
Yes, we have a serious problem of unemployment, yes, in the Northern Cape, and of course in our jurisdiction, in our municipality, we also have that problem. Let me just give you a figure. In terms of the population, we now have 53,000 people in the municipality. 11,000 of those are grant recipients of one or the other form. So that accounts for 25% already of the population. Then you will have those that are unemployed as well. hovering around 40%, yeah.
Yeah. So what is the municipality then doing to mitigate that challenge? You know, when regard is had to what you have just said, that you are not able to attract people, whether from Gauteng, would be earning a better salary to come and get employed in the province. So how are you ensuring that you are able to factor them into the municipality and provide a service?
Well, within our means, what we try to do is to recruit within our jurisdiction, within our budget, obviously, that's what we are trying to do. But what we are also trying to do now is to engage aggressively with the mining communities. For example, the mining communities around our area, to have better relations with them, and also use the resources of the municipality more prudently. For example, our municipality owns about 120 common age farms. This time last year, we had one lease agreement with someone who was leasing one of the farms. But now, as we're sitting here, we have about 40. So we are moving. We generating money. We are encouraging young people also to participate in agricultural projects. So we're doing all we can to try and ensure that there is some economic activity in the area. For example, there is, when government conducts its business, for example, they would send their people into the municipality and want to be catering to be provided. I learned this year that, we don't have people that are accredited to provide food as it is legislated. So we are now in the process of trying to help entrepreneurs in the area, small business people, to be accredited to provide all the services that are there. Yeah.
So is there a plan? Because that's what we'd want you to submit. You know, it's okay to mention here and there, but do you have a plan as the municipality? Because you have now mentioned that whilst at a certain point you were 37,000, you're now sitting at 53. So
Yes.
surely you should be able to then come up with a plan. How do you mitigate these challenges that you have?
Yeah. We do have multiplicity of plans. For example, we'll have our local economic development strategy, which is something new that we have adopted. How we are going to interact with local businesses and help them. We have that strategy. We have our targets.
Can I then just request, so that we don't prolong it?
Yes.
Can we request that you submit also that plan
Yes.
in order to just speak to that? Do you have FET colleges? You've already mentioned that you're struggling with getting, whether it's electricians, you know, are you using those optimally? What happens to the students that qualifies there? What is the municipality doing about them in order to ensure that they give back to the very community that has now equipped them with these skills?
Oh,
Can I just assist there? Commissioner, we don't have FET colleges in Datlas. Oh, we don't have any FET colleges in Datlas or Sianuma per se. What are we doing about young people? We are currently employing about 8 interns, 5 in finance and 5 in administration and corporate services. What we actually do, we bring in these people with the raw, because they don't have skills. We place them into opportunities like in finance, in departments in finance, corporate services, and technical services to such an extent so that they can gain the necessary experience for them to be employed elsewhere. So we do pay a stipend, and we also comply with, talk to SAHRC and also to assist us how many we want to attract so many, because there are so many qualified, but we don't have the funds. But some of these students, we use our own internal funding for them. So there is a recruitment plan, there is an internship plan. We do mentoring and coaching through the assistance of the Department of Provincial, especially with your finance interns. And that's how we also try to build in capacity for these young graduates. Yes, yeah.
No, thank you for that. So maybe if you can also just submit that recruitment plan that you say you have. So are you able to tap into SAHRC with regard to funding, and of course them providing the skills that you say, you know, you've got a shortage of in the municipality?
We are in the process of contacting the other services sectors so that we can also assist in building capacity. But just to mention again, especially with our electricians, or what we call factotums, there was a program, I think 2 years back. We sent them to one of the colleges, TVET colleges in Potchefstroom or Klerksdorp, for them to attain the necessary skills. But we must also affirm that most of them are older guys who who retired. That's why we employed qualified electrician with a trade test. Yes, but we are making some means to especially to lift up those with the necessary skills who don't have the qualifications. But we implemented the staff regulations, which was regulated in 2021. Wherever we recruit according to the staff regulations. That means we have to apply, recruit permanent, people who have proper qualifications. Now, part of your older generations are people who will be going out through the natural attrition, resignation, retirements, and all those things. That's why we just place them with the younger ones who are coming in with the skills. Yes.
Yeah. So once you do water shedding, you must also do what we call job shadowing now. Shadowing, because then it allows young people to get the skills, which is a plan, which is like your succession plan, because it looks like what you're saying is you have not really had that. But I appreciate that. You said you're just 2 years in this municipality. So maybe this is something that you need to look at. You have said that your audit was qualified. What were the reasons that were alluded to by Treasury?
The reasons, most of them was in terms of our billing systems. Yes, I think that was most of it. And also in terms of the infrastructure, like our building plans. We had a situation about 3 years ago, whereby there were riots in the place, and then all those building plans were actually destroyed through fire. So the AG wanted that as proof that no. And the other thing was also with regard to, like I said, the building, and I can't remember the others, or was with regards to guest houses. What I mean by that is like the AG say a guest house may have about 6 or 10 rooms. And then they found out that no, we are only billing for 1 or 2 of the toilets. So we had to redo that whole exercise. It took about 6 months or so with all the guest houses to count those toilets individually. So yes, yeah. And also the issues of losses on electricity, losses on water. So which we actually have a plan whereby we also develop an audit action plan whereby we monitor this, send them to Municipal Public Accounts Committee, that is your MPAC, and it also goes to Council for approval to say, so they can see that now we are really taking the issues raised by the AG seriously.
So you're hoping for a clean audit?
Not this time around. Probably in the next round.
So the same challenges that were alluded to by the AG at the time, they continue to exist even now?
No, I won't say they continue to exist. I would say the extent of existence has reduced. For example, the number of findings that you will have reduced, but we have not eliminated them completely as we would like to do. And we are quite aware that we will need another round, another year to clean up all the backlog that we've had in the past year.
So they continue to exist.
Yes.
The only thing is the extent has
The
gone down, but
extent,
they
yes.
continue to exist.
Yes, indeed.
All right. Okay. I think my last one really is because, you know, I'm also a commissioner responsible for persons with disabilities, and I thought I should just throw that in there. Is there a plan around them, in particularly your municipality, whether you're talking billing, whether you're talking provision for water, in instances where you say water shedding, is there a plan for them? Do you also make sure that they are provided for older persons as well? If you can also just factor those in.
No, we do not, I must be honest, we have not highlighted that aspect of people with disabilities and thinking about them. But obviously we do think about older people to ensure that they are provided with water when there is water shedding, yeah.
Yeah, so obviously you definitely not taking care of the most marginalized, and you need to go back and look into that and really have a plan where that is concerned. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana. We are running out of time, but I have just in a nutshell, MM, and I don't want you to elaborate too much because there's a lot of MMs who we have to accommodate. Just address us on, you know, commissioners of the Human Rights Commission, we don't just sit in offices and read our emails and then write a report or a submission on something. We are actually on the ground. I have met your water services authority is now the exception, but I've met with all the water services authorities physically. I go to municipalities physically. I walk through the townships. There's the MM of Mtangeni. He knows that I drove through his municipality. We went to the township area. I raised my concern about refuse removal, about the state of the roads. Please address us shortly because we have to move on. Just on the state of your roads, refuse removal, your landfill sites, and even, well, you have addressed housing to a certain extent. Because my observance in all municipalities in this country is that the township areas, the most marginalized, the most disadvantaged, are being ignored. Refuse is not removed. Roads are not attended to. Landfill sites are in a serious state of decay. I mean, I just want to litigate everywhere I go, and I'm going to litigate in the Free State Province shortly. Where do we stand with regards to you upgrading the roads, removing refuse, especially in your township areas? I was driving in here late yesterday afternoon in Kimberley, and I just saw the black bags not being removed, and I'm going to ask the MM of Solplaatje what is going on in the city, because refuse is not being removed here. And then, if you can address us just on that shortly, you have been listed as a distressed municipality and one of the 105 critical identified by DWS. You have portrayed yourself as a municipality that is improving, but you are classified as a distressed municipality, and you've chosen not to address us on that, and that for me is a concern. Please speak to that. And then, yeah, let's address us on that, and then I'll come in with one last question.
Okay, I will deal with the issue of
we don't have time.
yeah, the distressed municipality. Yes, I confirm we are a distressed municipality, and we are attempting to get out of that situation. I thought when I said we are running an unfunded budget, that will translate into that. Yes, we are a distressed municipality, but we are having everything in place to ensure that we leave that status as soon as possible, especially with the rollout of our smart meters in electricity as well as water. In terms of refuse removal, we do that regularly. It is done. Yes, of course, the one thing that we haven't been able to do is to curb dumping, unlawful or illegal dumping in the township areas. People just dump in the nearest available open space. So that is a challenge for the municipality. We don't have skips anymore. I understand sometime in the past people would use that for scrap metal, so where people will drop things in the skips, these big drums. So we don't have that anymore, but we are removing refuse for all the communities. The issue of infrastructure, yes, I agree with the commissioner that we have a serious backlog. You know, we are now in 2025. If you travel in the townships there, the houses that existed prior to 1994, there is almost, I would say, 90% of the roads are just like they were in 1994. So it's something that we have a plan for. We need funding for these things to clean the roads and all of that, but we do clean and scrape the roads with our grader. But the issue is around funding and reduction of dust and all of that. We need to up our game there. But in terms of repairing and tarring the roads, we are lagging behind. We are still, that municipality is still sitting where it was in 1994 in terms of that.
All right. Thank you to you and your team. From my side, you know, and the people in attendance will hear me say this on a number of occasions. I think I also used to work in local government many years ago. I worked in local government for 18 years before I became a public office bearer in 2014. And many times municipalities call me and they say, please guide us on what we should do just to turn this municipality around. And I always advise them to start focusing on the basics first: water, sanitation, and so on. Just provide services, basic services. But you were in your concluding remarks referring to the fact that you don't have sufficient funds and you cannot upgrade, etc., etc. But I always advise municipalities to prioritize their billing system, to ensure that they have an accurate billing system, and that is what the are you listening, MM?
Yes.
That they have an accurate billing system, and that is what the AG also picked up in your municipality. Accurate, responsible, but also a respectful billing system. Why do you want to have a respectful billing system? You want your ratepayers to actually pay their bills. And if you don't have an accurate billing system, your ratepayers will stop paying their bills. And if you don't treat your ratepayers with respect when they question their bills, you're not going to take your municipality forward. So focus on accurate, respectful, and responsible billing system. Please focus on your relationship with your ratepayers so that they actually pay for their services. Because we've seen it. We've seen it in Mtanjeni. He knows. I had to meet with those people to try and mediate situations. Please focus on that. Then lastly, I want you to seriously consider cooperating with the Human Rights Commission. This report is not going to disappear. It's not going to gather dust. The Free State one is a very good example. I have taken it to the highest level in this country. It is now a resolution of Parliament. Deputy President has made commitments. The Northern Cape Service Delivery Inquiry Report is not going to gather dust. I want to invite you to consider cooperating with the Human Rights Commission, to seriously consider implementing the recommendations that will flow from this inquiry. If it doesn't, well, you know, the National Council of Provinces requested my office to go and present to municipalities our findings and recommendations. They were there, we were there. It's not a pleasant experience. It's not a pleasant experience if we escalate this report. So please consider to cooperate with the Human Rights Commission. Please consider to implement these recommendations that will flow from this report. Lastly, we are all ourselves as panelists, you as municipal officials, have the very serious responsibility of looking after the needs of the people, ordinary people who cannot afford services, who are suffering. And that's why Commissioner Kwinana referred to the marginalized, and why I'm emphasizing the fact that very limited attention is being given by municipalities to the marginalized, to the disadvantaged. They are forgotten about. So thank you for your attendance, and we will probably, when our report is discussed in the legislature, hopefully the Portfolio Committee will also come invite you to come and present again. So thank you for your attendance. Drive safely back. Time for the next municipality. You are excused. And who's next? Is the MM in attendance?
No, sir. She was admitted in hospital. I called the office yesterday just to inform them, the provincial office.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Kwinana, I'm just going to request you to deal with the formalities.
Thank you so much. May I then have the first person stand for the oath or the affirmation? Please state your full names for the record.
Trevor Ralph Oliphant,
Your age.
48.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Oath.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No, Commissioner.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. Your full names, please.
Bulelo Zebulon Duba,
Your age.
39.
Do you, is it the oath or the affirmation?
It's an oath.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No, ma'am.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Your full names, please.
Armofilwe Geraldine Babe Otswejang,
Your age,
36.
the oath or the affirmation.
Oath, ma'am.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No, ma'am.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana. We accept the apology. We've not received a written apology as far as I know, or medical certificate, or have we? We haven't. So we accept the verbal apology, but let me just indicate to you that we will subpoena the municipal manager. Remember, this is an inquiry of the Human Rights Commission, so we will subpoena the municipal manager to appear before the commission. And the intention is to have the MM appear before this inquiry in Uppington the week after next. So we will accept your testimonies today, but we will also subpoena the MM to appear before the inquiry. All right, you have seen our process and procedure. Is it the technical manager?
Yes, sir.
So I'm just going to request you shortly just to address the panel on the challenges that your municipality is facing. Please address us on your audit opinion, on the classification of your municipality. Are you a distressed municipality? Has there been provincial or national intervention in your municipality? Service delivery wise, what are the challenges? All municipalities are experiencing financial difficulties, but with regards to the actual service provision, what are you not providing to the communities? We would like you to be honest with the Commission. Remember, you are under oath. And then anything else that you would like to raise with the Commission. Over to you, Technical Manager.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I'll also maybe from time to time give over to my colleagues to assist with the information. Our population is about 22,542. We are the 5th largest municipality within the district of Pixley-Kaseme. Majority of our challenges when it comes to service delivery, basically it's aged infrastructure, vandalism, aged infrastructure, vandalism, and also lack of funding from the municipal side in terms of undertaking its operations and maintenance. We are operating on an unfunded budget, number one. We are part of the top 10 distressed municipalities in the country. Our audit opinion for the past 5 years has been qualified. That's my submission, Commissioner.
Proceed with service delivery.
Okay, service delivery. We provide water and sanitation. We are a water service authority. We provide water and sanitation, roads and stormwater, electricity, as well as refuse removal. Housing is also part of our competency, but obviously it's handled from the provincial COGTA. In terms of water, like I said, it's aged infrastructure. We service 2 towns, which is Stradenberg and Hope Town. Hope Town, there is a treatment facility. However, Stradenberg, we are utilizing boreholes. And it becomes a challenge because most of the time you'd find that the motors, or rather the pumps, are vandalized, cables are stolen, and then some of them are solar operated. So if there's no sun, it becomes difficult for us to provide water for the communities. But in essence, or generally, most of our communities have access to water. It's just that obviously with the issue of the boreholes, as I said, in Stradenberg, there will be from time to time, if there's maybe pipes that we need to fix, that's when we'll have water outages. But it will only be for a few hours. But there was one incident in my first month in Hope Town, basically, where they stole pumps at the river, the abstraction point. So there was an water outage for about 2 days or so, but we did manage to resolve the situation. And then in terms of sanitation, most of, in Hope Town, we have waterborne connections, with other areas being serviced by VIP toilets. And then there's also septic tanks in some other areas. We are servicing them on a regular with our honeysucker. But I must say it's not efficient because from time to time, the honeysucker is old. So from time to time it would break, and then they would not be serviced on time, basically. We are trying to source funding to purchase like your yellow fleet so that we can service our areas regularly. But it's a challenge because obviously the municipality does not have any money. As I said, we are operating on an unfunded budget. And also, and then on the refuse removal, our main challenge is illegal dumping sites. And then obviously the fleet also, because we are using 2 tractors, one for Stradenberg and one for Hope Town to collect refuse. But it is being collected weekly or as per the schedule. However, when the tractor breaks, obviously that's where the problem lies. We have managed to talk to some of the businesses. Standard Bank last week, no, 2 weeks back, sorry, they donated 2 skip bins to assist with the 2 skip bins. Yeah, to assist with the illegal dumpings, more especially in the Hope Town site in Stainville. And then on the roads and stormwater section, I must be honest that we don't have a section, or rather a team, on roads and stormwater. But we have recently adopted a new organizational structure, whereby we have included positions for roads and stormwater section. And obviously those will be filled once we do the adjustment budget. I'm not sure if my colleagues maybe want to add something.
They can respond when we put questions. It's this one. Are you done?
Yeah, okay. I also need to give out the overview of the council. We have about 11 councillors. It's also a hung council. And then all the vacancies in the directorates have been filled. We have the CFO here, the corporate director, as well as myself, the technical director, and then the MM. Thank you.
All right, thank you, MM, for that concise report. Did we? Let me just check with Mr. Weingart. Did we receive any formal submission from? Can you just speak to that, please, so that we just include that in our report?
So we received a response to the questions that was highlighted in the notice. So they've spoken to most of the issues. Highlight some of those. So they've given an overview of the municipality, indicating the areas that they cover, and also the issues of where there are shortages of skilled personnel or senior personnel that's there. They've indicated the services that they are providing. And then they've provided a breakdown of the population within Hopetown, Steynville, Vergenoeg, Tambowil, Sewendelaan and Goudrou. Then they've given an overview of the type of services that's available in the different areas. And we should take note of the problems that was highlighted earlier also with the previous municipality, that limited services are available in informal settlements. Then they've given, as you explained, the dependency on boreholes for water, and that these boreholes are subject to breakdowns and vandalism or theft of cables and infrastructure. Then I'm just going through to some of them. So they've also indicated the number of households that have piped water inside the dwelling, and also that has waterborne toilets. And they've indicated the challenges that are there with the provision of services. They've also indicated the wastewater treatment works in Hopetown and Stradenburg, and that, sorry?
What about the wastewater treatment works?
There is wastewater treatment works.
Okay.
They are operational. But just to mention, in the complaints that we received, it's similar to sewer spillages within the river, and also the quality of the treated effluent, that it's higher than the allowed E. coli levels. So that is concerning. And then there is the use of pit latrines within some of the settlements. And the complaints received around pit latrines is that they are not cleaned. They have reached the life stage and so in terms of challenges with sanitation, age, infrastructure, vandalism of infrastructure, lack of maintenance and funding thereof, disposing of foreign objects into the sewer systems.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weingart. Technical manager, I've listened to your short presentation. I've also listened to the summary of the complaints that we've received and a summary of the questionnaire that you've completed. Doesn't look like much is going on in your municipality. Would you agree with me? And seeing that you've also been classified as a distressed municipality, regarded one of the 10 worst municipalities in the country. Would you agree with me that not much is going on in your municipality?
I'd partly agree with you, Chair. Not fully. Reason being that we are actually trying, and a lot of things are moving in the right direction. For example, the commissioner there mentioned your pit latrines. We are actually in the process. We have actually applied for funding with the sector departments to convert those into your waterborne system, which means they'll be connected to the. So that's why I'm saying some of the things, or even the challenges. Obviously, it's challenges that are currently there, but we are in the process of addressing those challenges.
For how long have you been the technical manager?
It's my 6th month now.
6 months.
Yes, sir.
So when did you start?
Started in May.
In May. All right. And who was the technical manager before you?
It was Mr. Stephen Marufu.
And the MM, for how long has she been is it a
she's-
female, ne?
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
for-
started in January.
in
this year.
January. All right. And you're a water services authority.
Yes, sir.
And I invited you to my session in May. Your municipality or your water services authority decided to also ignore the engagement. Why would that be, seeing that you were the technical manager at that stage and my PA did confirm that you received my notice? Why did you decide not to attend our engagement?
Sir, okay, thank you, Commissioner. But I want to, not in my view, but rather, let me put it this way. I've never received such a communication. If maybe your PA can confirm who they spoke to, because chances are maybe they were using the previous director's email address, or maybe they spoke to the previous, because usually, even most of the time, our email addresses, we don't get emails on time because they would have used old email addresses from the previous, to our predecessors.
Okay, no, we will offline have an engagement, but I dispute what you are saying.
Okay, sir.
All right. Now, the concerning part is Mr. Weingart has just read to us the fact that complainants have indicated that you are releasing sewage into the rivers, into freshwater streams. What is the state of affairs in Thembelihle?
Okay.
Are you doing that?
No, sir. There was one notice that was, or directive that was issued by DWS. It was prior to my time. I think it was 2-3 years back. There is one treatment facility that we are in the process of decommissioning, and we are actually busy constructing a new one there in Hopetown. But at the moment, we are not discharging raw sewage into the Orange River system. And also in Stradenberg, the phase 1 was completed for the refurbishing of the wastewater treatment works. We have received provisional approval for funding for phase 2. We're just awaiting DWS to confirm the funds which they committed for November, December this year.
Okay, but if those are future projects, what is happening to the sewage? Where is it discharged into? Where does it flow to at the moment? If those two projects that you've referred to are future projects, funds that you've applied for and funds that applications that have been approved.
Okay. No, thank you. The first one, it's an ongoing project. It's the contractor is on site, and then in terms of the what is it? The spilling of, not the spilling, but the discharging of the sewer into the Vaal River system. We have an EHP from the district that usually tests the effluent on a monthly basis, and then the tests are sent to EOFs for testing in terms of the compliance or the E. coli levels that are within the sewer system. We are currently using ponds, and we are not discharging into the Vaal River. No, not Vaal River, sorry, Orange River, sir.
Okay. I just want to remind you that the three of you are under oath. Yeah? The three of you are under oath. And that we will follow up on the testimonies that you are giving here.
Yes, sir.
And I will not appreciate any dishonesty with the Commission. I just want to indicate to you, sir, that I've just been made aware that your municipality did acknowledge, and I have the email in front of me, did acknowledge receipt email, the invitation to my engagement with water services authorities. What was the date of the acknowledgement? If you can just assist me with that. So we must not be conservative with the truth when you appear before the Commission. All right?
Yes, sir. But as I was saying...
No. I'm not going to ask you to respond. On the 15th of April.
15th of April.
15th of April, there was confirmation from the municipality. And it was at that time your municipal manager who has decided, is absent unfortunately today, was the MM. So we do not appreciate the fact that we are being undermined by municipalities. We don't appreciate that. And the reason for this inquiry is because we are being undermined by municipalities, because the community out there is being disrespected by municipalities. The Human Rights Commission is being disrespected by municipalities. That's the reality. That is why we are here today. Let us rather cooperate with the Commission, provide us with accurate information, so that in our reports, if there is a need for us to also get involved in assisting you apply for funding for wastewater treatment works or whatever the case may be, we can do that. But if you are providing us with selected and selective information, you are not taking this process forward. All right, please cooperate. Let me ask the provincial manager if he has questions, and then I'll come in again.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. Technical manager, you indicated that you are one of the most distressed municipalities in the country. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's correct.
Can you tell us why that may be? What are some of the contributory factors leading to that classification?
One, obviously, it's the issue of the unfunded budget, whereby our revenue base is very low. We are collecting very low, but the CFO will elaborate on that. And also the issue of, obviously, our losses. I think our water losses are sitting at about 70% or so. And then electricity, it's about 40-something%. Obviously, these are attributed to like illegal connections, unmetered connections, as well as the aged infrastructure in terms of the leakages and so forth. Yeah, those are some of the things, but I'll also request my colleagues to elaborate on.
And so what are you doing about it? If the situation is so dire, what action are you taking?
There were interventions in place. As far as I know, there was a provincial intervention, and then we had to do some presentations. In my first week there, I remember there were presentations that we were making in terms of us getting out of the situation. Last I heard also, we were also on the presidential's intervention. But I'll also ask Mr. Oliphant, because he's more, how can I put it, he has more institutional memory. He's been there the longest. Maybe he'll also be able to elaborate on that.
Please hand over to Mr.
Yeah,
Oliphant.
thank you, Commissioner. Now, we initially, when we was identified, we was called to Kimberley, and we had numerous engagements with the department, and we were required to come up with plans, something like the municipal intervention plans. We were supposed to draft also, of course, the budget funding plans. Those were the plans that we were that we did forward to both national and provincial and national COGSTA, so that they can assist us in this regard. So that is an ongoing process.
Can I ask you to please share those plans with us as well?
Yes, we will before the submissions that we made maybe to COGSTA. Yeah, we will. I'm having it with me, so we can share that with you. All right.
Thank you. Can you share it now?
Let me just check. Is there? You can just maybe.
It's you, Adams, at
Just-
SAHRC. Sure. Can you tell us a little bit about your water services development plan?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, we have a water services development plan which was adopted by Council in March this year. We were also fortunate to be assisted by DBSA to draft our water and sanitation master plans, which have been completed and were adopted as well by Council. They've also assisted us with the electricity master plan, which is also it's being reviewed by MISA because MISA is assisting us because they have their own electrical engineer. We don't have an electrical engineer within the municipality. So they are busy MISA is busy reviewing it, then they'll give us feedback so that we can take it to council for approval also, the electricity master plan. We've also requested the service providers that are assisting COGNA, or rather DBSA, to do those master plans. We've also requested them to assist us with roads and stormwater master plans because, and also through the assistance of the district, they are busy with a program called Rural Roads Asset Management System, REMS. So from time to time, there is something happening in that front. But like I said, we don't have a roads and stormwater section at all at the municipality.
Okay, can I just ask that you provide us with a written breakdown? You can email it to us, which plans have been adopted, which plans are in progress, and to please share all of those plans that you've just mentioned with us as well.
Okay.
If it's possible to do it now, we have just provided you with the email address. Please do so.
It's uadams@sahrc.org.za. uadams@sahrc.org.za. You can copy in zlow, LOUW, at sahrc.org.za as well. Please include your asset registers and your risk registers if you do have any in place. Do you have any in place?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. Yes, Chairperson, we do have the asset register and the risk register in place. So we will avail it to you.
Thank you. Is it regularly updated?
Commissioner, the asset register was updated currently when we were doing the asset count as at 30 June. We are only going to update it also in January when we are doing our 6 months financial statements. The risk register, yes, it's also updated, yes.
On a 6 monthly basis or quarterly basis?
Thank you, Commissioner. The risk, can I just hand it over to Mr. Oliphant to confirm?
Sure.
The risk register, usually we do it semesterly. The last time that we did it was towards the end of the previous financial year. That was the last time that we've updated it. It's now available and we regard it to be updated until maybe the next round again.
And so how do you track its implementation and your progress made with mitigating those risks if it's not regularly updated?
What we usually do is we are convened, and then we have appointed the risk champions, and every department have their own team that deals specifically with the risk. And then we meet, say, we will be convened, and then we will then look at what was. That exercise, we get assistance from Provincial Treasury, the R office. They will come in and then they will assist us with that, and then we will, in tracking what happened, we will look at the decisions or the risk that was there, and look what happened to it, and whether the mitigations that we've put in place, whether it was implemented. We will have by department. I will, for example, will come and I will have to present the corporate services section and what was implemented, because at times you would understand that some of these things might not. Then I must also, the ones that I did not implement or for some reason could not have implemented would necessarily mean that that risk would remain. And then we would have to come up with some means to make sure that we do mitigate. There's a template that we use to specifically deal with exactly what you say, where we will have this was the risk, that is what we done to mitigate it, who's responsible, and that type of thing. There's that now to say spreadsheet that we then populate, and then we work on the basis of that spreadsheet.
Okay. Can you tell me whether or not you've got, you make use of water tankering, and is it insourced or outsourced?
The water tank, at times we do use that. We have a water tanker that we use from time to time. It's not outsourced. When we have a water disruption, we use those tanker, one tanker we say, and then. But what I can say is we do not outsource it. There's no people from outside that come. From time to time, where we do that, from time to time is with the honeysucker. When the honeysucker and the nature of it, we do have people that do the honeysucking for us if there's a problem with our honeysucker, especially in Stridenberg where we have more of that. So that's when it gets to outsourcing, yeah, the honeysucker from time, but the water bowser, no, we don't.
Okay. How much do you spend on that outsourcing?
The last time we outsourced, it was for about 100 or so houses in Stradenbeck. We spent about 18,000.
Excuse me,
We
come
spent
again?
about 18,000.
18,000.
Yeah, total.
Okay.
Okay.
And how much do you owe the water boards and ESCOM?
That I left to hand over to the CFO.
Thank you, Commissioner. Unfortunately, we owe ESCOM, I think, around 138 million. With regards to the water boards, unfortunately, I cannot really recall how much we owe them.
Can you please send us that information as well? I can confirm that I've just received one presentation now. So you do have my correct email address. That's it for now. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Commissioner Quinana, any questions?
Thank you so much, Chair of the session. You said your community complement currently is at 22,000.
22,542.
All right. So just looking at the Constitution at section 184, or rather 183, it's termed developmental duties of municipalities. A municipality must structure and manage its administration and budgeting and planning processes to give priority to basic needs of the community and to promote the social and economic development of the community, and B, participate in national and provincial development programs. Do you have a plan which speaks to this section? Because, whilst the country is complaining about unemployment, but what is evident is that we've got laws in our country that requires just implementation. And this law is actually looking at a municipality to ensure that we don't have the cry for unemployment, because the municipality would have made sure that it has got a proper plan. Do you have a plan? If not, why not?
Commissioner, look, the size of the municipality, of course, and we would not want to put forward apologies or reasons as to why we are not. But we are working on a plan. From time to time, we do get, say, for an example, if we plan the WSP, the workplace, the skills plan, we from time to time, there is a session, a part of it where we have to plan for unemployed youth, for an example, where we at times, and it was not in this financial year, but in previous financial years, we had trainings lined up for them for skills. I remember one was bowl operators that we worked with I think it was the municipality of Jomorolong and Ubuntu that we worked with, where we have got in people that trained some of these people for them for absorption.
How many?
In our municipality, there was 20.
20
And
people.
20 youth, specifically. We've said we've worked on youth, and then I'm not sure about the Jomorolong, because it was when it was approved in bulk. So I'm not sure about how much Ubuntu went into and Jomorolong, but we. And so the plan with that was, and that's what we from time to time want to go into. We would get external people that would come in and ask for people that they can train
And unfortunately, with this trading, the problem is in its absorption, because as a municipality, we cannot absorb, for an example, the 20. You will not be able to absorb all 20 of them. You now need to look elsewhere also.
So, what is the unemployment rate in your municipality? Do you have those statistics?
It's sitting at about, okay. I think it's sitting at just over 60%.
60% of the number, the 22. So, is there a plan? You know, that's what I want to hear. You know, the fact that you did 20 there, here, there, the issue is, do you have a plan? Because the law requires you, the supreme law of our country, which is the Constitution, Section 183 is clear, that you should have a plan which will better prepare you for any other challenges that might come about. You know, the fact that people are not able to pay. Of course, people won't be able to pay. They don't have the funds. They're unemployed. Do you have a plan?
Commissioner, at this point, we must be honest in saying that there's no outright plan that we have, as a municipality, sit down and say this is what we intend to do moving forward. But what
Can I stop you there? Clearly, then the municipality is failing. The municipality is failing its constitutional mandate. So is it that the municipality does not understand its mandate, its constitutional mandate? Are people that are sitting in this position not knowledgeable of what is it they're supposed to be doing? It's not just about waking up in the morning and looking at this, that, but it's also about proper planning for the community in order for your community to thrive. Do you understand that is your role?
Yes, Commissioner.
So the capacity in the municipality, is that a challenge?
Commissioner.
You addressed you said the critical positions have been filled, but is there a challenge with regard to capacity in other areas, or there's no challenge?
The issue that I must maybe raise with your Commissioner is, at this point when we speak of plans, we are mainly dictated to by what one would call tongue-in-cheek material conditions on the ground and where we found ourselves. We've been assisted by Mille, the University of eThekwini, that body of them, where we started to draft the LED strategy that would in the main assist us to look in what you're now getting into. Now we are still in the process of that thing. We are now currently at chapter 3 of the strategy, and the intention is to use that strategy that we get assistance from both the department and the university to then use that LED strategy to assist the communities in that regard, bearing in mind that we are very much aware of what you just raised, our constitutional obligation that rests upon us. We are also aware, Commissioner, of the fact that like I've said, the material conditions, and it should not be an excuse. We are at a place where financially we know we are, and the CFO can attest to that. Financially, the municipality, we are still getting there. And we intend to leave no stone unturned, because we have assistance from,
When
given
did
the
you
nature.
realize this? Sorry to interject. When did you realize this?
What is that, Commissioner?
When did you realize that this is what you need to do?
No,
Because you said
that's-
you are at the point where you have realized it and you are...
No, that must maybe be just I might have put it in a way that you understood it the way that you were seeing it. But what I actually meant is to say that that is all along. That is that is expected of us. But what I'm saying is, Commissioner, is when we look at Thembelihle itself and where we come from, and it's a pity we cannot now maybe address you on some of our context where we move from, and the challenges that we have faced, that we have to first. Our political instability is common cause, it's common knowledge, and all these things. So, some of the municipal managers, some of the senior managers and other managers who were out of the system, they got back, but that was politics. See, and
Can I stop you? Can we come back to, do you have problems with capacity? We have now heard that there's sewer spillages, there's aging infrastructure, right? All these can be resolved if we've got warm bodies that are able to do the work. And that is why I'm asking you about capacity.
at the operational level, yes, we do need some we do lack some capacity, Commissioner.
Whilst you have 22,000 people in your municipality, you've got a challenge of capacity. Why are you not capacitating the very people that are in the municipality?
Financially, we are crippled, Commissioner, and what we need to do is I know the technical manager is constantly busy looking for funding. He's submitted some business plans and everything, so that's work in progress, if I can put it like that. But
And
we are very much aware that
The same question I asked with the previous one. So, SAHRC, the service seaters, have you considered them?
yes, we are working
Have
closely
you
with.
approached them to try and assist you to avail these services, which will be paid by them, not by the municipality? Have you considered them?
We have a solid engagement with for one, the LG CETA that deals with the training, and then we have also, from time to time, the other CETAs are also approaching us for trainings and stuff. So there is an open door for us that we do look into, and we do explore that avenue. We are constantly busy with that. The submission of a work skills plan speak to that, and then also some other CETAs that from time to time approach us for that. And that I can tell you, the council and management are open for that. We from time to, that's how the water reticulation and the borehole training got to us through that.
The answers are right there, isn't it? You already have so many people, but these are warm bodies that don't have work, and when you can capacitate them, that's your answer. But, Chair, I would request that at least they submit a plan. As a municipality, by now, they should be having a plan which shows how they're mitigating the challenges that they have in their community. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you for that line of questioning, Commissioner Queen Nana. I think it's really taking this process forward. A last few inputs from my side. Where there are child-headed households in your municipalities or schools that don't have water and sanitation, how does the municipality deal with that specific challenge? Schools and child-headed households without water and sanitation, how do you deal with it?
The school.
Shouldn't the technical manager respond to that?
Schools that don't have water.
I beg your pardon?
I'm trying to rephrase the question, but you're saying schools that don't have water.
Yes.
Like no services at all.
Well, from time to time they will not have access to water. That's my question. If they don't have access to water, how do you deal with it?
Like I said, okay, like Mr. Oliphant had alluded earlier, is that, look, we have a water tanker, so obviously to be a matter of us taking, or rather taking, using the water tanker to supply the school with water. But in my tenure, that has not happened.
Okay.
Yeah, and then on the child-headed households, I'd like to believe, obviously, your indigent policies, that's where they kick in, or indigent registers, in terms of assisting.
Yeah, Commissioner, now the schools, we went to the schools, we just recently had a project with the schools. I think it relates to electricity something, and what we found at schools is that schools are the Department of Education have issued schools with JoJo tanks and everything, but we have a direct line to each other, the schools and ourselves. So if there's an issue with water and or electricity, we are on standby, we are there for them, they know exactly who, the principals know who to get hold of. And then with regards also to our child-headed households, we as recent as yesterday, we had a meeting with ourselves, then the departments. SAHRC was there, department was there, and they bring us speed with what is then happening. And they in the main
then the Department of Social Development and what will then speak to us on these issues. We also speak to the Education Department, because at times you'll get reports of children. There are certain things that they observe in the conduct of children that makes them to take certain what. So those are the things that they would bring to our attention. Not that we will be able to do anything, but if we can, and most of the instances we might not have the resources, but we are linked to people that might be able to assist, we will go in. Of course, that type of projects, programs are run and are championed by the Social Development Department themselves. They just take us along, and then whatever it is that we need to assist with, we do that. For an example, if there's a water challenge, some of the households, you would understand that the electricity would be it would just be the box, or the electricity box would be ventilated or something like that, given the nature of what's happening there. Then we will send our electricians to go and try and fix this. Of course, then when that happens, we engage the department, the Social Development Department, to make sure just that, because it would also not assist us correcting that box at a cost, and then tomorrow the very same thing happens. So social development would then come in and then assist us in that regard by put them under the radar, for lack of a better word, just to make sure that things are okay.
Okay, so once the municipality is informed about the electricity challenge that you've referred to, you then get involved as a municipality.
We would then request, we would just request
the same applies to water challenges.
The same would apply then. The principals will contact us.
The technical manager just said that there has been no water challenges.
No.
During his tenure.
No, what he referred to, in fact, is correct. There was no water problems. He arrived in May, and since from May to now, there was no such problem, and that's what I.
And before?
Before that happened, I fortunately was also before I was also involved in school operations, and I remember the municipality used to take if there's a need for water at the school, municipality would take it there, and like I said, the relationship that you have with the local principals, at times that we meet each other. What they spoke of yesterday was something like intergovernmental, what at the local level, where we get together and share with each other that problem. So when that type of problem, if, Commissioner, there's a water challenge at the school, the municipality would not necessarily know of that problem. So then it's incumbent upon the principal to let us know. And like I said, we are on standby to then give that water, because we also we know that the importance thereof.
Okay. In your view, question to all three executive managers, are there any human rights violations in your municipality according to you? In other words, that residents at times don't have access to water, that there are sewage spillages in the municipality that don't get attended to within the turnaround time that is prescribed, that the residents of your municipality don't have a clean and safe environment. In other words, your landfill sites are not managed properly, refuse are not being removed on a regular basis. In your view, remember you are under oath, are there human rights violations in your municipality?
Commissioner, the way you've put it leaves us, of course, with no other option to say that, but there might be, but it's attended to as soon.
Yes or no? Are there human rights violations?
Yes, there are, Commissioner.
And you know, that's a serious indictment.
We are very much aware of that, Commissioner, but we would also ask the Commission to understand that we operate in a time we operate with what you know as financial. When on a Saturday there's and I think with our financials you'll see the money that we pay to overtime and those type of things. Those are when the minute when there's for an example there's a drain that's blocked with the potential that it might overflow into the streets. Within that very same day, the team would be dispatched to that immediately. And then at times when I recall a time when Mr. Duba would actually himself go there and stand there and see that these things happen. I remember even before that time there was a serious spillage in our town, and then all of us was called there, and we never left until that spillage was sorted out. So those things happen, unfortunately. And from where we sit is what we do when it happens.
Well,
that
I
becomes important.
expect that from municipal officials, having been one myself. I mean,
Yes.
commissioners, myself, Commissioner Quinana, we are not employed by your municipality, but we go there.
Yeah.
We actually walk around and we see what's going on. So I expect from municipal officials to actually know what's going on and to also experience what community members are
Yes.
experiencing. What is the vacancy rate, technical manager, in your department?
I was hoping Mr. Oliphant would be the one to answer that, but I'd say maybe about 40-50%, because most of the, not most, but some of the staff are actually nearing retirement.
Okay. And there's a vacancy rate of between 40 and 50%. And
Yes,
that's
yes.
on middle management level?
No, it's mostly operational. not-
Operational.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how does it affect service delivery?
It does affect it
Greatly.
greatly, but we are getting some sort of assistance from like your sector departments under the EPWP program, as well as the CWP program.
All right. My last question to you, and I'm very serious about this question. I'm not joking. Is there a reason for the existence of your municipality? Is there a reason why you guys should continue to operate or to function as a municipality, seeing that we have now received testimony from the three of you, three senior staff members, that you are actually doing nothing in that municipality? Nothing is happening there. It's one of the 10 worst performing municipalities in the country. Why should you continue to exist? Shouldn't you just be absorbed by the district municipality, or what should I recommend? What should I recommend to government about your municipality? Should you continue to exist? Honestly, you have not convinced this panel.
No, we are aware of that, Chairperson, Commissioner, and whatever you recommend to the, I would want you to first maybe do what you said you from time to time do, to actually go to the municipality and spend some time there with us to say, to actually live the reality that we face, that we found ourselves in. Because I can tell you, your question might be, your question is relevant, but I can tell you, Commissioner, allow yourself the space and time to come and work with us at least for a week or a month, and then you might just see something different, because we are very much aware that people from outside might not see. And I think it maybe you would also experience that as an organization yourself. You know exactly what you are doing in that thing, and maybe it's an issue also of communication and that type of thing, but the people from outside, they might not see what is happening. Like Mr. Duba said, the plans that were submitted to the sector departments for funding and for all these things, those are the things that we do. And unfortunately, the turnaround time of the departments, I think you are aware of that. So we cannot be held liable for that, but we accept.
No, you can. Let me, in conclusion, indicate to you, Mr. Oliphant, I would much rather spend 2 weeks with the ordinary citizens of your municipality to experience what they are going through at the moment, rather than to sit in your offices and to understand the challenges that you are facing. I understand local government. I've worked there. I would much rather sit with community members and understand what they are going through, because their rights are being violated by the municipality. That for me is much more serious, and that's why I'm asking the question, is there a reason for your existence? And I'm not convinced. All right. Thank you then. That concludes the session with your municipality. Let me just check with the evidence leader, anything that you perhaps would like me to, the panel, to ask before we conclude? Oh, there's another question. Apologies before we conclude. Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. Earlier you indicated, I just wanted you to clarify, was it a provincial intervention or a presidential intervention, or was it both?
The interventions that we attend to was chaired by the interventions that we attended to, that was called to, if it was usually chaired by Chief Director Mpomokhale from National. So we took it that that's from there, and ourselves here in the province, the provincial office say, of the Chief Director, the advocate would call us and say, look, this is, we must get this presentation, we must work on a presentation. When you're done with it, send it to us so that we can see how we enrich it further, so that we submit it to the Chief Director. At National, at some point, there was also talks of them having to present it to the DDG, for that matter.
Okay, but it wasn't a formal Section 139 process.
Not at that point.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Weingart, you have inputs?
The issues that could possibly answer is recently the president announced in the province the funding of close to R1 billion for housing. The municipality has not touched on whether they a recipient of any of those housing developments in the area.
Okay.
And how that will possibly contribute to their fiscus, and also whether they, in their own capacity, are looking at developing land for the middle income groups that can possibly purchase and build houses, and that can become part of the revenue streams for municipalities. Yeah.
Can you respond to that question, please, Tembelihle?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. In terms of the housing, there was a project that started sometime last year. It was funded by COGTA for housing. However, the contractor was terminated due to poor performance. They've recently restarted the supply chain process to appoint the contractor. It's about 120 houses, of which it's 60.
I think the question was about a recent announcement by the Premier. Was it the Premier or the President? The President, of R1 billion that has been made available to fund.
the same.
Have you applied for the funds? Has the project been rolled out by government?
Yeah, that's the one that I mentioned. That's why I'm saying the supply chain process has started.
Supply chain. So
No,
has funds been made available to your municipality?
Yeah, but like I said, there's 120 houses that are supposed to be built in Tembelihle.
And who's funding it?
It's COGTA.
And how much have they made available?
I don't have the clear amount, but I know it's 120.
Well, there's a CFO. CFO?
No, but it's not, like I said, everything is handled by them, by the department. It's not transferred into the municipality's account.
So you're not responsible for procurement?
No, we are not. It's done by them.
Okay. Anything else, evidence leader? Done. Mr. Adams? Done. Commissioner Kuinana?
I forgot to ask you about the older persons. You know, there's one thing that we all never seem to realize is how we are all going to get old. If the Lord does not take us, at least we are going to get old. And it does not look like we are preparing for same. And the Older Persons Act is clear to say that government is supposed to prepare for same, but also to take care of the older persons at the time. Do you have a plan? Or are they also just the forgotten? And also just address as well the persons with disabilities. Do you have programs around them that ensures that whilst you could be struggling with provision of water, but they are still afforded water? Or they are also just, they must fend for themselves and try and go to the water tank like everyone else. Is there a plan around those two? Thank you, Chair.
With regards to the water, the distribution of water, say the water bowser would go around, and we are not standing at corners, so we go, and if for an example, if it's reported to us through the ward committees and those people who say that, but look, there's this need, we attend to that. For an example, with the water thing, I remember at some point, there was a deliberate attempt on the part of council to take water to specific individuals that are not in a position to do that. Our municipality you'll also see when you get into municipality, I'm not sure whether how it got to it, but we've erected a ramp for people with disabilities to get in and get out safely. So we do take into account the elderly. We are now busy currently with our plans, employment plans, and those are the things that we need to also, because currently we must admit there's no one, we have not met the threshold in terms of employment of people with disabilities, but we are working on that as we speak. But for the old and the old age people,
And-
those programs
and
are
the
usually run by the.
threshold? And the threshold at the moment being that you are applying, is it still 2.5%?
No,
You've
in
gone
terms
up.
of
For persons with disabilities?
okay, the threshold. No, we currently do not have anyone in the municipality with a disability that's working for us.
But do you know the threshold?
No.
All right, thank you, Chair.
So it's not prioritized at all.
It is, Commissioner.
How can you say that, Mr. Oliphant? How can it be prioritized if you don't know what the threshold is?
When
If you have no person with a
When
disability
you look
working
at
for
our
the
adverts,
municipality,
Commissioner.
how can you say it's being prioritized?
When we do advertise, as part of our advertisements,
Just the desktop exercise, just a compliance exercise. Shake your head, Mr.
all right, thanks. No, we're not. Apologies if that comes across like that. Apologies for that if it comes across as if we are, because we're not, for sure, Commissioner. That's
I'll
not.
make sure that you are not disrespectful, trust me. Trust me on that one. Take your chances. Trust me. All right, that brings us to the end of Tembelihle. We're going to take a short break. Who's next on the program? Is it Mtanjeni? All right, at least they are respectful towards the commission. All right, thank you so much. 10 minutes break and then we will reconvene. You are released. Thank you. which is Mtanjeni. I have been advised that there are two complainants who will, is it two evidence leader? Should we start with you first, or should we immediately go to is it two complainants? All right, I'm going to request Commissioner Kwinana to deal with the formalities.
Thank you so much. Ma'am, may I please have you stand? May I have your full names on record?
My name is Fauzia Rauda.
Your age?
I'm a lady.
Apologies.
54.
Thank you. Is it the oath or the affirmation?
It's an oath.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
Absolutely not.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Absolutely.
Do you swear that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. You may take a seat.
Thank you, Commissioner Kwinana. Ma'am, if I'm correct, you have lodged a complaint with the Human Rights Commission, and I would like you just to articulate the nature of the complaint. If you can address the panel for not more than 5 minutes, please, because we have so many municipalities we have to deal with in a very short period of time. So if you can just explain to us what the nature of the complaint is about, focus on the specific human rights violations according to yourself, and if needs be, the panel will also put a question or two to you, but just if you can just formally table your complaint before the Commission. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I would like to take this opportunity. My name, as indicated when I took the oath, is Fauzia Rauda. I am a member of the Provincial Legislature for the Democratic Alliance. I want to take this opportunity, Commissioner Kwinana, Commissioner Boshoff, and Mr. Adams as the Provincial Manager. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll step right into it, if you don't mind, Commissioner Boshoff. The above matter, as well as our initial complaint, which dated back to 2022, and subsequent correspondence also bears reference. As you will recall, I originally lodged a complaint with the South African Human Rights Commission via its electronic platform in October 2022, and I raised my concern about the ongoing collapse of water and sanitation services within the Mtanjeni local municipality in the Pixley KCMA district in the Northern Cape. As highlighted in my original complaint, the status quo violates the basic rights according to the residents in terms of the Constitution and exposes the public to unnecessary health and hygiene risks. My original complaint lodged in October 2022 described specific instances and acts that violates residents' rights, including the violation of residents' rights to an environment that is not harmful for their health or well-being, as protected in Section 24(1)(a) of the Constitution, as municipal trucks were observed discharging sewage into various unsuitable locations. These instances dated from April 2022 and including the filming of a municipal truck discharging sewage into a public park in Hanover. The park is used as a playground by local children. The municipality claimed that this specific truck was discharging grey water collected from a nearby school. However, the school does not have a tank for collecting grey water and instead lets washing water run into the grounds. These incidents go against the expectation that the local government will promote a safe and healthy environment as provided in Section 1521D of the Constitution. I must express my concern that the municipality choose to prevaricate or even misrepresent facts when presented with video evidence of the wrongdoing. A caring municipality that truly lives up to its constitutional mandates and that is responsive to the the needs of residents, would not shy away from the truth, however unpalatable, but would embrace accountability and strive to do better for residents. Further violation of residents' rights to an environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being as protected in Section 24(1)(a) of the Constitution, as oversight conducted in October 2022 by public representatives representing the party in Mtanjeni at the wastewater treatment plant, confirmed that this facility was indeed dysfunctional. The state of dysfunctionality persists, notwithstanding promises in 2022 that an application would be made for the funding from the municipal infrastructure grant to provide the necessary upgrades. In December 2022, I also wrote to the member of the executive of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements, Traditional Affairs to request that his office assist the municipality with the drafting of a conditional grant funding request. Drone footage taken in October 2022 confirms the extent of the sewage overflow and spillage from the dysfunctional Da'ar wastewater treatment plant. It is evident that the water and sanitation systems in Mtanjeni has collapsed and can no longer meet the needs or protect the rights of residents. The lack of a functional wastewater treatment plant contributes to sewage overflows and spillage into the veld, which poses environmental risks. As described in my original complaint, sewage flows into the veld from the Da'ar wastewater treatment plant and comes within meters of a railway line. In October 2022, sewage was within 70 meters of the Brakrivier riverbed. Boreholes in and around the river, which are still to be connected to the water reticulation system, will have to be tested for the real possibility of contamination. It is a violation of local government's duty to ensure sustainable services to communities and to promote a safe and healthy environment as provided in Section 1521B and Section 1521D of the Constitution. Failure of the municipality to attend to blocked drains further violates the rights of residents to an environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being as enshrined in Section 24(1)(a) of the Constitution. Each of these instances also violates the rights of residents to basic adequate housing, which undermines their right to property and impacts adversely on the rights to their health. Oversight conducted at the Da'ar District Hospital in October 2023, 1 year after my original complaint was submitted to the South African Human Rights Commission, confirms that an inadequate supply of water continues to pose a significant risk to the quality of healthcare services. As you may know, Section 27(1)(a) of the Constitution states that everyone has the right to have access to healthcare services, and yet municipal service delivery effectively deprives many residents of Mtanjeni to the full protection of their constitutional guarantee. In October 2024, 2 years after my original complaint was submitted to the South African Human Rights Commission, the National Department of Water and Sanitation confirmed that it had resorted to laying charges against Mtanjeni for the persistent non-functionality of the Da'ar wastewater treatment works, while the South African Human Resource Commission does not have jurisdiction over criminal matters. The fact that a national organ of state has gone so far as to bring criminal charges emphasizes the urgency and importance of my original complaint. In the 3 years that have passed since I've lodged my original complaint, I engaged regularly with the South African Human Rights Commission and submitted updates on the matter. You may recall my frustration as expressed in March 2023 that the South African Human Rights Commission does not act with the necessary urgency to offer recourse for residents whose basic rights are being violated on an ongoing basis. While I am absolutely sympathetic to the fiscal pressures and budget constraints that may make it difficult to fund operations, I must point out that the Human Rights Commission remains the apex body to investigate and act on behalf of ongoing violations of human rights. Budget cuts are or cannot be justified as a wholesale violation of human rights. I therefore look forward to the opportunity offered in this meeting scheduled today to receive a full report of the human rights investigation thus far, including recommendations for actions that can provide immediate relief to residents who have shown remarkable patience and fortitude. Commissioner, if you would allow me, and I know you've given me 5 minutes, this matter in terms of the water and sanitation crisis in Mtanjeni is a matter that I have been addressing together with public reps from the year 2021. From 2021 onwards, reams of letters to the Department of Water and Sanitation, the Office of the Premier, Green Scorpions, the Northern Cape Department of Cooperative Governance, Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs to intervene and secure the basic rights and sanitation services to residents. In August 2021, I lobbied the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and the portfolio on the Committee of Health and Social Development to conduct oversight to medical facilities. In September 2022, I request intervention again from the Department of Water and Sanitation. In October 2022, I lodged the complaint with your kind selves. In December, I requested the MEC for Coxter to assist with the Mtanjeni to apply for the condition for the grant that can refurbish and repair the DR wastewater treatment works. In December 2022, I actually launched a petition to protest the worsening water issues that was taking place in Hanover. January 2023, increased pressure on the Northern Cape Department of Health to budget for more urgent operational of the DR hospital that was engaged. In September 2023, oversight inspections of the water infrastructure by DA public reps exposed a lack of maintenance that aggravated by high stages of load shedding. In October 2023, oversight inspection at the DR hospital confirms the inadequate water supply. In February 2024, I actually laid criminal charges against the Mtanjeni local municipality for contravention of the Wastewater Service Act and the National Water Act. In August 2024, the reporting sewage overflows in Hanover to the municipality escalated the matter to Coxter for intervention, and in October 2024, confirmation of criminal charges was laid by the Department of Water and Sanitation in relation to the prolonged dysfunctionality of the DR wastewater treatment works. I appreciate, Commissioner, the fact that you allowed me to go through the timeline. There is a reason why I went through the timeline. In all my engagements, and I have a file that I'm prepared to leave with you that give evidence of my engagement on this matter. The only time I've ever received communication to a letter that I dated the 31st of March from the municipality was on the 9th of April that responded to some of the questions that I have had. But of concern to me, 5.5 million rand the municipality budgeted for in the financial year ending 30th of June to purchase vehicles to improve service delivery. What did the municipality do? They have a desperate need for road scrapers, honeysuckers, cherry pickers, trucks and some vehicles such within the traffic department need. What did they prioritize? The purchase of 10 Mahindra bakkies, claiming that that would further service delivery when there's a clear need for your cherry pickers and your honeysuckers. But Chairperson or Commissioner Boshoff, I do want to raise a concern. And I've met with the MEC for Coxter Cooperative Governance and Human Settlements, and I don't know if this is a game. I don't know if you can pick up how frustrated we are in terms of driving this issue. When I met with him, I brought this up in a budget debate of the cherry pickers, or the 5.5 million or the 10 Mahindra bakkies. It came across as an absolute shock. And when I met with him, the response was the authority or autonomy that local government claims, giving me the impression that even if there is intervention from, whether it be from Treasury or whether it be from Coxter, it is not appreciated by the municipality. And what makes me worried and has the community of Mtangeni in a state of uproar, how is it you can purchase 10 Mahindra bakkies when you've got these critical service delivery issues that threaten the very health of individuals? So when I did oversight, because I literally walked, and I have video footage of the raw sewage at this wastewater treatment plant, the public rep that represents the party in that municipality was in my car when I drove to that. When we came there, photos was taken. When we left, he got a not so nice phone call from the municipality, and after that, no one was allowed to go and do oversight there. I must say also of concern, Commissioner, the legislature and my responsibility in terms of the Constitution as a member, I am entitled to do oversight announced or unannounced. The communication to the MM, other than this letter, he doesn't pick up phone calls. When emails get sent from the DA councillor to him, they take their time to respond. But the absolute disregard for the respect of the authority of the legislature is for me concerning. And the autonomy that they claim, and that is a game, whether it is from the MEC of Coxter or whether it is from the municipality. But this game that individuals or the municipality is playing is putting the very lives of communities at risk, and that for me is unconscionable. Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And thank you also for the little bit of criticism. We take note and we appreciate that as well. I think if you look at the performance of the Human Rights Commission over the last 18 to 20 months, especially with regards to oversight over municipalities, we've only received compliments from government, from NGOs, civil society, political parties, especially your political party. I think there's on the side of the Human Rights Commission tremendous improvement, and we appreciate the criticism. We will not criticize you for criticizing us. Just to indicate, I had a similar experience at Mtangeni. I was also insulted by a municipal official when I visited the treatment works. I later received a letter of apology from the municipal manager, but I agree with you.
You're lucky you got a response, I did.
Well, I insisted on it. I insisted on an apology. So it is a tendency, it appears, at the municipality, and it is a concern. Public office bearers, public representatives should be allowed to perform oversight as prescribed by legislation, as expected by the Constitution. We cannot allow public office bearers to be shown the door, so to speak, and to be insulted like I was by a middle manager telling me what I can do with my title. All right. Unacceptable. That will not be tolerated, and public representatives are encouraged to do what they're supposed to do. Thank you so much. I don't think there are questions for the MPL. You are released. Thank you. You may.
More than welcome to leave my entire reams of paperwork. Do I give it to you, Commissioner, or do I give it to the...
You can give it to Mr. Weingart.
I will do that. Thank
Perfect. Thank you so much. You are released, but you may sit and observe. Who's next, Mr. Weingart? Mr. Kamfer, you are next. I said 2 minutes. You remember, Mr. Kamfer?
I heard Commissioner. I think I'm gonna, I think I'm going to follow the lead of the MPL.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Quinana, formalities, please.
Thank you so much. Your full names, please.
My name is Eddie Kamfer.
Your age?
My age is 55.
And is it the oath or the affirmation?
Affirmation, please.
Thank you. Do you have any objection taking the affirmation?
Not in particularly.
Do you regard the affirmation to be binding on your conscience?
Most definitely, Commissioner.
Do you then solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please say, I do.
I do.
With the hand still also.
Yes, I do,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
Thank you so much. You may take a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana, and welcome, Mr. Kamfer. 2 minutes. I'm a man of my word. Please address us, will you?
Commissioner, thank you for the time and the privilege to be here. I will try to stick to the 2-minute cut-off time. My name is Eddie Kamfer, as I said, and I represent more than just one particular segment of our Mtanjeni municipality. It is the full area of the municipality, so that includes the R, Bridgetown, as well as Hanover. We are a group of organizations that are collaborating, and I'm sitting here as a mandate from all those different groupings. I have the document here as my mandate, and we are actually adding to the list as we go along. Just one of the organizations that is right on top, it's called the Mtanjeni Belastingbetalers en Inwonersvereniging. In short, it's EBIF, and that organization alone represents at least, it's Ratepayers Association. It represents at least about 9,000 households in Mtanjeni municipality. So if you times that by 4, then we talk about probably about 36,000 people per household in total on average. So Commissioner, thank you once again. So I'm speaking here on behalf of not myself, and at the moment there are many of the organizations that actually sent me here and actually funded my trip here, unlike our municipality, who are being funded also by the same people, but then they had to go the extra mile and incur more costs to send somebody like me here so that they can have a voice. So this is the privilege that we have. I'm going to start reading what I've written down, Commissioner. We appear before you not merely to complain, but to provide a structured and documented account of what we have endured as residents. And now, having only the 2 minutes, I will obviously submit. We have collected, because we actually announced that we will be represented here at the Human Rights Inquiry, and we have allowed up until yesterday at about 10 o'clock for any individual organizations to submit evidence and their complaints. So I have been collating that, and if I will have the privilege to submit that at a later stage, if I can ask at least about 24 hours to do that. But I'm going to read through our more or less a summary of what our complaints are and what our attitude is and our sadness and so on. I'm going to read it to you, Commissioner. As I say, we appear before you not merely to complain, but to provide a structured and documented account of what we have endured as residents. An account grounded in evidence, correspondence, and legal orders already before the municipality. Before delving into specific examples, we wish to highlight a pattern we have come to recognize over time, a pattern that explains why each crisis in Mtanjeni ends up repeating itself. We call it the circle, so CIRCLE framework, because it represents the vicious cycle residents are trapped in. The circle framework is number 1, the C stands for commencement, in other words, the trigger of this cycle that starts. It starts with issues such as unlawful or negligent actions by officials or management, such as unpromulgated rates, questionable appointments, and ignored petitions. And I'm gonna, if I'm gonna have a little bit of time, I'm gonna maybe isolate just one aspect to see how that fits into that whole circle, that cycle. So the second one, the second letter is I for ignore, silence, denial, and refusal to uphold and hold anyone accountable. The first clear sign is then of managerial incompetence, and that becomes routinely, that any issue becomes routinely dismissed. The third letter is the R, which is rationalize. Rationalize. So then we are so used to excuses that will be offered, and also excuses like there's no budget, there's legacy issues, and there are we inherited the problem, and those sort of lame excuses. And then the C, the second C, is for consequences, or then very strongly something is on its way to collapse. So that's also another C for the second C. So the residents suffer in the end. Services deteriorate, accounts become incorrect, infrastructure decays. The letter L is for ludicrous attempts, or then last minute fixes. So then you end up with, I mean, right before our eyes we see cosmetic or reactive measures are taken only under pressure. Only when certain pressure is applied, then you see there's an attempt which we actually acknowledge as a ludicrous attempt. And so it goes on. So then the E, the last E of the letter circle, is then endless repeat. So you end up with a cycle that restarts. Because there's issue after issue after issue, the same cycle. And as I'm sitting here, I've obviously recognized our MM and also the infrastructure director, and we greeted each other. And the sadness that I experienced, and I shared it with them, and then we talked to each other as we are families. They said, but why did we have to come to Kimberley as family and acknowledge each other as families? Why don't we acknowledge each other in the R as families? Why are we being ignored? So then the broader pattern and its consequences, this is not a theoretical model, Commissioner. It is drawn directly from documented evidence, written correspondence to the municipality since March 2023 up until September 2025. The council minutes obtained through legal channels, the court orders, for example, a spoliation ruling by the court, citizens' petitions. That was now in this month still, a few days ago, a petition was handed over to the municipality, and the MM wasn't present. So somebody had to accept I can read that to you, but I'll submit it to as well as part of the submission. So testimonies such as those of Mrs. Blighnout, she's a senior citizen. Her account, the municipal account, is completely, it's not up to standard. It's completely incorrect. There was once that her electricity was disconnected incorrectly. So she had to, an old lady had to go to the municipality, and then they realized that there was a problem, there was a mistake, and so they fixed it. But the account is not fixed yet. And so that was one of the latest information that we received. So there's visual evidence of infrastructure decay, roads, water walks, public buildings. We have all those evidence. And I think the previous speaker assisted me to also mentioned some of it, and so on. So if I am allowed to appeal to the municipality, we want to put this as plainly as possible. After years of appeals letters and meetings, one cannot help to ask, can you truly say that you care about this community, our community? Can you see that your actions or inactions have forced residents to conclude otherwise? And will you really allow this to run its full course? Our municipality. We are not here to humiliate anyone. We are here because we have been left with no other recourse. This inquiry represents perhaps the last opportunity to restore trust through honesty, accountability, and action.
Thank you, Mr. Comfort. Just one question from my side. When I visited Mtanjeni, I requested the MM and his team to meet with the business community and yourselves so that we deal with these challenges, especially with regards to accurate billing. I was advised by Mr. Weingaard that that meeting did take place. What was the outcome of the meeting? How did you experience the meeting? Because I'm going to put the same question to the municipal manager.
Commissioner, that was going to be part of my example of the cycle. The MM promised in a meeting on 12 March 2025 that he will meet with us within 2 weeks. Up until today, there's been silence, Commissioner. There has not been a meeting. There's been a meeting before the commissioner was on. The commissioner was the HRC was coming to the R, and before then we had a meeting set up, and that meeting we actually walked into the venue, and then the MM cancelled that meeting. So that was before the commissioner was there. After that, so the excuse of that meeting was because the commissioner is coming, we're gonna convene after that. After that, obviously, there was a meeting where the municipality was forced to have a meeting and explain to the community. I have my own opinion about how that meeting took place, because it was a meeting. It was a meeting as if it's a meeting set up by the municipality. It was not a meeting as if it was the commissioner instructed the municipality to give information to the, because it was a meeting where the municipality, which the municipality chaired, and also in that meeting it was completely, and the promises that came out there was once again a show the disrespect to law and order and to the commission. And for example, there was, for example, a question that was asked in that meeting on the issue of promulgation, promulgating rates and taxes according to Article 14 of Act 6 of 2004. We asked the MM whether he can assure that for the previous 2 financial years whether the rates and taxes were promulgated. The answer that the MM gave, firstly, he looked to the other staff members, senior staff members, and he looked at them, and they said it must have been. And that sort of answer is, you can't answer it must have been, you must either say yes or no. And afterwards, the MM said that they're going to look at it. And so all that happened after that, no communication further. What happened is we discovered, also because of our own investigations, normal citizens of Mtangeni municipality, we went and discovered that the rates and taxes were promulgated for the latest, the financial year that we are in now. And to show the lack of expediency and commitment, and we cannot call it something else but incompetence, that even the rates and tax for the previous financial year was also promulgated on the same day that this year's one was. So hence, I mean, applaud to the municipality for promulgating for 2025-2026 on time, in June 2025. But June 2025, the same day, last year's one was also promulgated. That tells you that any municipal manager should know that you have 60 days after the resolution was taken on 31st March. On that day, if resolution is taken by council, then you have 60 days to promulgate for the financial year. After that, it's too late. If it's after the 31st of July of that financial year, then if it's in September, it's too late. So if then the public then pays rates and taxes that have been levied, then the whole transaction is unlawful. And Commissioner, so the issue of 3 years as unlawful rates and taxes is on the table still with the municipality. They're ignoring that.
Thank you, Mr. Kamfer. I have to stop you, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I'm going to steal the time of the other municipalities. So I have to stop you. But thank you for a very comprehensive, concise but very comprehensive explanation. And we've taken note. You may step down. Thank you. All right, I'm going to request Mtangeni MM and the Infrastructure Director to join us. Commissioner Quinana will deal with the formalities.
Will you please rise for the oath or the affirmation? Your full names, please, for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Sang Malawule, Municipal Manager of Mtanjeni.
Thank you. And your age?
My age is 52.
And do you take the oath, or are you going to make an affirmation?
I do make an oath,
An oath.
Honorable Commissioner.
Thank you. Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
I've got no objection at all.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, Commissioner, I regard it binding.
Do you then swear that the evidence that you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. May you pass on the mic to your colleague if she's also going to testify. Are you going to testify, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Please rise. Your full names, please.
Leletu Tiso,
Your age.
38.
Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Oath.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you regard the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
We are recording, so if you nod, it's not seeing then.
Yes, I do, I said.
Thank you. Do you now swear that the evidence you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God." Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Quinana. Right, MM, you've listened to the two complainants, two very elaborate complaints that have been articulated by both the MPL and Mr. Kamfer. I want you to respond to those complaints because they are very serious, you know, and you must also understand MM, and you've heard the MPL criticizing the Human Rights Commission. You know, sometimes we receive all these complaints and there's a certain expectation that the Commission must secure redress for the communities. And if we don't get the cooperation from the municipality or municipalities, then it's very difficult to secure the redress for the marginalized. So I would like you to respond to those complaints. It's very concerning that an accounting officer does not respond to correspondence. Very concerning. You know, I always tell people that when I was in your position, but just at a much bigger municipality, I never left my office without responding to all the emails in my inbox. Dealing with all the correspondence on my desk, not answering all of them, but at least marking them out to HODs for immediate attention or urgent attention, whatever the case may be. It's very concerning that a municipal manager is not responding to correspondence, especially from an MPL. It's very concerning. I would never take that chance, even where I'm sitting. If any political party's leader makes contact with me or an MPL or a councillor, there's Pismo Mugodi sitting there. We deal with that immediately. We don't take chances. Unfortunately, municipalities take chances, and that is very concerning. Very concerning. You know, before we started, I thought, you know, I at least since my visit to Mtanjeni, at least had some improvement in the relationship between ourselves and your municipality. You attended our engagement with the water services authorities. You are here. There was, when I inquired, was it yesterday evening, is Ntangeni coming? Is the MM coming? Yes, he's coming. And I thought, well, at least we see cooperation from the municipality now. And I even complimented you this morning. But now I'm worried again. I'm worried that you are not prioritizing correspondence, that you are not prioritizing addressing the complaints that have been raised by the MPL. I thought that when I gave instructions that you should address the community, especially around the fact that your billing system was in disarray, that you would, and we agreed on the approach, that you would at least deal with it and sort out the challenges that have been raised by business people and the NGOs who also came to me the day, I think, before I met with you. Now it looks like we are back to square one again. It's really, really concerning. So I want you, you have half an hour to address the complaints, and I'm not going to, I'm only going to give you 30 minutes to address the complaints that have been raised. But equally important, you have to also address us on the challenges that your municipality is facing with regards to service delivery. Your audit opinion, the classification of your municipality, any interventions by either national or provincial government. I've been to your township areas. I saw with my own eyes that refuse was not being removed. You promised, you undertook that would be dealt with immediately. I've excused the two complainants, but I'm sure that they will probably tell me when we adjourn that nothing has been done with regards to refuse removal in your municipality. That the lives of ordinary people are being jeopardized on a daily basis because there are human rights violations in your municipality, and I want you to address us on that. I went to the treatment works. I observed what the MPL observed. There's a dam of sewage, massive dam of sewage, because everything is being discharged in that pan area. Has that been attended to? Because that is a serious human rights violation. You'll recall that when we had that meeting, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was the representative from the Department of Water and Sanitation who also indicated to us that they had just or would immediately after the engagement open a criminal case against yourself for sewage spillages, if I remember correctly. Has that happened? What has transpired since that explanation from, I think it was the Department of Water and Sanitation? So, yeah, let's start with you addressing the complainants through me, please, and then also explaining the challenges that you are facing. But very importantly, you also made undertakings when I visited Mtangeni. And I would like to get feedback from yourself on what has changed since my visit to the municipality. Over to you. Please speak directly into the mic, will you?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I just hope that the mic is active. Yeah, and thank you for the opportunity, Commissioner, that at least we can respond. The Democratic Alliance, MPL, Maroda, a number of complaints and scheduling has been given. We want to assure Commissioner that whatever that we have agreed upon since your visit, the municipality has taken a stand to address those service delivery issues. One of them, as you to remember, was a dysfunctional financial system. The vendor system, which was also not assisting much the citizens of Mtanjeni. And we impressed upon that time that we were in a process. And since then, the following happened. We did change the system from Sebata, which was dysfunctional, to the CCG financial system, which is starting to give us the desired results. Similarly, in the same year, Commissioner, give us the type of consumption of electricity, for example, per day, per week, per month, and ongoing. So the two has been successfully implemented. It is not as if nothing and nothing at all has been done. And then we also go on to look at this, the allegation that the water and sanitation infrastructure is collapsing. This is a national phenomenon where without maintenance, any infrastructure would give in, including the newly purchased infrastructures. Now we want to also put it on record, Commissioner, that the technical division under the auspices of the same director next to me has been doing a sterling job around the backlogs that we are experiencing. And those backlogs are the water backlogs coming over the years. And one of these things is we are keeping a record, a daily record that is coupled with the complainant. If there's a complainant on the day, we record that household name. We record the type of complaint that has been registered, and we disperse our own officials, Commissioner, to go and attend. That record is being kept by the departments, and it is also being made available when we are reporting in council, including when we are doing community consultations. That is as per the Municipal Structures Act of 1999. And we are also saying, Honorable Commissioner, with the panel members, that on sanitation, we have submitted number of business plans in line with the same that Ma Rhoda has alluded to. One, the Hanover waste treatment plant. There is a business plan that has also been approved by council and approved by the funding sector, which is water department, of 3.4 million, and I'm saying it also into record. That is in our time. Now this 3.4 million is attending to the same spillage which we have agreed before about, without any lack of transparency, that there is a challenge, and the challenge is aging infrastructure. So there is a council resolution, and there is a specific business that has been approved to that extent. I would also agree, Commissioner, that there was a challenge with the waste treatment plant in the R. We submitted once again the business plan in my time, and that business plan has been approved 2 weeks ago. It's about a 80 million rand project by the Department of Water. We have had meetings with them just to plead, to say, here we are, and here we are crying that these things might end up being criminal charges against ourselves. So I want to put it on record again here that that expenditure, as promised, has now been officially approved after council has resolved on the matter and after the department has taken an effort, Honorable Commissioner, to do something about the matter. we are quite acknowledging that South Africa's problem is more of the demands, but the supply is little. It's an economic problem, number one. It's a general problem all over the world, that you will not meet all the needs of a community with the limited budget that is at your disposal. So I wouldn't agree that nothing and nothing at all has been done, Commissioner. And I also want to impress that when we conduct our budget process, the process starting to get steam in the month of March, we do invite communities, and in writing, including also in the newspaper, which means now with the 8 wards that we have for Mtanjeni, 7 wards, 8, we go to all, and I want to emphasize that we go to all the wards physically. Now, where the complainants might be coming from, which is Ward 5, we have a low turnover. We have a low level of attendance. But despite that, we carry on because you've got citizens that are not the same. You've got very constructive citizens who would attend and exercise their right to go and say what they want to see in the budget. But the majority of the complainants, Commissioner, do not attend such constitutional and such legislated by meetings in line with the Municipal Systems Act, which is Chapter 4 of the Act and Chapter 5 of the same Act. And in all these meetings, Honorable Commissioner, I can also attest that in same spirit, the overseer is the mayor and is always there. We give feedback, we give the plans, we give feedback, and where there are disagreements, they are normally ironed out and discussed in such meetings. Now, the issue of the unhygienic water, that is part of your Section 24 constitutional mandate of health and hygiene, which is a function performed by the district. We do open ourselves up for the district to do as a water hygiene test. And if the report is not acceptable, we do take measures to make sure that we adhere to the standard that is required. And we also, if there's a health scare, Commissioner and panel members, we also do circulate and discuss about it and give people feedback. But in most cases, the technical department, they physically go there and do inspection, and they are not just sitting idle, honorable members of the commission, but they are doing something. The safe environment in terms of refuse collection. Yes, for majority of us local municipalities, you have your informal settlement. The environmental education is normally too low. From us, from the sector department that are charged with doing that, we acknowledge, and it's one of the backlogs that are there, where people would litter honorable commissioners all over. And you pick today, tomorrow, it's still the same littering. You pick today, still the same littering. So we want to impress that with regard to our service level agreement with the community, we do pick up those refuse. To some extent, some incidents we do not pick to a desirable level for a human eye, or for a high standard of hygienic. But we do also accept that the department is doing something, and we are also brooming the roads with our own officials, and those reports are there, including the photos, honorable commissioners. So we are trying, and I do not want to make a budget the only sole excuse, because when you have got to do the services, unfortunately, there should be a reciprocal receipt of income from accounts. And we want to indicate that the same complainants are the ones that are, most of them are affluent, Commissioner, and I raised it with you before. They don't pay for services. You would understand if such households are indigent, because we do provide a monthly fee, monthly, for the indigents, water, electricity, sewer, as a, what you call, what is this? As a discount and as a free basic service, especially water, we do apply it on a monthly basis. But over and above, what is so concerning is if you've got a person at my level not paying the municipal account, and probably then we hide behind the fact that accounts are faulty. We have addressed this matter each and every time when we meet with communities, that all those that has got complaints with municipal accounts, the municipal office are open, and we do on a daily basis. There are ladies that are working on accounts, including one gentleman. There are about more than 6 that are just working on accounts. And we can even impress upon that even the business people that were negative, once they came into the office, accounts are treated, Commissioner, with them. And then we also go through the tariff structure. Tariff structure is how much you charge per kiloliter. How much do you charge per electricity kilowatt per hour, per day, or per whatever usage. And we go through them so that we also explain to them the categorization of the users. There are low-level users and high-capacity leaders. So you'll see them as KVI and KVA, which will distinguish between a user as either small or massive users. I do not want to dwell on excuses. That's why I am more, Commissioner, speaking to the programs that we are undertaking. And to turn around does not happen overnight. I want to say that. Commissioner, you have asked a very important question. What is your audit opinion? Our audit opinion for the past 2 years where I've been there is qualification and qualification. For the previous financial years, when Mr. Fusser was in charge, has also been qualifications also. So there's not been a regress for a window period of about 7 years, because you take it 4 plus 3 in a window period as given by a National Treasury framework. Now, Commissioner, I also humbly want to disagree that when you have a budget cut, that should not, that would not affect your service delivery. Obviously, the function is followed by the money, and vice versa. The money follows a function when you are dealing with the finances. So unfortunately, when you are expecting a 450 million rand budget and you can only afford a 330 million rand budget, the deficit thereof means that some of the services will be compromised, and unfortunately some of them would be basic service delivery. So that one is a given from the financial point of view, because I really need to go straight into the complaints as they are coming to us. So, Commissioner, the water scheme which we have explained before, and we're still explaining it, there are 4 water schemes with Mtanjeni. One of it is a REIT, where we fetch our water. It's 30 to 40 kilometers far away. I want to repeat again. REIT scheme is about 40 average kilometers from where the residents are. Similarly, the Karula Sport is about 20 kilometers away. The Southwest scheme is about 15 kilometers away. And Parde Valley, Parde Flay, is about 8 kilometers, Commissioner, away. Now, common sense, engineers will tell you, if water must travel so far, Commissioners, panel members, in the way it will find its own troughs, it will find its own slopes. And just like a walking human being, when you are facing an updraft, your speed will definitely be affected. And when you are facing a downhill, your speed will definitely go. But remember, backwards there are also now obdrans that would keep the water not flowing there. So the expenditure to a greater extent goes to the booster pumps, goes to the control panels of water, and we do spend more than any other years that are prior when it comes to water. Commissioner, we can prove it as in rands and cents with a report if it is needed. So we are experiencing this. The root cause is, where is the municipality getting water? Because the water censoring report says that there is no water in the nearer future schemes of a municipality very closer to the municipality. So we would apologize if the MPL have experienced non-response for so many years. And as an accounting officer, I cannot defer it to any other person, but we will take it as a pinch of salt on us. I have nevertheless instructed my departments, community service, corporate, and to respond to all correspondence, especially those biting ones on service delivery. Like for instance, now we can gladly say even a month or two away, when there was complaints on. Yes. The water crisis.
You have 3 minutes less.
Thank you,
Left
Commissioner.
rather.
Yes.
Please address us on your challenges. What are the challenges?
Our
Because we
challenges,
also want to assist you in the report.
Our challenges, Commissioner, is that our collection rate, because of some resistance, is still below 50%. But it's challenging because it is mostly for the people that can afford to pay. It will not be desirable, Commissioner, something that we want to avoid, taking people to courts unnecessarily without speaking to them before we speak to them. And we see it as an act of sabotage when people can afford and then they are not doing their portion. And then the other challenge, Commissioner, is that the funding or the assistance from provincial and national is not sufficient to deal with all the backlogs, be it water, electricity, sewage, or refuse collection. But with the current funds that we have, we can only do a bare minimum. And we can also say, Commissioner, that with regard to the vehicles, vehicles in the technical division, including community services division, are critical, because you cannot go there with a bare foot. You need to go there driving something so that you speed up service delivery. On the highly industrialized vehicles, we are doing rentals because we are not at a stage to purchase once off because of the situation where we find ourselves. And there is a foreseeing in the budget that come next financial year, we will be able to at least buy our own cherry picker or our own honeysucker, funds permitting, and when the collection rate does improve. And Commissioner, we want to also say that, I've said it also, that for the water treatment plants, there is a plan, and it has already been approved. And then we also want to confirm that just like any other municipality, we are open for Chapter 9 institution, as and when they require a report. And in our view, the situation of the R has improved better than the previous years. That is in our view, and we stand to be corrected. We are not denying the challenges. We are saying even accounts, we are treating accounts right there with the complainants, but when our complainants are not coming and sitting at home, it doesn't leave us with any desire to solve such problems, Commissioner. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, MM, for that response to the complaints and also the concerns that I have raised. Firstly, from my side, and I think I did ask the question to you previously, with regards to service provision, are there any services that have been outsourced? Your water tankering, I remember seeing, was it a bakkie or some collecting collecting water from the fire hydrant. If you, I raised it with you, and I couldn't understand why that was happening. And that specific service provider then provided water to the community. But is your do you have water tankering at the municipality? Is that service outsourced? And any other services that that have been outsourced to service providers? If you can address us on that. Let me stop there and allow the other panelists, Mr. Adams, if you want to come in with a few questions, and then we will take more.
Thank you, Chairperson of the panel. I'm interested to know more about the 5.5 million rand that you received to purchase the vehicle. So how exactly was that money spent? I really want to know. And then I need to understand the rationale when you had received that money, but you are still hiring other vehicles. As well. And then I wanted to clarify, you said that there was a challenge regarding the wastewater treatment plant in the R, and you received 80, or is it 18 million rand? If you can clarify that and also provide us with a project timeline. Has it commenced? What is the period of the project looking like? Do you have a time frame implemented and completed by? That's all for me for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinana, something?
Thank you. Mine is on the public participation. Already the complaint by, is it Mr. Kempfer, was that there was a meeting that ought to have taken place and didn't really take place. When you go to chapter 4, it talks about committee participation, and it spells it out how you must make sure that there is public participation. So is that really amplified in your municipality? Are you making sure that the community has got a voice? And of course, I'll also just add on there, whilst you look at the committee at large, you also look at issues around children to make sure that they are accommodated. You've got land that is earmarked for them and so forth, that aspect as well. Persons with disabilities, their voices as well, and as well as older persons. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana. Just to add on what Commissioner Quinana said, we all understand and we all know that local government is in serious trouble. There are very few there's not one municipality that is perfect in this country. Even the municipalities that are governed by Maroda's political party, even they are not perfect. I've been to Cape Town a couple of times. I've been to many areas where there are serious human rights violations. We understand that local government is in trouble. What you can, however, fix, what you can fix is stuff that will not cost you money at all. For example, it's not going to cost you money to remove refuse on a regular basis, to ensure that you address your landfill sites, etc. But very importantly, it doesn't cost money to respond to correspondence. Doesn't cost money. And the reason why the MPL and Mr. Comfer are unhappy is because you've just ignored them. You've just ignored their correspondence, you've just ignored the complaints that they've submitted to you. And why is that happening? Why is that happening? Then the community meetings that you've referred to, where the mayor takes control of the community meetings, when does that take place? Is it after hours? Who is invited to these meetings? What language is used? Do you allow ordinary community members to put questions to the municipality in the language of their choice? Do you treat the people who make those inputs in the community halls with respect, or do you just disregard them and you give them a silly answer, and they don't know how to they don't know how to take the responses that you've given them? Just take us through your community meetings as well, because we've heard from Mr. Kamfer that the manner in which that engagement was handled wasn't adequate. And I emphasize and I appreciate the fact that you are now saying that 6 staff members have been tasked with dealing with the public with regards to ensuring accurate billing. But how is the community treated when they come with their bills? Are they treated with respect? If you don't treat your ratepayers with respect, they will find excuses not to pay you. And those guys who are earning the same salary or similar salary that you are earning, and who are finding excuses, that is the reason, because they are not being treated with respect. When they take their bills there, they find excuses afterwards not to pay that they are supposed to pay you. And that's why I insisted on the municipality meeting with Mr. Kamfer and his team, with the business people, because you cannot take your municipality forward without an income, without financial resources. And this dependency culture on national government, on provincial government to bail you out the whole time, municipalities also need to take the initiative to identify their own sources of income, to deal with service delivery. And you can only do that if you treat your ratepayers with respect. Would you like to respond to those questions, and then I'll take a second round?
Thank you, Commissioner and panel members. Yes, Commissioner, we do treat all community members of the area with respect. You'd even get it also from Mr. Kamfer when they walked in for a meeting. We gave them a hearing. And because it was not planned and there was another meeting planned, as I left there, I left one of my directors to also my people, with my full support and with my full authority. But there are instances where, just like you, Commissioner, you insist that we will need the accounting office. And we do really respect that. But people would want to hear it from the horse's mouth, which is the accounting office. So yes, we do. And the fact that we have made people a panel available desk by desk to address the complaints really shows cause that we are really serious, that there shouldn't be any problem when it comes to account complaints. Now, Commissioner, I've gone to extra length with my experience on tariffs and finance, that we explain and teach our own employees how does a tariff per account works. Because there are 4 service points, which is water, electricity, sewer. So they know of each. And in the process, Commissioner, they do explain to our people why some escalations in particular months. Some escalations, commissioners and panel members, they happen as a result of leakage inside the yard of a household. Remember, as soon as there's a flow of water or a flow of sewage, which is unattended by a user, the account is on the user's name. We also say there are also underground seepages, Commissioner, and we also assist them by making municipal officials to go and inspect for them. And when they return, a report is always forwarded by the technical. So we really do respect them in terms of that. And we have appointed the manager financial services, which I promised you, Commissioner, that we will appoint at a point when you are in the R. So he's also assisting us to attend to these queries. Now the meetings, when we meet community meeting people in meetings, we do that with respect. There are times when the time is 5 o'clock, Commissioner. We normally set times at 5 because most of the people are at work during the day. So it's only one ward, I think it's what 1 or 2, where we normally get a full house for the time of 11 o'clock out of these 8 wards. But the rest of the 7, we do make meetings 5 o'clock, but we wait as far as 6:30, Commissioner, before we can dismiss the meeting that it did not materialize. And we are guided by the meetings. We do not just abruptly stop meetings when they are ensuing, if people still have concerns. And in one of our meetings of the budget, I can confirm that the complainant, through you, Commissioner, Mr. Kamfer, was in attendance. And we were very pleased because he does also raise his views. Sharply as they are, we cannot chase away the raising of the issues. Commissioner, there was also a question on whether own servicing or outsourcing. The water tankering is outsourced because we do not have sufficient water tanks. We've got about 1, which was really operational, but the rest, we found a scrapyard. And remember, these vehicles, they do reach their useful life, which is depreciation in the financial language. And in some instances, the repair on a vehicle ends up being more than the book value of the vehicle itself. So we weigh those options as to what we do. So in the R, especially Nonzwakasi, Barcelona, they are high-lying areas. So with the pressure that we can provide, water does not reach those areas. We have tried to ease the pressure by, like I said, pump stations, improvement of capacity to the water pumps themselves, but they have also a useful life. So we are trying our best. Hence, we are having 3 trucks that are making sure that the area of the poor there, it has got a name. Yeah, it's a bad name. I can't say it here. But it's vloekwoord in Afrikaans. So I think I kan dit mooi verstaan. So we are still providing because it's better to provide instead of not providing at all in our case. And that is being done through outsourcing. The commissioners and the complaints that were registered on the landfill side, we have sourced the TLB to make sure that that area is scrapped and the road towards dumping inside the landfill site is a thorough goal, including the waste that was lying. Some of the users, Commissioner, we need to report it here. They throw fillers on the road as you go to, and this, we see it as a deliberate action so that somebody now can take photos quickly that the municipality is not doing what it's supposed to be. But we are not complaining. We end up asking the director to make sure that the TLB comes and we clear the area. And we have got photos for that aspect. The waste treatment plant overflow. Yes, indeed, we have acknowledged that it was overflowing, and we have got the services of an excavator that is working there daily, excavator, just to make sure that the sewer water is directed to where it will not harm the underground water, and it does not have a concentration to a point where the seepage is down the ground, will end up having the groundwater contamination. So we are having these services on a daily basis, and we can visit together so that we see that they are happening. At the point in time, we've got about a honeysucker, and one is broken, one has reached its useful life. We might as well have to outsource because drains cannot sit unattended. So we are still assessing before we take that direction, Commissioner. Commissioner, the issue of vehicles, 5.3 million. It's not a grant. It's municipal owned funds as budgeted. I want to repeat it again. It is not a grant. It is municipal owned service promoting amounts which we see necessary, that the municipality must be seen to be responsive when they do service delivery. So 5.3 million was made available. We have secured plus minus 10 Mahindras with this amount, and they are on record because it was a tender as advertised. It's not a deviation per se, a tender as advertised, honorable commissioners and panel members. And then the water backlogs, how we address them, Commissioner Adams, through you, Chair, we have made a number of business plans that I spoke about, and 2 significant ones of them were approved. I spoke earlier about the 3.4 million, and I also now spoke about the 80 million rand on the waste treatment plant of the R. Scheduling is that is a program that will start anytime now for the 3.4. I want to be particular. For the 3.4, it's a program going to start anytime now. It has got a project schedule of close to 6 months. Close to 6 months, Commissioner, because I'm very precise, because we're part of this thing, actively doing it. And then the 80 million rand approved is for the next financial year. Cycle, very important, because we will say it's approved and then people would push us for reporting on the same. So I want to be particular there that it is for the next financial year, Commissioner. And we are also carrying on with the other grant money that are provided by the public, just to make sure that we expedite the issue of backlogs. You can imagine it would have been much better if we were receiving what is due to the municipality, so that you can reciprocate that by the standard. In most cases, Commissioner, the standard of provision will be affected by the funds on hand. If funds on hand meet that, you are better able to do that. The treating of community members, Commissioner Quinana, we treat them with utmost respect. My Africans was niet so lekker nie toe ek in die R beland. Maar ek kan nou sê dat ons praat 90% Afrikaans in die gebied. Want dat is een Afrikaans sprekende gebied. En die begroting, ons praat die begroting in Afrikaans. Ons gee die cijfers, we argue over cijfers, but in the end, as die begroting tekort, die begroting is tekort. If we've got a vote in a financial vote that can cross-subsidize the other, we do so by viaments. We also do that by vote-to-vote transfers, like in cases of emergency. If we have any emergency, we address it in line with regulation, with Section 32 unforeseen of the Act, MFMA, and we also address it with your emergency procurement sections as they are provided. And we follow the prescriptions. That's why we put it and we document it in black and white.
Okay, I think you've responded to everything. Just as a last question from my side, MM. How much do you, perhaps a question directed at the technical director, how much do you spend on the water tankering more or less per annum?
Of the 3 water tankers, Commissioner, we will spend at least on all 3 600,000
Sorry, on the
per month.
outsourcing.
On
How
the
much are you paying
outsourcing,
to the service?
600,000 per month to the various
Per
service
month?
providers. Yes.
Wow. Now I'm even more concerned.
There is a reason to it, Commissioner.
No, there's no reason to it. No. Why didn't you procure your own water tanker with the 5.3 million? 600,000 a month. And the reason for the R's name is because it's a water-rich town. No, don't interrupt. It's very disrespectful. What is the truth? What is the real reason, MM? Come on.
Thanks, sir.
You are under oath. What is the reason why you are spending 600,000 rand a month on water tankering, and you cannot procure your own water tanker to provide the service in-house? What is the truth? Because now I'm very, very upset.
Thank you, Commissioner. The situation with the R is not as and when the situation when you use the tankering. Let me explain even further. The tankering starts from 8 o'clock and it ends sometimes at 8 p.m., Commissioner.
But you provide the water, MM.
Yes, Commissioner, we are using the tankerings in those areas daily and hour to hour to provide for this water. It's not a service that stops. Why I'm saying it's not as and when. It is not like when you need it at a particular point. But they are going because the usage of water in the R has increased tremendously. With the inflow of the people that are using, that are doing the solar function and the wind function, the water usage in the R, we can prove it with the water statistic as per kiloliter. It is ongoing. So it doesn't stop on a day, not even for one tanker, Commissioner. There are times when we have to really force that they must be, serviced and definitely immediately come to service provision. Because the people of DR, Commissioner, they don't keep quiet. They wouldn't wait for water for another day or for another 2 hours. They put complaints as soon as you can. And we do also want to humbly invite the commissioners, panel members, to just come and view how they are ferrying the water from one point to the next, uninterrupted. We will not, yes. So it doesn't stop, and we are sometimes
Why
worried.
didn't you procure your own water tanker? Why did you decide on 10 vehicles, 10 Mahindras, and you decided not to procure, let's say, 2 water tankers?
Yes,
and save on the 600,000 per month that you can spend on service delivery?
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps, Commissioner, is more of prioritizing and where you see the pressure comes from. We have dealt now with the vehicle problem because people must attend. We were busy now with the plans of making sure that come the next financial year, we need to get our own because it's a pressing matter. And it also been...
It's what, PM? A pressing matter?
It's a pressing matter.
So you're waiting another financial year for it?
Commissioner, not deliberately, but we are saying water is an essential good. People want it as in now. And we acknowledge that that should be a priority now, now that we also see that we are having as many complaints as possible. It's not deliberate that we are outsourcing the tankering.
Well, it obviously is, because you've not prioritized the procurement of your own water tankering.
Yes, Commissioner, we see a point. We will reprioritize.
Who's the service provider?
There are service providers, Commissioner. We have given that information to the Commission, I want to believe. We have also given it to the public protector and the process that was followed.
Who is the service provider?
I can't remember them by name, but there are 3 in number.
You are issuing invoices every month.
Yes.
Who is the service provider?
Commissioner, with your indulgence, we can provide to your office once again. those service
No, I have report writers here. They want the information now.
Yeah. I'm under oath, Commissioner. I don't want to speculate on the names, but I've given the number.
The name of the company. It's one of your...
It's 3 companies. It's not one service provider. It's 3 service providers, Commissioner.
Okay. Can I request that, well, for me it's very important that you respond to the complainants as a matter of urgency. But not just an acknowledgement of receipt. I've received your letter of 14 March 1924. No. I also want you to provide ourselves as the Commission, because it has to be included in our report that will go to Parliament. I want you to provide us with information on how you are addressing the challenges, especially with regards to water and sanitation, refuse removal, the landfill sites, etc. The information that you will be providing to the Human Rights Commission, I also want you to provide to the MPL, because she's entitled to it. This tendency of ignoring public representatives should stop, MM. It really should stop. I felt it in your municipality. If I didn't feel it, I would not have made this ruling, but I felt it. There's a deliberate effort in your municipality to simply disrespect public representatives. And you must also provide it to Mr. Kamfer. They must understand the approvals that have been given by the relevant departments for the projects that you've referred to. I need that information for our report. The MPL and Mr. Kamfer also needed to report back to their members and structures and so on. Please provide us with that information as soon as possible. You indicated that for this financial year, X amount has been made available for these treatment works. For the next financial year, 80 million will be made available for that project. Please provide us with that information, but also provide it to the lady and the gentleman as soon as possible. When can we get that information?
Commissioner, with your indulgence, we can provide the entire information by latest next week, Friday. Latest.
Okay.
Yes.
Comprehensive report to the Commission and to the MPL and Mr. Kamfer on all the allocations. What amount of money have you received and received, and what amount of money will you receive for which projects? When will that project start? When will it be rolled out? So that we all understand what is going on in Mtanjeni. And the deadline your undertaking is next week, Friday. If you, MPL, if you don't receive anything, Mr. Kamfer, please report it to Mr. Adams immediately. All right? So that I intervene. And please respond to correspondence, MM. Seriously, man. We would not have been here if there was just common decency. Honestly. Any other questions? Let me just check with Mr. Weingaard, the evidence leader. Any other questions? Yes?
So if we're sitting with a situation of water and sanitation that's already critical, how will that impact on any new developments that is earmarked for the area? And whether those housing projects will contribute to at least the fiscus of the municipality. Because we know that with RDP developments, it's already stressed households. that is reliant on indigent grants. So yeah,
Okay.
just that.
Thank you. Dr. Wright, if you have any questions, just give it to Mr. Weingart to put those. Yeah, just give him the questions. Any questions, Mr. Adams?
I do. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start at the top. I'm not entirely sure that all of my questions at least were answered, so I'm going to ask you again. What exactly are the 10 Mahindra bakkies being used for? What purposes, and what was the rationale behind buying 10 Mahindra bakkies in a context where you are spending 600,000 rand a month on water tankering? I really would like to understand what informed that decision-making process and how it is that that process had been approved. Perhaps you may respond per question so that I ensure that I at least have covered my basis. That's the first question. If anything is unclear, please ask for clarity, and I'm happy to provide some clarity. Can we do it that way, Commissioner?
Thank you, Commissioners. Once again, we have procured these vehicles solely for service delivery departments, solely. Not even corporate, not even finance. We have allocated the departments, the vehicles, more to the technical department, which is attending to water queries, sanitation seepages, electricity provision, as per their call-outs. Similarly, we have also allocated a few to the community service department commissioners, traffic department, because you know they must be mobile because of the nature of the job. Similarly, there's a provision of sanitation of suctions services for that division. There's a provision of cemetery services for community services. There's a provision for the landfill site, which is falling under community services. So I can gladly affirm that they are not being used for luxurious purposes, but for service delivery divisions. Not even one to office or to political office. The budget that was there, if I must add, Commissioner, through your permission, for the vehicle of the mayor. The mayor was so kind when I advised him that we take his budget and rather augment on the vehicles. That's why we could at least get 10 up to 11 by sacrificing the one which would have been the mayoral, which does not mean it is a luxury. Remember, the mayor must ensure that service delivery is done. So those are the purposes, and where they are located, clearly under asset management, they fall under those divisions, Honorable Commissioners.
Can I please request that we receive a written report on the usage of these vehicles? Tied to that, I want to understand, has the municipality's complaints from residents as a result of procuring these vehicles decreased? Because it sounds as if though you insinuating that the vehicles are predominantly used to get into the communities to address and deal with those existing complaints, but we don't have any data around those complaints and its resolution in front of us. So if you can please provide us with the report as far as that is concerned.
Will do, Commissioners.
May I proceed, Chair? Mr. Kamfer mentioned an instance with a Mrs. Blichnout, an elderly lady, and I assume that Commissioner Kwinana would have dealt with this question because it falls squarely within her focal area. but an elderly lady whose water had been incorrectly disconnected, but her account remains unresolved. What are the stats like as far as those instances in the municipality is concerned? So how many of those instances have occurred where water, electricity has been incorrectly disconnected but accounts have not yet been rectified?
Thanks, thanks, commissioners. The incident of Blachnoot, our old lady, I will follow into it, Commissioner, and then it will be part of the reports that I will provide. What we normally do in instances like that, it's not expensive to apologize if a wrong has been done to people of this category because they are disadvantaged because of age. And I would in advance not promote such, but we will definitely put it as an apology if it ever happened, Commissioner. I'm saying it in advance, if it really happened, because you would not get all these complaints as they come one by one. But I'll look into it, I promise. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please have an update on the criminal charges regarding the pollution matter?
Commissioners, the criminal charges as issued by the sector department were preferred against us. We have given reports why, for instance, those water treatment plants are at the stage. The municipality was very clear that it's not a situation of this current years. It's a situation of prior years. So because of we are current management, we need to address it. How we have addressed it by business plan, which is professional. It wouldn't have been approved, my honorable commissioners, if it wasn't professionally attended to, because the departments, they've got a standard by which they look at the feasibility and the viability of business plans. So that is the situation. We have been open that something will be done to them, and we have really done something.
Thank you, MM. If I may request that you please include sewage spillages and the update on your criminal proceedings in the written submission that you'll be sending us next week. And then lastly, you mentioned that there was a number of plans that you had that were either in place or approved. If you can please provide the Commission with that plans and reports as well. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Commissioner Quinana, last question perhaps.
I really did not hear the answer on the marginalized. If there is a plan around them, is it being implemented if it does exist? And also equally, I did not really hear you on participation within the municipality, except for the meetings that you say you call. There's also a responsibility on you as the municipality to ensure really full participation within the structures, whether you're talking about budgeting, the infrastructure. The communities are supposed to be in the know. And in fact, there's supposed to be a committee where members of the committee are represented. Do we have that in your municipality, or this is something that you are not aware of? Thank you, Chair.
So much. Respond to that one, please, MM.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, there are people that are affected by HIV and AIDS. There are quarterly meetings which we hold in conjunction with the district on the same matter. And we also do provide a budget for that. And such meetings are chaired by the mayor, and they've got their own forums, which is driving them. The issue of disability, Chair, we are working in partnership with disability and women in particular, with program directors like Merika Tusa. When they come down, we collaborate because we do not have sufficient funding to that aspect, which is a shortcoming, which we want to expose now here. But we do allow those that can assist in environment and support, Chair. In some instances, we give transport. In some instances, we give our services ourselves. to such people of disability and women in particular. I can also affirm that the R's payroll is predominantly female. The R's pay, so it's a purposeful act that when we appoint, we make sure that there are more women than men, where we supersede the 50% threshold in as far as how is our composition in that is concerned. And on management, I can also affirm that we've got a director next to me who's female, and then the acting corporate is also female, honorable members. We were trying as a municipality to look at the women CFO, of which we have not attracted when we were addressing advertisements and all that. So it is our contention that we are open for that, that we also want to do something to the people of that are disabled. But there we are lacking on the disabled people. For on the women's side, we far ahead of 50%. But on the disabled side, we have to accept that we haven't done much without opening ourselves for criticism. And I will ask the departments to look into that aspect, that they also now look at people that are disabled and set aside the positions. Because the lower part of the organogram luckily is controlled by the municipal manager who's here before us. So we would really want to ask for your indulgence that we haven't done much on that aspect, but on the other aspects we have done fairly okay.
Older persons, just be short, older persons?
Ma'am, older persons in our tariff structure, we are giving discount on the basis of age. 65 upwards, the tariffs are lower.
Forums?
Ma'am?
What about the forums, the older persons forums?
The older persons forum, the mayor has got a program where we do visitations of the old age homes. But remember, they are being funded otherwise also by other departments. But we also do our
But the municipality has got the responsibility to transport them when they go to games, fun and games and so forth. Municipality has got the responsibility. So are you also doing that, or it's not? Because what you're talking about is really different.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, older people, apart from tariffs, we haven't done much. We are admitting, and we will advise council.
And Mr. Mulawe, you said you are 52, eh?
Yes.
8 years from now, you would be also an older person, and you yourself are doing injustice to that space. Do you realize that it will come back to haunt you?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Yes.
I do.
And similarly with persons with disabilities, if you have not realized, most people that are disabled, some of them is because of age. It's not that they were born like that. And again, if as at this time, you have the opportunity to ensure that same is properly provided for, you are doing a disservice to them. One day you will also have to face the might of the law because of that. You realize?
Yes, I do realize, ma'am, and it's
Yes.
grief, yes.
You said 36,000 people. And the youth, how many, I hear you with regard to women, and of course we'll appreciate that. And being a feminist myself, I actually thank you for that. But the youth, because this is the cry of South Africans, is that the young people of our country are sitting at home, they don't have work. Is there a plan, or this is something again that you still need to go and look into like other municipalities? Please don't try and color code it. If it doesn't exist, it doesn't exist.
Come again.
The youth, is there a plan?
Can I have you to rephrase? I
The
didn't
youth.
get you.
The youth in your municipality, you've got 36,000, you said. Maybe how many of that is the youth? Do you know your statistics?
Yes, our statistics says 46,000 is the total population.
Okay.
And
And
then the youth band is more than 30%. Now, we can also indicate that something is being done in respect to that desk. That desk has got a youth coordinator.
Yes, so there is a plan.
Yes, there is definitely a plan.
Okay.
Yes,
Will you
ma'am.
please also just submit that? So capacity, is it a challenge in your municipality? You know, you've procured a lot of vehicles.
Yeah.
And I would assume that it means there's a lot of people that are probably driving those motor vehicles. Is there a capacity challenge or there's no capacity challenge?
Yeah, no, thanks, ma'am. Definitely, our municipality falls under that category where we've got 39% of skilled people. So that tells us that 61 is either semi-skilled or unskilled. So the figures are there on the report. And the capacity building, we do it with the sitters. We do it by ourselves. Your interns, finance interns, very passionate and close to me. We normally appoint the youth and we give them on-the-job training. On-the-job is to do recons themselves, recons of income, electricity, grants, property rates, expenditure, including revenue. And as I speak to you, in our tenure at DR, in the last three years, we have appointed more than 6 interns permanently. And as we speak now for this current year, we have also absorbed now 3 of the interns, and an advert is out for the others, because it's a program, it's a cyclical program that you've got to undertake.
And your staff complement in terms of age?
Staff complement in terms of age, ma'am, is also given in the report. The youth are the second component. The first component is people older than 35. Then the second component is the youth, and the last component is people over 65. So it clearly says we need to come up even with more programs, but the programs are there. We will submit them to show something is happening.
A succession plan as well, if that can also be provided.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And with regard to infrastructure use, do you have challenges or you don't?
For the youth?
No, infrastructure.
Yeah, ma'am, it's on record that we said we've
There
got a
is.
huge challenge
Okay.
on the aging.
Is
and
there
on
a plan then? Is there a plan to revamp this infrastructure? Because it seems that it's the cry for all the municipalities to say, you know, the infrastructure has aged, you know, where budget cuts are also, troublesome. But is there a plan from your municipality? And if you were to put timelines to it, how long do you think it would take? Because the last municipality said 30 years or something, and the other one said 100 years for Gauteng or something. So it's worrisome. So for you, is there a timeline for the plan?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, plans are broken into short term, and medium term and long term.
Okay.
Long term would take us 30 years because government allows us to plan for 30 years. Then medium term would be 5 to 10 years. And then short term will be a medium term expenditure framework, which is 3 years. So for the 3 years, we have already alluded to the infrastructure business plans that we have been approved and which are often dire need, sanitation and water. But then ongoing, we also need to do water censoring. And I would love the technical manager also to come in as a technical person to indicate to you what plans are there on the table going forward on the infrastructure. Unfortunately, we have started with the program of the short term on the vehicles, which is not so desirable in terms of your public opinion and all that. But you can't allow a scrapyard in a municipality where everything has reached a useful life. And then the sanitation, we do submit business plan to Coxta on the MIC, and we also do business plan to DWS on the general water and specific water provision. But I would, with your permission and indulgence.
Okay,
Chair,
but before you give over to your colleague, these plans that you say are there, Remember, as a commission, you're supposed to make recommendations. Do you think those plans are feasible?
No, thanks. Commissioner, we do the test first. Remember, we formularize business plan drafting.
Just yes or no?
Yes, yes, they are feasible.
They're feasible.
Say, hence, you'd see that some already have been approved.
Having said that, you know what's amazing is that you've got 46,000 people. You've already told us that the people in your communities, these are what one can call, middle class. Most of them are employed. But now you want us to still apply the same measure that was applied with the other municipality, whereas in that municipality we are told most people are unemployed. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. In fact, according to you, you said the challenge is just that people are not paying, and Commissioner said to you, if you treat them right, people will ultimately pay, because then they'll be getting a proper service.
No, thanks.
So basically what I'm saying to you is that it can't be. It's just not possible. So your narrative should change, because you've got more people, and not only that, you've got employed people. So change your ways in order to get the work done properly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not going to allow you, the technical director, to address us on the plans. Please provide us with those plans. All right? Also, the water service development plan. What are the other plans that you refer to on sanitation? Okay, there's a lot of plans. We will share it with you immediately after your session that you also need to provide us with. Can I just check, Mr. Majosi, the question that you wanted to ask, that you give it to Anthony, and the one, Dr. Wright, you are... Okay, I did receive the questions from the evidence leader. The water tankering, is it provided to all 3 towns? That's the first question.
Yeah. Commissioner, the water tankering is provided to the R. The other 2 towns are fine with the flow of
And
water.
do you charge the consumer? So when you take the water to the residents, to the community?
No, we don't,
Okay,
Commissioner.
so the water is free water from the municipality.
That's correct,
that is
because it's our
provided?
own challenge, yes.
All right. Then just ask the question on the solar, please. Yeah.
So we just want to check whether there is instances and where it is reflected.
Any revenue collected through the solar plants and wind energy?
Thank you, Commissioner. The solar and wind farms are charged a price of what we call augmentation fees. Now, all of them do apply for the deferring of the augmentation fees up until they are operational, of which we have granted. But where we benefit a greater extent is the economic spin-off. For example, the employment in the R, some of it is absorbed by this solar and wind farms. You also have the other positive externalities of where the R guest houses are always full. 6 out of 7 days, they are full currently because of that influx. The retail section is also benefiting to a greater extent because of the volumes of retail goods and services that are being purchased by the people that are now working. And having said that, the unemployment rate of DR is still high. It's still very high, hovering between 37 to 41%, depending on the Stats SA quarterly report as it comes. So it's not as better because the absorptions of the unemployed, the number does not really shake this unemployment rate. So the direct question again on the benefiting, when we have an electricity problem, like the last time on the triggering of the, what is this, we do ask assistance from them, but not in money coming to us, as in them providing us probably with a cable as an emergency, and then it gets used, and we do register that.
All right.
But there's not been a really registered SLP meaningful amounts coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last question from Mr. Weingart before we summarize. Okay. Also a written report on the solars, yeah, solar and wind in energy. All right, I assume those are the questions. MM, the evidence leader informed me that he's very concerned about the water tankering and the amount of 600,000 rand that is being paid to service providers on a monthly basis. And we're going to monitor this carefully as the Human Rights Commission. We're really going to follow up on this. I'm very, and I speak for myself, I've not consulted the two panelists. I'm very suspicious about the amount that is paid to the service providers. Very suspicious. And I request you, because I don't want to get involved in your procurement processes and your contract management, etc. It's not my domain. But I'm requesting you to have a look at the contents of the contracts that you've signed with these service providers, to determine when these contracts will come to an end. And I'm requesting you, I don't want to instruct you to terminate contracts, but when these contracts come to an end, I want your municipality to consider providing the service to the community yourselves. You can do a lot with 600,000 rand a month. You're looking at 7 million rand per annum. You have spent 5.8 on 10 vehicles. Now you will have over 7 million rand. You can procure your own, you can procure 2 water tankers, and you will still have change left. Please, I do not want further complaints about water tankering, and again, I want to reiterate that I'm very, very suspicious about that. All right. Please provide us with all the reports. It's a truck load full of reports that you need to provide us. You also need to provide certain information to the 2 complainants. You undertook to do that before, not later than next week, Friday. Please do that as soon as possible with regards to all the reports provided to the Commission as soon as possible. I would like to thank you, for the respectful manner that you addressed the panelists. I also experienced it when I went to DR, and the other times that I've met you. We don't take that for granted. We don't always, we are not always treated with respect, and we saw that this morning with the municipalities that appeared before you. So thank you at least for your attitude. We appreciate it, and we appreciate the respect that you had shown to the Commission. But you now also need to show that respect to the complainants, to the community. That is very, very important. The community is suffering. And you know, and you remember I said it to you when I met with you guys in DR. The community is not going to keep quiet forever. They're not going to be, they're not going to sit at home and just be comfortable with the no services that are provided to them. They've shown it last year when elections were held. They spoke up They're not going to tolerate this. Community is not going to accept this forever. Be a responsible municipal manager and provide the services to, I know that you started recently, was it last year?
2023.
Oh, okay. No, I wanted to absolve you from being involved in this water tankering thing, but now you've been part of this thing now as accounting officer for 3 years, almost 3 years now. So, yeah, no, it's a concern. It's a concern, but thank you for the respect that you've shown. Please respond to the complainants as quickly as possible. Please provide the services to your community. Sort out your billing. Deal with the basic stuff, basic services. And you will be a municipality that will excel. And people will go to Mtanjeni and say, look what this municipality has done. A lot of hard work, and if you need our assistance, and I say this to many municipalities, don't hesitate to request us. If you need us to meet with premiers and MECs and ministers and National Treasury or whatever, don't hesitate to make contact with us. All right. Thank you for your time. Thank you again. We appreciate it. We will now adjourn for lunch, and we will reconvene at 2:30 exactly, 14:30. Thank you very much. convened. Next on our program is Umsombomvu, local municipality. Is the municipal manager in attendance?
Yes,
Are
I
you
am,
the municipal
Commissioner.
manager? All right. I am just going to request Commissioner Quinana to handle the formalities.
Thank you, Chair. May I have you, please stand for the oath or the affirmation? Is it the oath or the affirmation?
Oath.
May I please have your full names for the record?
Temsile Wiklim Sengana. Temsile Wiklim Sengana.
Your age?
48.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
None, ma'am.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much.
Thank
You may take a seat. Is your colleague also going to testify?
I will do the presentations.
You're the only one who's going to speak.
We may have an input if allowed, if needed.
Okay, may you also then stand for the administration of the oath or the affirmation?
Oath, please.
Oath. Thank you so much. May I please have your full names?
CPO Elias James,
Your age?
58.
Do you have any objection taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If
Yes.
that is so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Chair, over to you.
Thank you very much. I am told that you brought hard copies of your presentation to the inquiry. Would you like to hand it up? I will be asking you to summarize it and to address the inquiry on on a few matters. How many copies do you have? You can just hand it up. Thank you. Right, thank you. Thank you so much. Evidence leader, would you like to brief the panel just on some of the challenges the municipality is facing? That's
sanitation services, and then also that was in the news that we needed some clarity on is the wastewater treatment works. There was a court case where the municipality was fined an amount in excess, I think, of 10 million rand for pollution of the environment. So we just want clarity on that process. Ndu?
Mr. Majosi, would you like to address the inquiry? Just speaking to the mic, please.
Yes, maybe just to add, we have conducted several sorry. Yes, maybe just to add on to the other evidence leader, we have also conducted and undertaken series of local inspection in both towns, in Newport and Colesbeck, during the 2 financial years. Lastly, and what we have observed particular is the mushrooming of the informal settlements, particularly in Colesbeck, where no services are provided. Excuse me. When you look just a recent one just above the hospital in Colesbeck, there is an informal settlement there, no electrification, no basic services. People there are using very unhygienic type of sanitation for toilets. As you go towards Phillipstown Road, similarly on the right-hand side, you have another informal settlement, which is kind of west of. When I say west of, it doesn't even have an access road coming into the area. It's very dark because, and recently, it happened also on the same day where we conducted the inspection, that there was a a crime that was in place and reported. So we were together with the SAHRC members there. There was a case that was, I'm not going to mention it here, but regarding a female who experienced. There are those incidences because there is no services. People have to walk at far distance just to access a toilet, which is a chemical toilet that was provided in one of the areas. Is too far. There was no water at all that were provided. People have to travel a lot of distance to access that. Maybe those are quite few issues that we've observed.
Thank you, Mr. Majosi. Mr. Weinhardt, anything from your side? Are you covered? I'm covered. All right, perfect. Right, welcome to this inquiry. Now, the reason why we convened this inquiry is to deal with the service delivery challenges in the Northern Cape Province. And I've also indicated, I don't think you were here this morning when I explained the purpose of the inquiry. The intention is to, obviously, after the inquiry, to finalize a report with findings and recommendations, and that report will find its path to a number of structures, not only limited to the Northern Cape Provincial Legislature and the MEC for Koksta, but we will also be tabling the report in Parliament. We definitely in the NCOP, but we will also try and do that in the relevant portfolio committees of the National Assembly. The report is not going to gather dust. We want our findings to be recognized, and we want our recommendations to be implemented, especially by your municipality. But we also understand that municipalities are facing challenges. There is no perfect municipality in the country. All of them have challenges, and that was also the reason why the Minister convened the Indaba last week. I'm not sure if you attended. To find solutions for the challenges faced by municipalities. So obviously in our report we are going to identify the challenges that you face as a municipality. We will be making recommendations, but if we identify challenges that other departments can assist you with, we will also bring that to their attention to see if they cannot assist your municipality. So what I'm requesting is that you brief us. You don't have to go through the presentation. We have received it. You've handed it up. Brief us on your audit outcome. What was your audit opinion for the previous financial year? What is the classification of your municipality? We know that there are 9 or 10 distressed municipalities in the Northern Cape. All municipalities are experiencing financial challenges, so you don't really have to address us in detail on that. You can just touch on it. Then with regards to water, sanitation, electricity, your refuse removal, your landfill sites, what are the challenges that you are currently experiencing with regards to access to water to everyone in your municipality? Also, the extent of sewage spillages in your municipality. If you can, as a start, just address us on those aspects, and then the panelists will come in afterwards and ask you more questions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity presented to us. I may indicate that we're informed of this session, or I learned about it on Friday while I was in Joburg. Unfortunately, the communication was between the commission and the former municipal manager, so I couldn't find that. So I just wanted to just indicate that the municipality is a quite small municipality, a grade 1 municipality, having three towns, Colesberg, Noport, Novelspont, capital town known as Colesberg. Our population is around 29,000 that we are having. We provide services in all the three towns as indicated. And what I'll do for purpose of that, commissioners, is that just indicate what happened between the 2011 and 2022 stats in terms of our ability to render services. We've increased in terms of population with 0.4% from 28 to 29,000 in terms of population. What has happened in between the process, we're able to provide improved services in that period. For instance, if we were to have your formal dwellings, which in 2011 they were at 88%, and currently they are 94%. In terms of your piped water on inside the dwelling areas, were 92% in 2011, and now we're around 97%. And with your electricity, we moved from 86 to 96 percent. In between that period, you do encounter challenges of informal settlement. And this is mainly caused by a development that has been done by the 15 years ago human settlement of an incomplete project of houses where those people were allocated site, but the houses were not complete. As a result of people demanding their stands, there's investigation around that matter. So then we started to see that specifically in Colesberg, you don't find it in Noport. You don't find human settlement at Noport. You have in Novelspont, the early last year, we had around 19 informal settlement, which they've moved up to 27, where we provide some of the basic services, including electricity in that area. We do have challenge in terms of meeting with the growing number of informal settlement in Colesberg, specifically around water. We do provide to an extent in terms of the requirement demand communal taps in areas where we are able to provide. We do have a shortfall, more especially these two areas. There's also another area that has been existed in terms of informal settlement. They call it your Wimpy area, which has been there for over 30 years, where people literally do not want to move. When they've done, like last week, 2 weeks back, one of the people there, we've handed over in house. They just took the house, took the keys, returned back in that area. We also have some of those challenges. And where we allocated houses, we have cases where people return in the old houses which were supposed to be moved. We have water problem supply in the area of Noport, where we implement restriction in the past 10 years. We had those restrictions in terms of water supply. We'll open it up at 6, close at 9 in the morning, then open up at 6. We've started working on that project, firstly with private sector, where we've solarized 3 boreholes, which now little bit water is stable. It can remain for weeks with that. But we've also have a project that we are starting. We've appointed this week the contractor that will start with the actual work, where we're fixing and replacing our asbestos pipes. With the challenge is not really because we are depending on the borehole project, but the challenge is there were a lot of leakages, which we are working on that. We think by end of this year we would have stabilized water. Yes, as indicated, there's been a challenge of the municipality was fined at 10 million or where they reach an agreement. There's a plea agreement with the court where we're instructed to fix and make a plan of that. A project was started in immediately after that, which cost of 20 million with the assistance of provincial government. That project is now at 97%. It has small challenges, but it's complete, it's practically complete. There are few challenges that are working on that, which has been attended. Those are the two areas that have we've experienced problem with sewer network and the water problem. Which in Colesberg, the only time we will not have water because we abstract water from Orange River, it's when Eskom has electricity problem that and then we use our own trucks to distribute water during that period. We normally don't have such necessary case in the area of Novel Spont, but in the event where there's electricity challenges, then we do make provision of that or issue notices in terms of time. Our water get to be tested by the district municipality, our environmental health practitioners, where we get result. If there's findings in that, we issue notices. But most findings were found at clinics. We haven't really have much of those that have been found in our water areas where we supply water in those areas. Even now, last year, we've provided also electricity in the new informal settlement of Novel Spont, because it does happen when there's commitments of houses to be built and people will automatically move to those areas and try to build areas, and where possible, we try to mitigate. We don't have many of such informal settlement, but we provide services where is needed. We have a weekly program where we do refuse collection every week in all areas. We are challenged with a fleet. The mostly challenge is a fleet and revenue based that has been indicated, because in bulk of our areas are supplied electricity by Eskom, which makes it difficult for us to enforce credit control. These are some of the concerns that we have. The ability to maintain or the ability to have new fleet that can help us in attending to those challenges that we have. I thought maybe there are other things I can go through if probably there are further questions that may be needed based on the services that you are rendering.
You did not address us on your audit opinion. You did not address us on the fact that you're a distressed municipality. Do you want to speak to that?
Okay, thanks. In the past 3 years, with qualified audit opinion, most of that, it was based on prior year matters and catch equivalence in terms of your incorrect allocations in accounts on that. We are very confident that, in fact, let me put it like that, with the last audit, if we did not have prior year issues, that goes past as 5-6 years back. For that financial year, we could have obtained an unqualified audit if it was not because of the prior year matters. We've tried to investigate. It's quite difficult to find. By the way, I must indicate that we're total new management that is at the municipality. I started in 2023. Almost all senior managers started last year and this year. We are not able to attract a CFO. We've advertised a post 4 times. We went for interviews. The problem is what we are offering as a grade 1 municipality in terms of salary package. So to a point that how government is structured, you would find a person below a director earns more than me as an accounting officer. So it makes it difficult for people to want to go there. But we are confident with our audit opinion currently in this one. This term of distress, there's a definition in terms of the department. Maybe if they look at the future, or if they say people fail to pay, we may not be able to pay salaries, and that it's a genuine fact. It's something we need to indicate that the problem is revenue base. it's revenue based because where you render services, over 60% of our households are supplied, and it becomes sometimes technically difficult to enforce credit control. And people of that area do not voluntarily go and register to be registered as indigent. You would see we are raising this issue of poverty and the grading, but the number of households which are indigent are quite low, 1.6. Meaning people who are in ESCOM area, they say even if we don't pay, even if we allow water to be wasted, there's nothing still that you are going to do to us. Even if you take us to lawyers, we still cannot afford, there's nothing you can do. So we rely in the area where we enforce credit control, where we supply ESCOM area. Because of that, there is a growing concern in terms of the financial situation of the municipality. There is an improvement year that we've ended 2025 June, but there is concern in terms of that. As a result, you would find our wasteful expenditure, you would find them mostly on creditors like ESCOM, AG, where we are not able to pay in time. We pay them, but not in time. As a result, that leads us to incur interest out of that. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, MM, for the short introduction. You earlier referred to the fact that Noupoort, there are some water provision challenges in Noupoort in particular. How do you ensure that the community of your municipality in general, but Noupoort in particular, have access to water at all times? What measures do you take to ensure that Noupoort in particular, the communities of Noupoort, have access to water?
Thank you, Commissioner. As indicated, for the past 8 or 10 years so, we had a situation where we would open water 6 a.m., close at 9 a.m., then open them at 6 p.m. and close 9 p.m. The current status, because there's been some intervention, short-term intervention, controlling leakages, but at the same time, we've worked with the solar farms that are around to assist with other boreholes that were not functioning, that supply water. The current state now, we sometimes stay 2 days to a week without any water disruption. But we are confident that after we have fixed this main line that supply water, which is the biggest area that affects the leakages, we are quite confident that once the project ends by next year, we should not have any disruption in that. But the project is also approved for additional boreholes within Noupoort. So what we do, we have service delivery WhatsApp group per ward, where supervisors which are responsible for water supply, they indicate at the community that at this time we'll be closing water just to keep up a reservoir going up, and we'll be opening water and when we foresee our reservoir is not doing well, we indicate at a particular time we'll close just to build up the reservoir. As I indicate, as I'm sitting now, that's not really the problem we are seriously experiencing as we're doing probably last year.
Do you provide water to the communities through water tankering? You referred to there were 2 days that people did not have access to water.
We don't have a means of driving around. What we do, there are tanks that are put in certain points. They are filled on certain occasions where we realize the implication of water, that we may have a problem, experiences that people can access for that period. But in most of the time, Our water, in most of the time, as I was indicating, every day there's always water, but we do alert people in advance, and there are those few tanks that are placed in different areas. There's not much of them because not always an affect like where you'll have a full day without receiving water.
And
We
you
always
provide the water, you fill
yes,
those tanks,
yes,
the
yes,
municipality.
yes.
On sanitation, you have briefly touched on some of the challenges. Sewage spillages in your municipality, remember this is a challenge that the whole country is facing at the moment. In each and every municipality, especially in your township areas, sewage spillages. Are you also experiencing sewage spillages in your municipality, in the 3 towns? And if yes, what are you doing about it?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. The one we've already talked about of Noport,
Yeah.
where we've had a project which is practically complete now to manage that situation. Similar problem, and there are directives for Noport which we are working on. There's also for Colesberg, for our wastewater treatment. Mostly because of vandalism. It has been quite costly to maintain security measures, but mostly because of vandalism. But the biggest problem there, as the town, there were more development in terms of growth, and as I've indicated from 2011 until now, we have not looked at increasing the capacity of that. So what we did, we submitted a business plan which was approved at a value of 48 million. We've already appointed consultant to work on our sewer outflow that will control the developments that to meet the biggest thing that result on those villages, more especially in Colesberg. When we developed the town, we did not really develop the infrastructure. And it is why this project now is currently approved and the consultant is done. We should just go to a tender process that we have. The area we have not much of the problem, it's novel spawned, unless there are a few, but there's an issue also there with our waste plant treatment. It does not really meet your standard in terms of the personnel that should be there. So you would see in our report, we've increased not increased, we've tried to meet the minimum requirement for the people with relevant qualification, water treatment plant, and those in those areas that are placed at Novel Spond. Normally, Novel Spond was serviced from Colesberg because of distance. It's a small community, but now we've also moved an employee permanently to that area. We've submitted business plan because the Novel Spond one, it's an area that just needs minor repairs on that, which it does not have major problem. That Colesberg is the one we experience constant spillages on those.
Submitted business plan to whom?
To the Novel Spond one is the one we are drafting to submit.
To whom?
Provincial government, Costa.
Okay.
The Colesberg one, the department has approved. They
also Costa.
Yes.
Okay.
They've approved. They've started with the consulting work. We don't know what happened in between, but we've sent letters to the HOD. I have submitted there. We've also asked SAHRC to intervene to check where's the progress, because while we are attending to the outfall, but we think there's a need to do an upgrade on our wastewater treatment, which the department have confirmed and approved that, and they started appointing people, but lately there's a delay on that.
In your view, why is the infrastructure of the municipality being vandalized or sabotaged? You refer to the wastewater treatment works in Colesberg.
No, it's just pure theft. It's theft because you'll notice what people go and whatever if there's a break-in, they'll go for electrical equipment on that. But we do take actions that we have 2 community members for damaging key infrastructure. 2023 and 2024. One was sentenced to 8 years and the other one was sentenced to 12 years.
Okay.
We also do admit that internally from our employees, more especially on electrical supply that have part of that, we had one that was arrested from our employees with the transform of the municipality and he remain in custody for a year, and that person we've dismissed. We have 2 that we've opened a case against them for have stolen qualified people that are trusted to work with that, where they steal copper, which affect other things. And we've also opened a case against them. They are currently suspended. So it's not only from the community, but we've also picked up it's an internal job. And it's quite expensive to maintain securities for everything.
Yes, I agree. And the internal job that you've referred to, why would they do that? Are they not perhaps colluding with service providers by stealing the equipment or the infrastructure of the municipality, for the municipality to procure equipment from service providers with whom they might have a relationship, a business relationship?
No, I wouldn't take it that far, because the ones I'm referring to, sometimes it will be something that is put on our spare, or is things that is in the yard. We haven't really, it's the community that have major damage on that, but I indicate on this one because, and although I cannot go much on it because it's still under investigation, but it's purely because people go and sell it to other people that are out there. But we haven't have a situation where because there's something stolen, we had to buy something on urgent basis, would normally go for normal maintenance or whatever the person was doing might have not really cost to a point that we have for a massive cost of something that we had to buy.
The state of your roads, the state of your refuse removal service, we have seen, and I said this morning that, as commissioners, we don't just sit in our offices and read our emails. We actually visit municipalities, and we have seen that it's normally, in most cases, 98% of the time, it's the marginalized communities that suffer most with regards to the quality of the roads, with regards to refuse removal. What is the state of your roads, refuse removal in townships in particular?
Refuse removal, we do it every week. Business areas sometimes twice, but in your community general CPT in all areas, we do it every week in all households. We do at some stage experience our fleet challenge. We do have a fleet that is dedicated for that. There are times that we have those problems. We delay in terms of time, not maybe 1 day or extra that. We delay on that, but we do immediately have an alternative that we provide. Although the alternative is not suitable for us, for our own workers, but we use it as a temporal relief. But we have the one that is dedicated that we use in the areas. The biggest challenge we have, it's your illegal dumping areas, because communities where they are supposed to go and dump is a little bit far for them, and probably not able to afford to hire any truck that will go to that area. But generally, if you go into our communities, I think it's one thing we always get remarks on that. We quite have relatively clean streets. We accept the areas where there's illegal dumping areas that we have challenges that there maximum once a quarter where we clear, more especially in the outside areas, because we normally do not have yellow fleet to cover all areas. We have one yellow fleet that moves around to clear those areas. The colleagues that went to Nopuorde, they've seen that we probably left very few streets in terms of, we've put road infrastructure in terms of paving on our own funding. The last one was at a value of 20 million. together with Sandral, where they've also invested 20 million. The one that we're funding by provincial government and the one we received from Sandral. The same that apply, while you still have some areas in Colesberg that need attentions, we've started with paving in Matikane area. You can drive there, go and look at the area. But we've also submitted a business plan around 49 million to cover other areas. We constantly maintain our potholes. The weather patterns currently due to climate change had a huge impact on our pothole, but we do attend on our potholes in that areas where we have those challenges.
All right, thank you. PM, Mr. Adams, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. You indicated that there had been an investigation regarding an incomplete housing project. Can you tell us a little bit about that project and also the investigation? Where is it at currently and what is the way forward?
Thank you, Commissioner. I would not be able to comment in detail on this one because it's not a municipal project, but we are beneficiaries of the project. It has an impact on us. But the Department of Human Settlement in the province is working on investigation. I think there were also SIU report. We also have reports on that. We have our next meeting with the department on this coming Friday. So because we are not the owners of the implementers, it will be difficult for me to give details on that. Thank you, Commissioner.
Can I ask that you share that report with us, please?
Yes, we'll do. Thank you.
You also indicated that there had been a court order for a fine of 10 million rand. What exactly was that for?
It was a case reported by a farmer as a result of the sewer spillage that affected their area. Justifiable. The case, it was justified to open that case with the impact that was not attendant to that. But due to the seriousness of that matter, a plea bargaining was done where the municipality admitted responsibility, but by then already there was business plan approved of around 20 million and the project is around 98% practically complete. That was the reason the matter was taken up. So up until the project is totally complete, you still have those villages because the project is not yet complete. So once 100% of it would have been resolved.
So are you saying that the municipality used 10 million rand of the 20 million rand that had been allocated to settle the plea bargaining arrangement?
No, it was not it was a fine, but because we took responsibility and admitted, we were given an option to correct that. Should we not have corrected, maybe then we'll be forced to pay the 10 million. So on basis of that, the 10 million was not paid.
Can I ask that you share a copy of that order and the agreement with us as well, the settlement agreement?
I think we should have something there, but if it's not the actual settlement agreement, or that one was for us to appear, but if that, we'll be able to share with the Commission.
Thank you. You also mentioned the criminal charges. I just wanted to check, was it one criminal charge or two? And were they both relating to the theft of copper cables?
We had in total 5, or let me say 3. Okay, there's 2 against community members that were fined and sentenced to prison. They are prison now, 2 of them. So one for cable theft, tampering with our transformer, even the other one the same. And then we have one with the employee of the municipality. He was in custody for a year. Unfortunately, although we've dismissed him, but on criminal side, if he won the case, I may indicate currently we have 2 cases against of our 2 employees that they went to another province to alleged to have went to sell electricity cables. It is alleged.
Have they been gone through disciplinary processes internally?
They are current on suspension. It's something that should probably happen last month, if I'm correct. They're in suspension. They were in custody for a weekend. I think they'll appear again next month or this month. We've already suspended them and we've started our processes in terms of disciplinary process.
Are they suspended with pay?
Yes, suspended with pay.
Thank you. I've also noted that the blue drop status doesn't look very positive. If anything, it's regressed by approximately 30% between 2014 and 2023. In 2014, the score was 53.9%, and 2023, it is at 24.17%. Can you speak to us about that, please?
Yes, earlier when I indicate those challenges in terms of what we experienced, that was some of the factors is that our plants were not taken care well. We did not have water process controllers that are qualified to be placed there. So you would see in the submission we've made in terms of the occupation of those positions, not only people who've trained, people were also trained from the community by the sitters that are there that we've appointed and bring along around those things. And those are also affected with compliance issues that also happen in our plants, which we are addressing in the submission we've made.
Okay. What is your budget as a percentage on operations and maintenance?
The cost of our challenges of our budget, we normally put at 8%. But the nature of the infrastructure forces us to be reactive than to maintain. While we plan to maintain, like you'll put something to maintain for electricity, and then you have a transformer that needs to be replaced out of that money. So you end up purchasing new equipment and reacting on the damages that are there where we are supposedly maintain. With 2023, what we've done, we've approved the maintenance plan that we have that looked at it and aligned it with our budget. And we've picked up that we are not meeting there because we focus mostly on reacting on this old infrastructure that we are taking it out, but it keeps taking us back in terms of those challenges. We are looking at a different approach. One of the areas we spend a lot of money that also affect our maintenance plan is on our fleet. So what we started discussion on something we call front loading. We have renewable energy where we rent land for a period of 20 years. So we said, in the 20-year period, by the time you end a contract, you'll probably have to pay us 35 million. I'm making that as an example. So that is our land. Your plant is there. There's nothing that... So in advance, instead of paying us, starting to buy fleet for us. So we're starting working on that. We're finding each other. So we need to finalize just our own calculation and submit. We are quite confident if we can address partial our fleet, which has quite aged, it may help us to have money that will be able to take care with quite a number of things that include maintenance in terms of those areas. Because we have distressed municipality, that's a reason National Treasury has approved us to participate at the National Treasury ESCOM Debt Relief Program. And already now we got a write-off of 1.8 million, 2.4. Because of our commitment, we pay every month. We are late sometimes, but we pay every month in indicating that. And while we maintain, we have to ensure that we pay our third parties, which we have not failed at this stage, and pay employees.
And
we have not.
What is your ESCOM debt currently?
What is quite expensive, we should be around 19 now, 19 million. What is quite expensive to us is the winter accounts. Now, ESCOM has their own tariffs on winter. So if they normally give us 4 million, then we get a invoice around 8.7. But our tariffs remain the same as the municipality. That's how NERSA worked. I don't know how that did happen. But that has an impact in terms of us sustaining, paying ESCOM.
And the water board?
We generally get we don't owe there. There's a debate between of us with national government because we access water in your Orange River. There are some money they've indicated, but they were not able to help us what we owe them. So basically, we don't owe there. But we've make submission. They visit the municipality. They were not also clear, so they promised to go and work and look how we are getting there. We actually don't get quite revenue on water supply. We get a revenue on electricity. On water supply, most residents, which I was indicating which area, were unable to enforce. That's why National Treasury, one of the conditions that we are forced now to put smart water meters, is called prepaid, but it has also on its own dynamics.
And what is your collection rate?
I use it. Our collection rate is between 50 something and 65. But here's the problem with that collection rate. It's a collection rate on the area where we supply electricity. So it will mean you'll collect that in around 34% of the households, because it's difficult to enforce where ESCOM is supplying electricity.
Okay. Second water losses and non-revenue water. And then the last thing I'd like you to speak to is the 2022 Green Drop Progress Report outcome, where it's noted that the municipality had a 92% critical risk rating and a Green Drop score of 18%.
Yeah, thanks. The first one was water losses and electricity losses. With water, we are in crisis. We probably around over 40% with water. We are dropping a little bit with electricity. Electricity mostly it was an issue of bypassing of electricity boxes that we used to have. But when ESCOM introduced it around 2023, 2024, we're able to pick up some few areas. But in adding to that, it's one of the issues on internal employees that we've identified that our own employees have played a role in terms of bypassing of this electricity. So those are issues of disciplinary process challenges. The water challenges I indicated, we use asbestos pipes, which they've aged even themselves. That is the biggest area where to have. But I've indicated earlier, when we got a business plan, the point that we set and argue with technicians or with our technical people was, before we add boreholes, let's replace these pipes. And that's a project we have quite constantly. So we're currently replacing those. And the area where we lose quite a lot of water is Noport, where we struggle with water. That's a funding of for 13 million. We need to replace that pipe. We are quite confident immediately we replace that pipe, there should be a huge increase because the bulk of our losses, it is in that area. As I indicated, one of the problems the municipality had in the past 4 years, it was a disruption in management. At one stage in a council meeting, like everyone was technically fired. It has a drastic impact in terms of maintaining the challenges. Colleagues that were quite in low position had to start not feeling position, but take responsibilities where you lost people with skills. That period had caused quite a number of damage for the municipality in terms of its finances and the status of our green drop and that, because your people that had to lead the project and that becomes a problem of technical. The management, as we speak, senior managers and managers below that, totally new people. So that period where people, in fact, if you go back a little bit, you'll realize it's a municipality that normally have unqualified reports. When with the changes started to happen, then you started dropping in quite a number of things. There's quite improvement that is there because all positions are filled people with relevant skills and that, while experience actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Emin. Before I hand over to Commissioner Quinana, your experience in local government. What did you do before you assumed this new responsibility of MM?
I started working 2007. We called them unit managers. There was a town. There's a town in Hanover. Sobomva was managing that period of 3 or 4. After that, I became the manager in the office of the mayor. And then after I was appointed to be a senior manager corporate services for 5 years. And I had a 3 months acting as a municipal manager at Mtanjeni. And 2023, 1st April, I started as a municipal manager at Sobomvu, where I am now.
So we cannot blame you for Umsumbombo, but we can blame you for Mtanjeni, because that is a mess.
When you arrive at the institution, you take, as an accounting officer, whatever happened in that municipality. So anything that happens, Msobomvu, I take full responsibility.
And Mtanjeni?
There's an accounting officer there.
All right. Commissioner Queenana?
Thank you. You said you have 29,000 population.
Yes, ma'am.
And in terms of the funds that you receive from government, does that speak to proper provision for that number?
Money is never enough, ma'am. We survive with what we receive. We survive, but quite. I indicated one example, that the inability to attract a CFO because of what we are offering. So, 2022. We had over 40% unemployment rate. There's an improvement now because of renewable projects on contract basis. So you basically carry a community of most people that are not working.
So in terms of youth, what is the percentage of the 29,000?
Ma'am, I think around the youth, we don't have here. What we have around the school attendance between 5 and 24, we have around 70%.
And older persons?
It should be relatively on that. It would make a difference of probably that 25. I don't actually have that full numbering here, which I have not covered it here.
So the municipality, are you saying a lot of the people then are unemployed? But you've painted a very good picture, I must say. You know, it's like the municipality is really doing very well. And yet you've got 70% of people that are unemployed.
Yes. I say yes. We at some stage we almost have a tension with government. We enforce credit control in all government institutions. We notice them, we inform them. Those that are using our electricity, we enforce irrespective of departments. You would see with the current, the audited period now, 2024-2025, we have an increase, we've increased in terms of our revenue. Bulk of it was coming from state government. Because the bill we are carrying for state institution, it's impossible for us to survive. So you can, on a monthly basis, get maybe 600 invoice, which only is the cost of the municipality, of the hospital only, which when they don't pay, we as a municipality, we have to pay ESCOM. So what we do notify government that this is the problems we have due to number of times the period of past of not paying. We have no choice but to enforce. But we more special areas like hospital, we quite communicating that put your generator on, put that, this is what. And then usually government, when you enforce that, within 3 days they do pay you. If you don't enforce that, they won't pay you. We do not have enough households which we supply with electricity. So we ended up what we are collecting, serving the entire community. We survive, looking good, no, we survive of what we have, but it's quite difficult.
And you said informal settlements are mushrooming.
I would say there's always contradiction on these things, ma'am. When there is 1, 2, and 3, you enforce that you have a limited period to act before people pass certain days, then you enforced. But with community protest and other things, sometimes administratively, you may have challenge to do that. And once people have established, then you are required to put, I make an example of Novel's Pond. They started as just 25. They're waiting for houses that are currently built. 50 houses are built in Novel's Pond. So there were 35 waiting for those houses. Immediately we had to provide water and electricity, which we did. Then you start to see people increasing in that area in Novel's Pond. The same with Colesberg. Here's another challenge that we are currently experiencing in those areas. There's temporal work now in terms of your renewable energies. So if I rent my house out, I will probably get 6,000 in that area. So what people will do, rent a house and go stay to a shanty. Or some where you build houses, people build a shanty into it. It has its contradiction, ma'am. When you act, sometimes it end up, when you enforce your bylaws, you sometimes confronted with community issues. We were appearing on DFA 2 months back for have enforced credit control for people that owe us. But there was a protest, but we find each other with the community. So you as management, you had to balance in terms how do you keep and follow the law, legislation, but there's community pressure sometimes you cannot, it's quite become difficult to have to cope with, more especially in local government.
So the example that you gave us where the person was allocated a house and then still went back to stay in the informal settlement, it's informed by the fact that people are able to rent out the properties and get some money out of it.
No, it's quite sad, that one. The person is informed by poverty, hunger, I may say it, because the person has a house, he spends the days at the landfill site. Whether he's looking for something to eat or something to go and sell. So you have to locate that person. And when you meet them, sometimes I have the house, I have electricity, I have water, but I have nothing to eat. And in return, a person will rent the place out. So you sit with that problem that sometimes become difficult for the municipality to address.
Then I say to you, have you looked at Section 183, which empowers you to ensure that there are opportunities created by yourselves as the municipality in order to mitigate those challenges of unemployment, of poverty?
Currently, as you speak, you look at the record there, ma'am. 2023, we have high vacancy rate of the municipality. Mostly, it was your unskilled people on a general worker level, which we've appointed early this year, 34 of them in our records. Currently, as I speak with you, ma'am, we have a EPWP program with the Department of Public Works with 160 participants in that program. in an area called Nowport, you had over 1,000 people employed in the renewable project, some dominantly because in terms of radius, they must focus at Nowport. But as things start now with the demand of the project, they are moving as far as Colesberg and Novelspond. So I normally say to community members, wake up at 3 a.m. at Colesberg at any day during the week and look at the number of taxis that leave. Would not be less than, let me not, numbers I might not show, but look at the numbers of taxis. Not quite high number yet, but you would have reached close to over 100 now. But go to a different area at Nowport. It's easily that Nowport, it's a small town. It's easily that you can pass over 50 taxis that are transporting people. But those are short-term projects. They've been there now for the past 3 years, and we have a new for another 3 to 5 years. So currently there's that issue that is currently addressing unemployment issues.
So there is a plan by municipality.
In the IDP you find that, but these projects are not sourced or funded by the municipality, are through sector engagement, private sector. It's also through other government departments that introduce those projects. Yes, ma'am.
So yes, I'm talking to the IDP, the
Yes.
integrated
Development plan. Yes.
So you do have it.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Will you just also
Provide it.
submit that so that it can be considered? Now, you've also spoken to theft that has not only taken place as a result of community members, but even staff complement. How are you circumventing that? How are you making sure that moral fiber within the municipality, is brought back, even in the communities themselves? Whilst the municipality is doing so much for them, how are you making sure that people, realize the importance of this infrastructure that is there to actually assist them? I mean, certain instances, people steal these cables that are for hospitals to an extent that an hospital could end up not being able to run, which can ultimately lead to loss of lives and so forth. Yeah, but what plans do you have regarding having been had to what you have now observed, that crime seems to be a challenge?
We have community partnership. It has its own challenges. It has its ups and downs. I'm not sure if SAHRC will be able to provide us and look at the protests that were directed to the municipality before 2023 and the protests from 2023 up until today. I know only one protest, and which was related to enforcement of credit control. Others were coming because there were a problem on a central project or any other private business. Then people will come because their politicians are here. The relationship with the community. It is the community that reports. We have service delivery groups that are ward-based, that are focusing on stakeholders, engagement, businesses, that will find these things are reported. Council have what they call quarterly meetings. Council meets the people. They do it in one day, but in 3 different folds. In the morning, in early hours in the morning, let's say around 10 or sometime depending which area, they meet with business community, NGOs, sector-based engagement, because we learn combining is not working. Individual in a community meeting in for her house issue, but in the business issue, the demand might be broader. And then later after that meeting, the community in that. After that, we conclude it in the IDP forum, where we meet different government departments, where we create that communities. Yet there are challenges. We also have what we call block meetings, which are attended by councillors in areas where people are far to reach your community facilities, like halls and that, where councillors go and meet in those areas. So that communication happens to be between that. Within our own, we have a Facebook page called Umsobomvu. If you have time, ma'am, you can just look at there. We recently have our first wellness program where we start to look internally the interest of our municipalities. In fact, in the province, I'm tempted to almost say it in the country, but let me say in the province, we are the first to look at the scheme where we can provide houses for our own workers. And probably we should be starting with construction by end of this month. We've already allocated land. 29 have received their title deeds. The others are sorting them out. Just to morally boost your low-earning, more especially your general workers, where we work on that. We're working on that. So to build also that more morale, where team buildings we have. If you visit our Facebook page, you'll probably pick up those things.
So I'm gathering that you're saying there's public participation.
Yes, ma'am.
So you do have committees where the public is represented, whether in form of youth or older persons or persons with disabilities. Are they all accommodated in that space?
We had different structures from sport, people living with disabilities, safety units.
Persons with disabilities, just
yes.
to correct you.
You're sorry, ma'am, yes. We have quite different them that participate in this stakeholders meeting. In fact, even when they have to attend at the district level or at the provincial level, they are transported by our officials who deals with specials programs, where we carry the cost of those that is as part of public participation programs. Ma'am.
And the older persons forum?
We have them in different format. Like there's a group that will work on environmental areas, which is dominantly by elderly people that gather together and look at environmental issues, helping to clean the town on their own. But they become they are part of those. We have a permanent member that stays there as a former teacher who represent with her group, and different group of them. We do have them. We do have attendance register. They do attend our IDP rep forums. We can we can submit that indicate which different groups are attending there.
Do you know the Provincial Older Persons Forum chairperson?
At the province?
Yeah.
No, I would not be sure, but I know at us locally, Mrs. Manoto, she's the one that represents at the municipal level.
All right. Maybe as a last question, Chair, you said land has now been earmarked for workers. Have you also done that for children, insofar as their programs are concerned? Have you looked at that space as well?
I will request Commissioner to explain what do you mean for children?
For children, whether it's whatever activities their children are supposed to be involved in, whether you're talking about kindergarten or you're talking about schools and so forth.
Oh, no, it's fine. When I was referring land to workers, we were referring to residential land.
Yes, no. Now I'm talking about children. That
Okay.
I've heard. I'm just saying, whilst similarly you have done it now for workers,
Yeah.
have you also done that because this is a requirement also in terms of your Municipality Act, that you should also be paying attention to interests of children?
Okay. Let me put it like this, ma'am. We do make land available in terms of our planning. Then it gets to be submission. We have a letter we can share with you now where the National Government Department of Sports, Arts and Culture will be, in the next financial year, placing the outdoor exercise gym for children, which we've identified those areas. The letter is already available. We can make that available to you, but it's for funding for the next financial year.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinana. There's a few questions that the provincial manager would like to put to you, especially with regards to your infrastructure projects. Just tell me, does the municipality have a water services development plan? And if yes, when last did you review and update that water service delivery plan?
Every year when we do our ITP, we review all our plans. It can be human settlement, maintenance plan, water services plan. We review them, and where there's major amendments, we do, or business plan. So we do have them. We load them in our website. It's also attached in our ITP, which we are going to submit.
Okay, thank you. I hope you've made a list of all these plans that you need to submit to us. So those plans should also be emailed to the to the provincial manager. He can provide you with his email address immediately after your session. Tell me, would next week Friday be sufficient for you to email us all the plans, all the documents that we've requested? Not this Friday, this coming Friday, the one after that.
We can guarantee that.
Perfect, perfect. PM? Any questions?
Thank you, Chairperson of the inquiry. Just two questions. The first one's regarding the conditional grant allocations. So I've noted in the submission by Provincial Treasury that in the Northern Cape it's not broken down in terms of your particular municipality, but if you could perhaps provide us with some figures, I think it would be great. With the Water Services Infrastructure Grant in the 24-25 financial year, there was only 18% expenditure, with a total expenditure of 23% over a 3-year period from the 2022 to the 2025 financial year. With regard to the regional bulk infrastructure grant, 2022-2023 there had been 1% expenditure, 23-24 15%, 24-25 that increased to 37%, but it leaves us with a total of 17% expenditure over the 3-year period. Similarly, with the Integrated National Electrification Program, 22-23 was 11% expenditure, 23-24 was 7% expenditure, and here it seems to be regressing, 24-25 5% expenditure with a total expenditure of 8%. If you could please speak to us about that. Thank you.
For the water and sanitation at Noport, we fully agree with that, because it's the project I indicated which we found it has serious problems. As a result, there were penalties that had to be issued to the contractor, and that's why it's only now they are on practical completion. The INEP one, I explain it differently, that one, because what happened there was a project, and when the project gets stuck in the period of COVID and that, there were issues to move. As a result, the allocation later, because of not spending, the money was taken. So, but because the project they've started, so what we did 2023, we took from the money of the municipality and finished the project. So I remember when the Premier came to announce that you are approved for the grant, we said, Premier, don't announce you are approved, switch on the light. Because the project was a risk, there were poles. If we left them like that, they could have been stolen, vandalized. We thought, instead of losing this infrastructure that is there, let's look what the municipality is having, let's finish the project. So when they allocated the money, we said, we would not be able to spend because we've done with the work. Use this as a refund. But there are conditions in government, so it was not easy to do that. I don't want to make an excuse with the expenditure on the issue of management, but the disruption on the issues of management 2022 meant there were no SCM committees because there were no senior managers. You could not have a BEC, you could not have a BAC because no one was there. The only person was there was acting as a MM. Now that poses a problem for the municipality. So I think the municipality was capable, but because of that disruption, it made a lot of things not to happen. They had to start approaching the district to have people, other municipalities request that, can you help us to serve in our committees? That was the biggest problem that they experienced into that period.
Okay.
In fact, Commission, we can indicate that with our even MIG for performing, we got an extra additional 10 million because we've performed and we've moved in spending. We started to have colleagues that are coming, full committees are serving, then there's a quite improvement currently as we speak.
My last question, Chair. I think after today we've heard all municipalities speak about the challenges that they're experiencing with ESCOM supplied areas and its impact on municipalities in the sense that you are unable to collect revenue. Please share your thoughts with us on what you believe would be possible solutions to that problem. Thank you, Chairperson.
We've met with ESCOM led by Mr. Toto. We look at method where probably they can collect on our behalf, and whatever they collect, it can go for what we owe them. But it came out that legislatively there are problems. They do not have powers to collect on behalf of the municipality because they don't have, the client has a relationship with them, not with us. So we also took this thing national where we started engaging on this matter. It was quite evident that's not a solution. As part of the participant at the ESCOM Debt Relief Program, we have made that indication in terms of saying this is what to solve. But it's clear that the law would not make it possible for us to do that. The only possible, it would not 100% solve that problem, is to put prepaid water meters, because it allows you to get water, but there's a portion you have to do. Not because it's always about money, but it's because of the water that people waste because they know we're not going to pay for it. Not only, so it's easy for someone to have a car wash at his place because he knows there's nothing you can do. So that's another option we are looking at. They've already approved other municipalities at a grant of 40 million. We are going to submit ours. We hope that they will help on that. Otherwise, it's not easy to get it right in those areas.
Thank you. I think that is, the purpose of this inquiry is not only to name and shame you, MM, and municipalities. We also want to assist you, and I think that is a recommendation we can take forward, to perhaps get the authorities to meet with ESCOM so that we see how we deal with the challenge, because it is a challenge. You're not collecting revenue from areas that are being supplied by ESCOM, and that is a challenge. So from our side, we will definitely investigate and definitely include a recommendation in the report on how to deal with that. Before we conclude with you, Evidence Leader, any follow-ups, anything that was not responded to? Do you have a mic?
No, but I think it's fine. You can hear me. So the issue of debt collection within municipalities is becoming problematic. So much so for the municipality and communities. Because in the Northern Cape, municipalities have started to withhold electricity if you don't pay your municipal account. So people are resisting that as a genuine form of debt collection.
Yeah.
We've been approached to assist, but we refer to the public protector. That portion of whether it's within municipalities' right to use electricity as a debt collecting measure. So it's something that we could possibly look at strategically.
I think the panel will consider that as well, whether we're going to include that in the report for consideration of other structures. All right, I think that brings us to the end of your testimony, MM. Let me indicate you did well. Thank you for responding knowledgeably, not misleading the Commission. I'm also impressed with the fact that consequence management in the municipality is being prioritized. It's very, very important. I'm also impressed that you look after the wellness of your staff members, the fact that you're building houses for your general workers is really something that needs to be applauded. It's really something that other municipalities must take note of. I must be honest that I always just pass Colesberg and Noupoort, and I've never really stopped there to conduct inspections. It's something I must perhaps be more consider in the new financial year to visit your municipality. I've had the odd speed fine there many times, I think, but I make sure that I only pass Colesberg, not exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. Yes, thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you for being honest with the commission, and thank you for being knowledgeable. I think we all appreciate it, and the inputs that you've made will also assist other municipalities, I think, because we managed to get something from you that we can definitely include in our report to take further. Thank you so much. You are released.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
One more municipality, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to rush to the bathroom quickly, 5 minutes. Let me allow you 5 minutes. district municipality, we're going to deviate a little bit, and you've not prepared a presentation, I'm told. From all the municipalities. With regards to the municipalities in your district, if you could address the panel, say for just 15 minutes or so, on the challenges that you've identified, and then also what has the district municipality done to support these municipalities. I have my own view about district municipalities. I worked for one. I was a MM of a district municipality many years ago. So I have my own views on whether they are needed or not. But let's hear from you. Persuade us that there's a role for a district municipality, that you are indeed supporting the locals, and then we will allow the panel to put questions to you. Who's going to make the presentation? Thank you, Mr. Visser. Over to you.
Okay, no, thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity. Look, I think just before I get into, because we've done a presentation, there are some few issues that I want to highlight. I must say, district municipality specifically over time has become post offices in this province. Post offices, yes. So, for an example, you take Pixley as a district municipality. In the current financial year, we are sitting with a capital budget of just 400,000. No other capital grants, just a capital budget of 400,000. Now, what we've done as a district, we have made some inputs into the white paper on local government reforms. And the issue of funding, the funding model specifically, we have touched on that, Commissioner, because from where I'm sitting, and I must also say this is my almost 12 times in Pixley. So I start. I've made the last 3 years. For an example, Commissioner, not a single district municipality in this province is a water services authority. That must say a lot in terms of our ability to enhance revenue and also to support our locals, Commissioner. So also we need to treat very carefully also as DMs not to interfere in the space of the locals, because ours is to support and to promote, the work that they are doing. So I thought, just as a point of departure, just to bring those few issues quickly under your attention. But I will also touch quickly on some statistics. I'll be quick. It's 12 minutes past 4. I think we've got 8 locals in Pixley. The area that we're covering is a land mass of 103,222 square kilometers. Sorry. Population 216,000, up from the I think it was 2017 or 2016 figure, from 203 up until 216. And then the number of households in the district is just over 53,000 from the 2022 statistics. In terms of population groups, the colored community is the biggest in the district from statistics 2022, sitting at 59%. Black Africans sitting at 30%. The rest would then be around 11%, Commissioner. Languages spoken in the district, Afrikaans in the main, 77%. And I think the MM of Mtanjeni touched on that as well. Employment, between 2007 and 2023, there was a gradual increase in the unemployment rate. From 2007, it was sitting at around 24.2%. And then in 2023, it was sitting at 24.6%, Commissioner. Still from 2022 stats, district-wide, your access to services, formal dwellings, 85.6% has got access to services within the district. Your flush toilets connected, district-wide 85%. Weekly refuse removal was sitting at 77%. Your access to piped water in the informal dwellings, 56.9%. And then electricity was sitting at around 92.5%. I've inserted a few slides on the original one that I've submitted, and also based on the process that you followed, I've also updated some of the slides in my presentation. So for an example, I'll now be focusing just quickly, because I know you said I should be speaking to some of the challenges and also what we've done. So some of the highlights just as a district municipality chair, let me just quickly touch on that. 21 councillors in total, staff complement of 90 officials. And our main function, like I said already, is to support and promote locals. We are sitting at an unqualified audit opinion for the past 10 years. In fact, I've inherited it. In the 23-24 financial year, there were only 2 matters. The issue of going concern, so you can already pick up liabilities are exceeding assets, and also there were a few supply chain issues. There were no interventions during my time and even before in Pixley. We are rendering, and this is probably where our support comes in, we are rendering what we call a specialized shared service in the district. Unfortunately, Commissioner, we do not have the financial ability to assist any of our locals financially. We don't have money. It's as simple as that. We are 93% grant funded and 7% own income. That's where we are sitting currently. Our vacancy rate as a district is below 5%. No vacancy in infrastructure, no vacancy in our internal audit department. There's 3 in corporate services, and then there's 1 in finance. Those are the 4 departments. We are also responsible for the district development coordination in the space, ensuring that there is combined planning in the district, and that is being done through what we call the district one plan. Our 24-25 budget was funded. We see that as a highlight. Also, I think many of the locals spoke to the issue of EHPs, the environmental health practitioners who are assisting in the locals. We have placed EHPs in all of the 8 locals, assisting with food control, dumping site inspections, water sampling, issuing of boiler notices, etc., etc. So those are things that we are doing. We've also recently submitted a comprehensive roads business plan to Infrastructure South Africa. It's a comprehensive district plan to address some of the gravel roads and all of the other roads issues in the district. I think it's around close to, and Mr. Greef can also, if he wants, elaborate on that, it's around close to 2 billion. So we expect it to be implemented over many, many years if approved. It's a lot of money. Specifically, the Carnarvon van Wyksvlei Road is one of the roads. It's a gravel road, so we've included it to be upgraded from gravel to tar. Then also, I think it's Campbell Douglas, that road we've included. Nikkerkshoop, Priska, those roads we've included because those are very dangerous gravel roads, Chairperson. Then we've distributed water and firefighting trucks and equipment to our locals, but also the role of a post office, we've received this from Cockstar and we've just distributed it to our locals. Our council is stable. We do have quarterly council meets the people meetings within the district. And all of the issues that we are picking up in those council meets the people meetings, because you must remember now, the local municipalities are also going for their own CMTPs. So the issues that we are picking up, we write them up and we channel them through the different sector departments for them to intervene and to assist on some of these issues. We have developed our own revenue enhancement strategy, adopted by council in 2024, with short, medium, and long-term options. Some of the long-term options to enhance revenue in there is, for an example, to become a WSA. But we understand that the legislation will have to be changed for that to happen. Also, medium options that we've included, and short term, for an example, cutting on personnel expenditure, which is very high. Our personnel expenditure is sitting at around 70%. That is now councillors and officials, chairperson, 70%. And our budget, total budget, is 74 million. So if you do the calculation, you can see where we are sitting, what is left for operational activities. Then our IGR structures are functional, but I want to come back to the issue of how do we support our locals through the specialized shared services, chairperson. All we can do through manpower, HR support. We've got what we do, we assist them on planning. Planning will include issues like approval of building plans, physically assisting them with business plan drafting. Where they also request us, we'll do that. So that's what we are doing in the field of planning. We have appointed a town planner because the locals cannot afford town planners. And in 2006, 2007 financial year, in fact, this is where this idea of a shared service was agreed upon between locals and the DM. So planning is one of the support functions in that model. They are paying for it now. Very little, 350,000 per annum currently. Now, if you can just take a town planner alone, cost us close to 1 million. And we are charging them 350,000 in total for the 4 activities that we are assisting them with. The other action that we are assisting them with is internal audits. We do internal audits throughout the entire district. But I must also alert the commission that out of the 8 locals, Renosterberg is not part of the shared services because of the payment issue. They are not able to pay. They approached us in late 2024 to come in and assist with risk management and internal audit. We responded to say, look, we can apportion you, you can pay so much, etc., but they never came back to us, actually to buy in to the shared services agreement. Also, we have appointed a legal advisor in the district a few years back. So the legal advisor is assisting locals. Also, we've got a labor relations officer. So our legal and labor unit, that is the third function under the shared services model, which are supporting the locals where there are labor matters, where there are legal matters. Where the legal matters become complex, we will assist through the Office of the State Attorney, from the side of the DM. But many of the locals, from time to time, they are also not utilizing the service that they are paying for, which is a bit concerning. And the last area, chairperson, under the shared services where we are assisting is the PMS, performance management, where so required in terms of Section 88, we do assist of the Structures Act, we do assist our locals. So that is our flagship support program for our locals. We're looking at areas of concern in the Structures Act. 88, 33 of 2000 have taken away some of the responsibilities of DMs, and one of the responsibilities that we take away is to be the providers of bulk water in locals. That has been taken away, as you know. So also the road function in our province specifically has been taken away. Also primary health care has been taken away. So these functions, through administrative cost that we've apportioned at 5% or 2.5% at least, we could use that to even invest in the local municipalities through capital programs, etc. Pixley, in terms of finances, we are distressed, but we are measuring this in terms of our liabilities that exceeds our assets. So Pixley Kaseme District Municipality Chair basically has got only one asset, that is our main building, one fixed asset, that is our main building in the R. And then obviously it's the immovable assets like your cars and those things. I've already touched on the issue of us being constrained, 93% grant dependent and 7% own income with a 74 million rand budget. We don't have debtors except one municipality really that owes us on shared services. But I think another area of concern, Chair, just before I close off, is on housing accreditation. Now, we have been accredited as a level 2. At level 2, there's 4 levels: level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. So, being a accredited municipality, we are supposed to be able to roll out housing projects in our district. In other words, we are supposed to be getting funding from the province, and we are supposed to be able to appoint service providers, supervise them, etc., etc. But currently that is not happening. We have got a fully fledged housing unit, which we are paying 2 million rand for, but we are getting 110,000 from government. Right? So we need intervention on this. There are many meetings on the housing accreditation matter, quarterly housing accreditation meetings, but unfortunately this thing does not come to finality to say, look, we have devolved this, you are level 2, we'll give you the money, you appoint service providers, you oversee your projects, etc., etc. It's not happening, right? Disaster management, we are supposed to be doing that. We are not getting a single cent from the provincial government, so we've got a very small unit. We cannot really assist in that area. So what we do is collecting disaster management reports from the locals and submit it to the Provincial Disaster Management Center, Chairperson. There is one litigation case in the institution, which is an official against the municipality. It's a sexual harassment case, happened before my time, currently in the labor court. And then, Chairperson, conclusion. Like I said, we want to enhance our revenue and be enabled to provide increased support through becoming water services authorities as SDMs in the province. Also, Chair, possible amendments of the Division of Revenue Act framework to assist perennial underspending local municipalities. There are quite a number of municipalities in Pixley that are underspending on the infrastructure grants. So we got specific money because I think we've got the technical capacity. We've got one technical senior manager, we've got a engineering assistant, and we've got 4 RAMS civil graduates. So in total, it's about 6 people that would be able to assist locals that aren't able to implement the grant funding in time. In fact, we have communicated early last year with all 8 locals to say, look, this is what we are offering as the DM. Your 5% getting on the MIG. You can look at utilizing our services to assist you with business plan drafting, assist you with the oversight on your projects and all of those things, and in turn, utilize 5% and you pay us. None of the locals has taken that offer from us. We do understand they are also stretched, but from our side, that is what we wanted to do as a district. We rarely receive any complaints from residents or NGOs in our district direct, Chairperson. Also, lastly, there were no PIA applications in 2024-2025 financial year, even in the 2023-2024 financial year for Pixley Kaseme District. So, in short, Chair, those are some of the challenges and the support required, and like I said, our main and flagship support is through our shared services model in the district. I'm done, almost done, Chair. We've approached the provincial government to say, look, we are rendering this shared service to locals, support us financially. We've done a presentation in May 2023 to the Premier and the team. Unfortunately, this thing hasn't been finalized, so we were thinking that if the provincial government function in the DM, then locals who are already financially stretched don't have to pay additional funding, for such a service. I think those were the few inputs, Chair, that I wanted to make. If Mr. Greef wanted to add, he can do so, but I think I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Emma. Mr. Greef, do you want to add something? You know, I was listening to the explaining to us that you guys are actually doing nothing at the municipality, and I was looking at your long title, infrastructure, housing, etc. And I thought to myself, but what is Mr. Greef actually doing at that municipality? I understand what corporate services are doing. I understand what the CFO is doing. I understand what the is doing. But what is Mr. Greef now actually doing at the municipality?
I'm a master of a jack of all, a master of none, something like that. Okay, Mr. Commissioner, yeah, I also just want to add that we got various forums running at the district municipality where we support, like our infrastructure forum meeting, where we are a coordinating role, inviting the municipalities and the sector departments, discussing challenges at the municipalities, like water provision and MIG expenditure, project implementation, even the blue drop and green drop and no drop status. So we had those forums. I know there's also a communication forum meeting. We also had the LED forum meeting that is also part of my portfolio, local economic development. So we are also playing that role in our district, supporting our SMEs and upcoming contractors with their local economic development in that field and so. Yeah, and then you also have in the past we did. I know some municipalities did mention it. We provide support to municipalities regarding in their SCM supply chain management structures. Also the what do you call it? The vacancy that committees for appointing of senior managers. We supported them in that regard as well. Yeah, and then also developing of infrastructure business plans and so. So that is the support that we did provide to the municipalities in the past. Yeah, and we are ready to provide that support in the future as well. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Right, I'm looking at the evidence leader again. Any questions or any background information that you would like to provide to the panel? Except for raising your concern about the need for district municipalities.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think our involvement with the district municipalities originate from a resolution that was taken with an engagement between the Commission and the Office of the Premier, where it was agreed that we would establish a tracking team to monitor systemic violations. So in terms of that resolution, the MMs of the district municipalities together with the Human Rights Commission would form that tracking team and meet monthly and report back to the Intergovernmental Forum of the Premier. So we have been attending meetings of the district intergovernmental forums. Now, my question is, how can we, if we then listen to what the district municipality is saying, that they don't have a oversight mechanism, an enforceable oversight mechanism over local municipalities. So what would then be the purpose of the intergovernmental forum if it's basically a report back mechanism and there's no accountability mechanism built in within that intergovernmental forum? And then also the role of council and the secretariat, if one can say it like that. Because if there's no political will, then there will be no implementation of what Mr. Greef is proposing should happen. And especially when he mentioned the issue of participating in the underspending municipality. So if there's no political will to do that, something won't materialize. So yeah, that is just my concern.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Weingart. Mr. Majosi, anything from your side? Are you happy? Are you sure? All right. Dr. Wright, are you also concerned about district municipalities like I am? All right. From my side, we know it's, all municipalities in the country face financial difficulties, especially your local municipalities. You've just listened to the municipalities explaining the challenges that they experience on a daily basis, and I know that it cannot be easy to be a municipal manager of a local municipality. It's the challenges they face are tremendous. Now, local municipalities do require support from everywhere. They require support from provincial department, from provincial government, from national government, but they also require support from district municipalities. And you indicated that Renosterburg did not return to you when they were invited to participate in your shared services model. Why hasn't the municipality considered, and it's probably because of financial reasons, as you correctly pointed out, why haven't you considered to pardon them, to allow them to participate, or that you at least comply with your mandate to support municipalities, and supporting them without necessarily expecting from them to pay you 350,000 Rand a year or whatever the amount is? Why has that never been an option for the district municipality to consider? Remember, Mr. Greef has said under oath that he's not doing much, and that he wants to support them.
Be careful.
Why has that never been an option, where municipalities simply cannot afford 350,000 Rand a year, that you pardon them, that you provide that service to them free of charge? I mean, your 74 million comes from National Treasury. It's not that you go out there and you, like in the old days when the regional council's levy was paid, that you have a collection department to go and collect the regional services council levies. What is your response?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think I must also just quickly indicate to you, Commissioner, that I've also been a councillor in local government in the period 95 till 1999. So I've been sitting on both sides. Now, look, Renosterburg, they are not forgotten, Commissioner. Throughout the years, look, this decision to exclude them from the shared services arrangement was taken before my time, right, because of financial issues. But what we've been doing over time, over my 3 years, we've been assisting them with labor matters. They'll communicate with us. We've been assisting them on EPWP projects. I think Mr. Greef will attest in the 23-24 or 24-25 financial year even, there was a project in their area that we have project managed for them, dealt with the business plans. Our council even resolved that I think they were short of 70,000 to complete the project. So we then had to tap into our EPWP 1.1 million to assist them to finalize that project. We approved building plans for them. Mr. Greef will once again, he can attest specifically on the DMTP applications, because the District Municipal Planning Tribunal is seated in the district municipality. So we render that service as well. Also, they are utilizing our website, for an example, to advertise things on our website. We are assisting them on their various SEM committees when there's a request. We are assisting them on the interview panels whenever there's a request. For an example, I've been part of the MM panel. We've recently appointed a new MM in Renosterberg, and we've been part of that. So it is not that all is doom and gloom in Renosterberg in terms of our support responsibilities in that area. It's just that they are currently not part of the shared services agreement. And last week I received a request again from them to assist them with internal audit functions because they want to investigate payroll issues, and we are going to assist them in that regard, Chairperson. So we are really spending our 74 million to assist the locals. If only MC in the country can get, but I know the first national fiscus is constrained, so you cannot say you want more money from government. There is no more money from government. You have to access private capital as municipalities. So we are quite aware of that, Chairperson. Thanks.
So what you are saying, MM, is that we must blame you for Renosterberg not attending this inquiry today, the MM of Renosterberg, seeing that you've appointed him. That you...
I would want not to venture into that discussion today. Yeah.
All right. You can just, when you get into your car, just give him a call and say that you will be subpoenaed and you will appear before us in Uppington. We don't take kindly to that, not at all.
But also, Chair, I've seen that some of our locals are going to Uppington. For an example, I've seen Karreeberg is going to Uppington. So I think maybe you should extend an invite to the DM as well, so that we can also be going there and sitting and listening to our locals presenting in front of the commission. So Karreeberg is going, I know, and now Renosterberg as well. So
you are invited.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's start with you, PM. I know you always ask the difficult questions. Let's start with you.
Thank you, Chairperson of the inquiry. Mr. Visser, thank you for your presentation. Just to request that you please share the updated presentation with us. I think you indicated that you made some additions to it. So if you can please share that with us as soon as possible. I hope this isn't an unfair question, but would you say that you are fulfilling your responsibilities in providing that supportive role to local municipalities in relation to human rights realization on the ground? Because I've heard about interview panel support, I've heard about website support, but I'm not hearing about the impact on the ground for those affected communities. And that for me is key. It's been missing from your entire presentation. And so perhaps we can ease you into it with that question. It's a little broad, but I think you've got a lot to work with. Thanks.
Shall I respond? Yeah, no, thank you, Provincial Manager, for the question. Yeah, look, it's a tough one, but we have to be honest. I think I've also mentioned, and it's in the presentation, where over the last 2 or 3 years we are assisting with water tankers, not the vehicles, but water tanks in the district. We've distributed. I've mentioned it in the beginning. We in addressing human rights challenges, we've assisted with firefighting trucks. I've mentioned it right in the beginning, in all 8 locals, Chairperson. We have also distributed firefighting equipment in all of the 8 locals. But there is definitely much more that we can do The unfortunate part here is that we are really stretched to the limit. If locals can also, out of their own, communicate with us, you know, and request specific, you know, assistance, not financial assistance, because we don't have money, and we make it clear. I wanted to touch on Reinhard as well. District technical and district political intergovernmental relations forums are sitting in all 5 districts. So what is happening is that, and now specifically with the district development model and the institutionalization of it, there are supposed to be cluster sittings before a technical IGR where there are a number of focal areas. They are focusing, for an example, on people development, infrastructure development, finances, governance, and so on. Mr. Greef is the expert in that field. So those clusters are supposed to be sitting. They feed a report into the technical intergovernmental relations forum. So in our forum, there is a comprehensive report normally tabled from the municipalities in our district. So we know exactly what is the situation in each and every municipality. For an example, our last technical IGR, I think, was on the 18th of September. So we know exactly what's happening. That report feeds into the political IGR. And then from the political IGR, where mayors are seated, the office of the executive mayor then submit a report to the Department of Cooperative Governance on the issues that were raised throughout these forums. And from that platform, I'm sure COGSTA then are supposed to be distributing some of the critical issues into the various sector departments. Because it's also a challenge, Chairperson, that some of the sector departments are not attending technical intergovernmental relations forums and so on in our district. So I'm hoping, Mr. Adams, I could speak to your question. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Visser. Then, what would you say is the efficacy then of these forums and these structures? If it sounds as if though the role of the district municipality is one of a coordinating role, it's not one of accountability, it's not one of enforcement, but even in coordinating it, you're not necessarily able to ensure the number one, attendance, and then number two, the active participation of those local municipalities. So we've heard you say that you're aware of all of the challenges across municipalities. I want to know what you're doing about it in practical terms.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Coordinating, I think you've mentioned it. What I've explained now also, how these things are leading up, because as a DM, remember now, financially, we may be getting all of those challenges from the locals, but even from national, they can also get that report, but there's nothing really that we can be doing in terms of giving money. What we do is, like I've explained, that report goes through those different forums like the political IGR and technical IGR, and we submit it to COGSTA, and they distribute it from there. So that's basically the working of these forums, because remember the Intergovernmental Relations Forum Act expect from every district to have, there should be an intergovernmental forum coordinating the work of locals within that area, not necessarily giving us any enforcement, powers as a district. I know our executive mayor is sometimes very careful. We were in a meeting last year with the deputy minister, and the same question was posed: why are you not calling your local mayors in and you admonish them, you hit them, for lack of a better word, and he's careful and say, look, we need to treat very carefully as DMs. We can advise, we can support, we can ensure we promote certain things, but in the end, enforcement is still within that council of that specific local municipality. Chair.
I just wanted you to remind me, what was the amount that every local municipality is meant to contribute toward the shared services model?
For 24-25, Chair, it was 346, and then in the current financial year, which is 25-26, it's 356,000, which they are contributing annually for them to get the support from the DM.
Okay, and then what happens with that 356,000 rand? How is it utilized for the benefit of either the district municipality or the local municipality?
Yeah. So the money, I think, let me be honest, the money gets paid to the district. We have got our internal audit teams in the district, so they must now ensure that quarterly internal audits are undertaken in the locals. They attend audit performance committee meetings in those locals. Secondly, for legal services, we assist them in arbitration matters and all of labor and sometimes civil related matters. Secondly, thirdly, on planning, like I've mentioned, approval of business plans, chairperson, where necessary, drafting of business plans. I think I've spoken about the approval of building plans. Lastly, performance management in that area also to assist them. For example, I know the district now, we have cascaded PMS down throughout the entire organization. So all our staff are currently performance managed. It's a component of 90 staff members. For this entire week, we are doing the moderation. And so we now are planning to roll it out to our locals, to assist them also to cascade. So that is what this money, chairperson, in actual fact are being utilized for on quarterly and yearly basis. Thank you.
I understand that SAHRC also provides a level of support, and I'm just trying to determine how the support is different, if not the same or similar in nature. Where I speak under correction, but I'm not entirely sure that municipalities need to pay SAHRC for that support.
No, look, all municipalities pay SAHRC 500,000.
Okay.
I think it's probably 650 now per annum. Yeah, I think it's around.
And you've got municipalities paying both SAHRC and yourselves for that support.
And sorry for interruption. And that is why we've actually tried to convince provincial government to fund the shared service so that we can get this off the books of our locals. Chair, we are also paying SAHRC as the DM.
And how much are you paying SAHRC?
It's same amount, zonke, right throughout. You're paying 650 or 600 or 650. I don't have the
per annum.
The per annum, yeah.
Okay, this now is very interesting for me. And what support does SAHRC provide you?
No, they are open because remember they've got different programs. So you access any of those services. They wouldn't automatically come to you as the DM and say, look, we are bringing this to you, we are bringing that. From time to time, you are identified maybe, let's say, for this and that program, but for all other support that you need as the DM or as a municipality, you must approach SAHRC. And if it so happens in a financial year that you do not approach them for any service, then you just have to pay, still have to pay your full amount, your levy.
Are you aware of local municipalities within your district that has approached SAHRC for support?
Yes, most of our local municipalities make use of or utilize the services of the South African Local Government Association because in the end they are the representatives of organized local government, Chair.
Okay. Thank you. I see that you said your capital budget is sitting at 400,000 rand and that you don't have any other grants. Can you tell us why it may be that you don't have any other grants?
Thank you, Chairperson. Look, it's basically all of the DMs in the province. In fact, I can't remember any of the other ones getting additional grant funding. We are getting the expanded public works grant, but remember that is not a capital grant. And then we are also getting what we call the rural road asset management grant, specialty field of Mr. Greef. We have appointed engineering graduates on the program because they must assist right throughout the district on these roads program, on this road program. So that is basically the funding in terms of grants that we are getting, but it's not capital in nature.
Okay, I see that on the expanded public works incentive grant, Pixley had only spent 57% of its allocation over a 3-year period.
Up to?
57%.
Up for which period?
2022 to 2025.
57%.
This is according to Treasury's breakdown.
No, I think we dispute that. Mr. Greef, would you like to comment?
2022-2023 was 88%, 23-24 was 47%, 24-25 was 35%, and so it seems like it's regressing with a total expenditure of 57% of the 3-year period.
No. No, in 24-25 we had an issue where 91,000 were taken away because of a reporting issue. There were differences in reporting times, but those percentages, Mr. Greef, you can speak to it.
I'm not sure the information that, because according to me, we have spent all our 100% of our allocation we have spent. There is a Dr. Pixley Kaseme municipality, local municipality as well, and I'm not sure if they have mixed up our figures with them, because we had for the past 3 years we have spent all our funds. Yeah.
Maybe. I think we'll have to put that to provincial treasury. Because even under the electrification program, it shows 59% in 2022, 2023, 31% in 23, 24.
We don't have that.
Okay. There had been another question I wanted to ask, but I think that's it for now, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinana? No, I do not have any questions.
All right. Evidence leader, are you happy? And the other evidence leaders, Abram? No questions from your side, Abram. This is your moment on the big stage. All right. No, okay. Thank you. We've taken note. Thank you so much for your time and the honesty, Mr. Visser. I appreciate it. That is exactly how I remember district municipalities. Thank you for. We will obviously refer to this engagement in our report as well. And again, you are invited to the Uppington session if you have time and you want to go there. Then you will see us dealing with Joran Osterberg MM. You may just you may remain seated. I just want to conclude today's session. Thank you to everyone. Yes. What now?
We need to get a copy of the shared services model terms of
Okay.
schools, as well as the submission to after.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah.
No problem. I can breakdown of expenditure in the district fees, just so that we can compare that to provincial treasuries.
Okay. Is it possible to provide us with that information by next week Friday?
Chairperson, we can even do it quicker. Look, in terms of the shared services terms of reference, will it be fine if you provide you with the memorandum of understanding or the SLA that we normally sign with the locals? There's an annexure with the amounts in the MOU, Chairperson. Will that be fine?
Yep, yep.
That's
Okay.
fine.
And then I'm emailing you the updated presentation today, Mr. Adams. Thank you.
Perfect.
Just also, what is the total operating cost of the shared services?
Now look, if you talk about actuals, Chair, we've done a presentation to the Premier and I can also send you that. In the 23-24 financial year, it was already at 12 million actual expenditure. So we do have a presentation on that, and I'll just make a note of it and email it to you as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
With you. Are we done with you?
I just feel that. So if you're spending 70% of a 74 million rand budget on personnel costs, what is your personnel doing? And I'm not trying to be funny with that, but if the challenges in our local municipalities persist, then I'm not seeing how the support provided by the district municipality and the personnel costs that's as exorbitant as it is, I don't see how that's almost value for money in a sense. But please change my mind. I'm asking you to do that.
No, Chair, you'll understand that your finance department in the district will do the same things as in a local, except maybe, make an example of finance, except maybe on the income side. Income side in the local will be very busy, your cashiers, but in Pixley also, because we are rendering the environmental health service, there's income. So there's an income accountant, for an example. They'll be dealing with MSCO issues. They'll be doing with annual financial statements, daily basis, payments, all of the things that a local municipality is doing. And Mr. Greef also will be doing many of the things that I've mentioned already. Corporate services, they are dealing with support services. There's registry functions that they are executing. They are dealing with HR functions, on daily basis. And in our instance, for an example, health services forms part of corporate services, and those people are very busy. In terms of that 7% income, health services is bringing in the bigger chunk of that 7% income for the DM. I think it's something which myself, a chairperson, to be honest, I'm also pondering in future, writing something about the DMs and the struggles that we are going through. I don't want to write something about our existence. I just want to write something about that also in future. It's difficult, even your Cockstar regional offices, there's also very little going on, but let me not go into that space. So yeah, it's a daily operations that are continuing, Chair, as in locals, but just on a lesser scale. I was in two local municipalities, so I know exactly what I'm talking from experience. So where you do 2 transactions in the DM on daily basis, you'll do, let's say, 500 in Solplaiki. So, but you'll also transact. That's the difference, Chairperson.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right. No, thanks for the information once again. I think that concludes today's session. Allow me, for those of you who don't know, the gentleman sitting here is an advisor to the Premier, Commissioner Queenana. Mr. Ricardo, your surname? Willemsen. Sorry? Wessels. Mr. Ricardo Wessels. He will update the Premier on activities today. I really appreciate that, because remember, at the end of the day, we would like to table the report in the legislature. We would like the MEC, for Coxstar in particular, to table it in the legislature. We cannot do that, and MEC must do that. And we will also have an engagement with the MEC to brief him or her on the outcome of the inquiry. We really appreciate the fact that the Premier has deemed it fit to send someone in his office to attend the session, so and to brief him on what is really happening here. We are concerned about the state of local government in the Northern Cape, but not only the Northern Cape. Good grief, the Northwest is in a mess, those municipalities. And the challenge with the media, if they are watching, they can quote me. The challenge with municipalities in the Northwest is that those municipalities have municipal managers have obviously been deployed by their political party, and they feel untouchable. When they appear in hearings before the commission, and they did so recently, appeared before me and the provincial manager in the Northwest, they are just rude. The responses they provide you are not sufficient. They try to question everything you are doing, and it's a massive challenge. And at the end of the day, who's suffering? It's the communities in the Northwest. It's terrible. It's terrible. Commissioner Quinana was deployed there by the commission for a while, and she will also tell you that it's just a very, very difficult environment to operate in. I've also had the experience in the Northern Cape with a local municipality which will appear before us in Uppington, where the municipal manager decided not to come, and he sent his office manager. That office manager is more powerful than the municipal manager, and he was so arrogant. And I had to come down extremely hard on him, to deal with his attitude. That is a serious problem that we've seen in many provinces. In many provinces. We held a similar inquiry in the Free State in March last year. Fortunately, because most of those MMs know me very well, they behave themselves, but I think if it was another commissioner, they would not have been as well behaved. Eastern Cape, we have serious challenges in the Eastern Cape as well. And again, the long and the short is, the communities, the people have shown that they're not going to allow this forever. They've made their views very clear last year when it was elections. Very clear. And you're going to see a power shift in many, many provinces next year if things don't change drastically. Drastically. Not just a little bit, drastically. Municipal managers, municipal councillors cannot treat community members as if community members report to them. And municipal officials and municipal councillors are just more important than anyone else. That cannot be tolerated anymore. That cannot be allowed. It's just not acceptable. There's a municipality in the Northwest, and the Peasemore, the National Cabinet, representative, he called me I couldn't take the call. Where when this subpoena notice was served on the municipality, they were met by gunmen at the municipal offices, gunmen. And our staff member in the Northwest office had difficulty to serve the subpoena notice on the specific municipal manager. The gunman wanted to know, what are you doing here? Who sent you? Why is this happening? And I was asking the municipal manager when he appeared before us, so if an ordinary resident who's questioning his account goes to the municipal offices, are those people also met by gunmen and asked these questions? What are you doing here? Why do you have the audacity to bring your account to this municipal offices to deal with? That is the reality in local government. It's a fact. Not making this up. So we are very concerned about local government, and that is why over the last almost 24 months the Commission has really prioritized its oversight process over local government. We've been very visible. I received a phone call from a deputy minister very early yesterday morning, complimenting the Human Rights Commission for the work that we are doing, and also requesting the Commission to go and present in Cabinet on the work that we are doing. And you can convey that also to the Premier on the in National Cabinet. There's a lot of appreciation for the work that has been done. And that lady sitting over there, one looking like Ozzy Osbourne, she has also played a massive role in especially our research program. So we will be proceeding tomorrow with how many municipalities, Peasmore? 5 municipalities tomorrow, and then on Thursday some of the departments will appear before us, so that and SAHRC, so that we also understand how they are supporting municipalities, and we will obviously also raise some of the challenges that you've identified. We will raise with them. So on that note, thank you so much once again for your attendance. To the provincial manager and to Mr. Weingart, Mr. Majosi, Mr. Mojapelo, thank you for everything, all the arrangements. You were worried that it was not going to be a success today. It was a huge success. And you'll see the minute that we finalize the report, it will be something to be proud of, not only for the Human Rights Commission, but for everyone. For everyone in government, we need to do something. On that note, I declare this session closed. Thank you.
You see, Chairperson, we're close now. The two of us, we are not even sleeping over. We must drive back now to the art.
Well done. Cost containment.
Even this morning, I woke